ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top gue Bami. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Kalau menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya besi. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke. Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok Jano kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong lah, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward. Edward, satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener, P-Wise, karena itu 2 yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, Godlane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya ngepanis dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau aman ini sebentar kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh gak dari Rico.
Rame banget.
Pada sekarat gak boleh lawannya. Tumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau ke mana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita bersama seorang Rico. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Itu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih? Pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Wazir berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah boleh kali.
Ya, Put. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Onto the Lords. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. It's taken game
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Nini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Ih, itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Ya, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok Danok kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau bahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Nggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin kalau Yus setuju banget nih. Kalau Yus kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, enggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
X-Laner mungkin, Edward, satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih sebutan sih, masih Kelra kali ya, gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak
Yawi.
Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener, P-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku. Karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya. Jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda, dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi, karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita, sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa, kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar lagi kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup baik. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Diko ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Diko, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman, Dok.
Kepencet, guys. Sorry, guys, kepencet.
Rame banget,
kita juga mau recall. Gak boleh.
Rame banget.
Sekarang lawannya.
Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu nggak lihat dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk kesulitan bersama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill kan Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Bawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Psychots dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zep berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Put. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Recall dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, 挺 sunny that. Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Kalau menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok Jano kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah. Semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti. Siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget ya. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu. Kedua, kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu. Terus Benny Cutie.
Benny Cutie.
Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer. Kayak siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya karena dia
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's the climax of the battle for the upper bracket slot of MPL Indonesia Season 12. It's GeekFam versus Rex Arekum Keon back at it again with me, Chef and Mirko Rashi, the mac and cheese combo. But before we get into our discussion, we're going to shout out our sponsors. First, MPL Indonesia, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. Our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grip, OVO, and YouTube. Our official broadcast, Maxstream, TVRI Sports, and Video. Our supplier, Indomart, Point Coffee, Minaski, and Samsung, and also supported by PBSE. Oof, Rashi, we're gonna have a battle right now.
Oh yeah, it's a bit of a revenge situation right here because if I remember correctly, in the first leg, someone really didn't get the expected conclusion. So now this is their turn to really prove the haters wrong technically. But of course, it's also very exciting because we have a change in the patches, man. This is going to be a whole different game. The meta is going to shift ever so slightly towards something different. And now it's going to be a battle between who can adapt the best and find, what is the most broken in the current patch notes.
Ooh, speaking of broken, there's some heroes that Beloski really happy that it got buffed, right? Mathilda. We've seen how this guy can play the Mathilda, that support role in M3, Mirko. Like, do you mind telling us what happened versus RRQ back then?
Back in my day, at M3, the World Championships, where Beloski was able to take down RRQ as well. He was able to take down RRQ with a plethora of different picks, the Mathilda being one of them, and it's already been buffed recently. A lot of people have been saying the Mathilda right now is broken. You have a very good escape tool. You have a very, very good engage tool as well, now with an airborne built into your kit. Definitely going to help GeekFam in their rise, maybe, to that upper brackets. Because, ladies and gentlemen, for GeekFam, they need to win all their matches, and they need to hope that RRQ loses this match and their final match against Dewa United. That's the chance, or that's the scenario, if GeekFam wants to make it to playoffs.
Ooh, that Mathilda pick, Rashi. Like, I know that a lot of people are expecting Mathilda to be picked in that roaming position, but how about in the mid lane position?
In the mid lane, I feel like it's a bit more... It's a bit different, but with all the fighters showing up in the mid lane as well, it's not beyond imagination to see supports being in the mid lane, especially because of all of the roaming playstyle. The mid laners, the mages, of course they do damage, but they also function as a secondary support anyways. So I think it's all very flexible. And when it comes to flexibility, you have to give the favor for Geek Fam. And as Mirko was talking about earlier, the battle for the upper bracket tickets here. One more win for RRQ if they can take out Geek Fam. But for Geek Fam, it's a bit of a longer drawn-out struggle. But if they can do so, they can get into the upper brackets, Mirko, not just the playoffs. So they can overthrow RRQ.
It's kind of like interesting to see because it's kind of the same thing that we saw last season, right? I mean, Geek Fam was just so close to getting that upper bracket slot, second place, but then they kind of fumbled towards the end of the season, losing their games and ended up giving even third place to Bigatron Alpha last season. So we'll have to see again, this time for Geek Fam. Will they be able to do it? Boloyski himself has told me we're not going to miss upper brackets like last season.
Ooh.
So let's see.
Insider info.
Okay, so that's definitely the expected outcome for Boloyski. But even me as a Geek Fam fan, I don't really expect much, to be honest. Because you have to... Okay, I expect something. I expect them to win all the matches. The rest of the matches, okay, I have to verify myself there, okay? Because we need RQ to drop it, right?
Right.
We need RQ to perform bad to be able to secure the upper bracket slot. So it's not really entirely up to us. It's also up to you, Rashi.
Me?
Yeah.
Me or RRQ?
Yeah, because the fans are one of the parts of the game.
RRQ.
Same thing. Fair point. But for RRQ, I think that they are a team that's so aggressive and they're willing to take gambles, right? They're willing to take risky situations right here. And with the patch notes being so dynamic, right? With so many changes, I think there's a great chance we're going to see something crazy, something just unpredictable today against Geek Fam.
We'll see. Firstly, the lineup of the Kings of Kings. Still with Naomi, Clay, Versix, Skylar, and back to Banana. No Lemon today. Welcome, Rex, Regum, Kaon.
They swap out a fruit for another fruit in Banana. So this is the winning lineup for RRQ before week number 7 versus EVOS.
Man, this lineup has been more consistent though. Of course, there were a lot of highlight moments from the previous roster, but against this composition from Geek Fam, boy Luke, Chadera, Nail, and Boloyski, you need to bring the tried and true, the tested roster coming up against the Geeks.
No more space, no more time for experiments. The Geeks have their best lineup, and they will utilize it. Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam!
Geek Fam, they're not playing around, just like RRQ both has the winning lineup. And it's gonna be interesting to see whether RRQ can bounce back over the unexpected loss, as Arashi would say, in leg number 1.
That's the concern right here. RRQ, they're gonna do crazy things, and with the coaches in Taha, finally the coach making an appearance here. We haven't seen Coach Zaya in a long time, but finally he is back. Now RRQ, you can say that this is their true form with both Zaya and Rave, but they are up against Coach Erpang. And we know that Coach Erpang has been able to give Geek Fam so many tools, so much flexibility. And I think with the current patch being so diverse, we can expect something of similar nature from the coach.
It's an instant impact right from Erpang. Before that, when Reno was still in charge, Geek Fam was... they were like the 8th place or something, or like 9th place, dead last, but right now they're on to the 3rd place. We're gonna see the keys to victory though, Rashi.
By the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, respect the new patch picks from Boloyski. We were talking about the Mathilda, but there are a lot of other picks that could be very dangerous if it's let loose in the hands of Boloyski. Along with that, Banana winning the rotation against Luke, both playmaking heroes, rotating players. If they can match up to each other, if Banana can win in impact against Luke, that could be a huge blow to the effectiveness of Geek Fam. And along with that, find alternatives for Skylar's hero or contest at Aerithel. Because with all Skylar's main heroes having a bit of a nerf, right? The Claude, the Beatrix technically. Maybe RRQ will stick to the Aerithel or that carry, but otherwise, they have to try and find something that really works right here, because Geek Fam definitely has a plan. Most teams going up against RRQ will target that gold lane.
Okay, so also Bruno as well getting nerfed in this meta, in this patch after the very popular picks in ranked, whether it's in ranked, whether it's in pro scene, everyone's just picking Bruno, even like going for it in the first phase of the draft.
It's usually because there's no real right pick against the Bruno. No one actually has a winning matchup, but with the nerfs, yeah, now a lot of different heroes actually can have a lot to say against that Bruno.
Well, on the topic of the Bruno, the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Geek Fam instead. Screen rotations from Naomi, as always. Shut down Naomi, shut down playmaking from RRQ. So far, they haven't really been able to recover once Naomi gets taken out of the picture. And along with that, Chidera getting a winning matchup against Skylar. Like Mirko mentioned, the Bruno right now is not really as strong as it was back then. Of course, Bruno still benefits from the advantage from the itemization, right? The Has clause being a core item, giving you so many resources already and amplifying your extra base damage from your first skill on that Bruno. Now with it being nerfed a bit, there's a lot of other options can win in all-ins, win in poke damage as well. It all depends on how Geek Fam want to craft this matchup for Chidera, and are they going to try and play around the gold lane and use Chidera to participate in the mid-game fights instead of just letting that lane play out to the late game.
There's a lot of topics about the gold lane, especially in the current patch. Supports are getting buffed or nerfed, whether you want to take it like from different perspective. Nerfs are support right now is a bit more squishier in a sense that they're going for more magic power items, that they're sacrificing those defensive items, but that also buffs the teammates. Like, it's gonna be an extra healing for the marksman and for all the members of the team. That means stationary marksmen like Layla, maybe like Leslie, like Mia. This kind of heroes might be, appearing in this patch.
I don't think so. I don't think Layla, but maybe Ixia with the buff.
Yeah.
Well, before that, let's take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders right here. Hero pool is higher for Geek Fam, like we mentioned. A lot more diverse, a lot more flexible, more crazy picks from the hands of Beloyski. For RRQ, they're winning in every other statistic here. Average KDA, game victory rate, even the average game duration. RRQ has shown that they can take it to the late game, and the new RRQ is a lot more disciplined. But on that point, Shevin, about the immobile heroes, I feel like mobility is still going to be a huge problem, a huge benefit, especially with the new emblem in play as well. Maybe a Baxi or something could still be a huge prio pick in this particular matchup. And the supports. Yes, they're going to be squishier because they have to build magic damage to increase the healing, but then I think it becomes an issue of execution. If they can stay in the back, if they can be relatively safe, then whoever gets jumped on will benefit from the increased healing. So I think both teams will need to try and adjust how they play around it instead of just relying on the item builds to try and get any kind of advantage.
This is the hero adjustment for these patch notes. Bruno and Claude from Skylar getting nerfed quite hard. Base damage decreased from 145 to 120 in the early game. That Claude though, base damage 100 to 130, but remove effect, extra damage to minions. So clearing the minions or farming safely or cutting the minions is gonna be harder for this guy.
Yeah, I think Professor KB was talking about how the double clear lane playstyle from Claude might not be as valid anymore. But in the game though, especially in the early game, that extra base damage is definitely a nice addition to the decent laning of this Claude. And along with that, we talk about the Bruno, right? The base damage decrease, it's not fatal by all means, but it's definitely lowering him down. But by the way, if you need a jacket, right?
I think you gotta explain the analogy or like the joke here.
You need a jacket there.
Because it's way too cold up there.
Yeah, they've been always on top every single time, so that's the idea, right? It's cold on the top, so you need a jacket. It's a bit of an Indonesian joke right there, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, RRQ are definitely still the favorites right here, even though Geek Fam, they have been so much more dangerous, so much more solid in this season.
They've only missed one upper bracket slot, and that was Season 7, since the franchise league started. So that goes to show how good RRQ have been, how consistent they have been throughout MPL Indonesia since Season 4. That means all the way to Season 12. If they don't get it here, that means it'll be 2 times that they'll be absent from the upper brackets.
The Q stands for consistency.
The Q?
Consistency.
Consistency.
Close enough. Well, we'll take it. But yes, RRQ's consistency. We saw that in the middle of the season, they got kind of shaky, right? We saw a few more holes that other teams have been able to exploit from RRQ, but it seems like they've already recovered, and now this is the problem, man. With the changes in the patch, are there going to be new holes or are there going to be less holes? Because for RRQ, a team that's so aggressive, that relies on a tanky jungler instead of an assassin, you can say that the healing meta, in combination with a strong tanky jungler like a Fredrin, like a Baxia, is such a menace, man. We've already seen the Baxia-Angela combo being so crazy, so broken. And now there's going to be some arguments for assassins, but I think overwhelmingly the tankier members are going to have a bit more of an advantage in their direction.
A lot of support has been buffed. I think you could have mentioned Rafaela too, right? Bashia and Rafaela. This is a very iconic combo in M1. One of the teams from Japan. 10 seconds gaming, right? I believe they pulled it off like when Bashia and Rafaela was not in the meta at all, and it got banned every time they're playing. Maybe we're gonna see it again. I don't know, because Rafaela and Bashia is it's been more. How do I say it? Like, the synergy is there more than Estes and Bashia, right?
Well, see, the Estes now gives anyone who's tethered, right, to Estes gets a bit more of defensive stats. So the Bashia, that's already tanky, along with that defensive stat buff, sounds kind of crazy, man. But as you mentioned, Shevin, the Rafaela right now, with the slow removal built into the kit, is so important because a lot of teams we've seen, including Onyx, by the way, they've been relying more on the slows to augment their execution, right? They let go of some lockdowns, some stuns, some roots, but they also take a lot more slows so that they can outmaneuver their opponents. With the presence of a Rafaela, this means heroes that have been so dominant, like the Yi, for instance, just, get that much weaker, right? Have one more counter to consider before they're picked as a prio pick in the Land of Dawn.
Let's take a detour, though. We're going to see the top 3 gold lanes here for MPL Indonesia Season 12. It's Brands, CW, and then Mr. Chad Era himself. But unfortunately for all 3 of these players, well, not all 3. I think for the most part, Chadera and Brands, Claude's been nerfed. Bruno's been taken out, right? A few of their prior heroes, even the Beatrix, has been nerfed. So, with a lot of these prio marksmen, with these players who are very, very comfortable on those heroes already taken out, how do you think they're going to perform here? I think for CW especially, he's going to have to step up. I think we're going to have to see a lot of Melissa bans against that man. Popped off on the Melissa against Echo at MSC, and with the reverse of the nerfs to Melissa, I think CW might be back.
Well, before we get to CW though, banana, I think it's how it's supposed to be pronounced.
Yes.
That is the total, the total number of eliminated minions throughout MPL Indonesia 12. 43,224 and still counting. So this guy has been just clearing those minions. Hence the reference, Shevin.
I don't really get it.
It's 2023, bro. Come on.
Not watch
I'm sorry. Yeah, I did watch it, but I kind of forgot. Like, it's been like, I don't know, 12 years or something? No.
12? What?
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
The time traveler, guys.
Just joking, but is that exclusively for Banana or just the whole MPL?
I think for earlier? That was a Banana stat.
Yep.
43,000 for Banana?
Oh, that one earlier. Total number of eliminated minions throughout MPL Indonesia Season 12 has reached 43,000. So it's everyone.
So what the heck was Banana?
Yeah, that's why. I was
because he's playing in this game, man.
It's because he's yellow. Banana.
That's why, Rashi. The minions and Banana. It's a Banana song, man.
Oh.
We'll see if he has the same song against Luke, though, in this game. We saw that Banana, he has been able to actually find, whenever RRQ goes for a dive comp, he's always been able to find plays in the back line. But with the current situation, right, is he going to go for yet another divey kind of hero? Or is RRQ going to go for more of a front-to-back situation right here? And here, once again, need a jacket. We've explained this already.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You guys are sadists, bro. You don't even talk about the minions being... 43,000 minions have been killed for the players' goal. Do you guys not want to start a hashtag save the minions or something?
Nah. Hashtag worth it.
Nah. They're evil. They're evil. They're spawn of evil.
I mean, it is worth it, right? When you can get all those items, especially me as a goal laner. I'm guilty of killing those minions, man. I'm a minion killer.
Hey, it's for the greater good, okay?
Absolutely.
You know, they're probably happy to sacrifice themselves for us. But let's take a turn towards a brighter side of conversation right here.
Yeah, the brighter side.
In the jungle, by the way, a hero that has been mentioned is the Popo and Koopa. It's not prio by all means, but it has been augmented to do better in the jungle, right? More damage towards jungle minions. So getting straight into drafting phase number 1 for GeekFam versus RRQ, and already a lot of tanky heroes banned away by GeekFam.
What do you think about it, Arashi? Like, the Popo and Koopa getting buffed as a crit healer?
On the way.
Like, I think Moonton is trying to tell people to use it in the jungling area, but what do you think? Like, what's gonna happen if Popo and Koopa does get picked in the jungle, like what's the utility? Is it gonna be like Popo and Koopa damage or like more like tankier ones?
You should.
Could be a hybrid kind of situation, especially because I think that will augment the early game so well, man. The ganking potential of a Popo and Koopa is dangerous. The intel game with the traps is great, and along with that, with only 1 or 2 items, you can demolish turrets so easily. So if you're playing for early game, I think there's an argument to be made there, sort of. And even against more aggressive compositions, the added utility is definitely a nice addition. But with the Fredrin picked up by GeekFam and the Matilda banned away from RRQ, you have to wonder what is going to be the first 2 picks for RRQ right here. Is it going to be the Mage? Is it going to be a tanky jungler for Fairsick? Turns out it's a Kadira.
Already nerf in this patch, even though it's more of a small nerf. It's a base damage nerf. Didn't really do much in terms of like how Kadira plays in the game, but this is a very early Benedetta pick, which is like, I just realized 0 picks so far in MPL Season 12?
Yeah. Debut, Benedetta. All right, so actually, I have seen in a couple of streams, mainly Kyrie's streams, that the Benedetta has been used in the jungle. So it's a good flex for Banana. He can play it in the XP lane. We've seen it before. He's one of the best XP lane Benedettas that I've seen in streams. That's why we haven't seen it in the MPL. That makes it so much more interesting. And Arashi, do I even need to remind you of what Fairsick can do
I was about to mention
jungle against Todak, MSC 2021? You guys can have the clip replayed in your head, man.
That was so long ago, but it seems like it was just yesterday, man. That was a crazy outplay by Fairsick. So this Benedetta is just a dangerous tool that can be flexed to 2 very adaptable players from RRQ. But for GeekFam, they're going with the Valentina and the Airtel. So now for RRQ, what answer do they have? What will they put in the hands of Skylar?
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna secure Skylar's pick first before they go into the second phase of the draft, because they don't want to get target banned in that banning phase after this, especially after Chadera securing the Airthel for himself. A very good laner in gold lane. Very good also in the team fight. It's hard to be targeted by both Benedetta and Kadira, especially with a Purify too.
Could be damage, right? With the Airthel, especially with appropriate support, if we're expecting any kind of support healing heroes here, it's so difficult to deal with an Airthel that's just doing so well, especially if he goes with a Purify. So one of the main counters I've seen that is so effective with the Airthel, for the Airthel, is to just get damage, man, and ensure that the Airthel cannot walk up without getting punished.
Getting him space would be a very good idea to have. But now, I think for RRQ, they need to make some adaptive bans. Usually they stick to, yes, the Fanny and the Joy, and we do still see that with a Matilda ban in the first phase. Second phase, I think now they need to really dive deep in the patch, right? They already have a Benedetta, they have a Cho. This is where you need to see a Phobius ban, because it's just been buffed. It's going to be tough up with so many dashes across the board for your lineup.
Or maybe they want to ban Ruby first, because Baloyski has been playing a great Ruby so far in MPL Indonesia Season 12. But going for a Lancelot ban, even though Nile is mostly going to play that Fredrin in the jungling area. What do you think, Arashi?
I think so far, Geek has the more adaptive picks, right?
Hey.
Because they still have the Valentina as well that can really be adapted in how it's used, right? And who is the target of the IMU. But here, with patch 1.8.20, the new talent, new emblem, the Wilderness Blessing, movement speed in the jungle and river is increased by 15%. So these roaming heroes, if they really pick up this emblem, they could be a lot more dangerous in the early game. Not even in the early game. In the late game rotations, you can expect some EXP laners to might just opt for this emblem.
You already see 2 roaming heroes from RRQ, from Chao and Kadira too. Even mid laners, it's also an option to pull off this Wilderness Blessing, especially if you're Kadira, because you want to own the bush before everyone else, before the enemy gets into that point. So you're able to lock down a member of the opposing team. But more EXP ban coming in from Geek after that, Bakito and also Edith, showing the respect for Banana, even though, again, this Benedetta is most likely going to fall to Banana, even though I think... What do you think? Is it going to be Versic or Banana?
I think it's still up in the air right now.
I'll give you a better question, Arashi.
What's up?
Why is the Benedetta first pick, right? Sure, good flex, but what did the buffs do necessarily to make Benedetta first pickable?
They increase the damage in the first kill, right? So the impact of that is the Benedetta has more damage, obviously, better clear, but also more mobility, because the dashes of the Benedetta relies a lot on the damage that's being dealt as well. So this means that the Benedetta has better clear, better ganks, more danger, but also more mobility. So overall, it's just a great buff that makes it a lot more, I think, I don't know, a lot more legit in the current patch. You can also go with a more adaptive build, but I think damage is still the way to go for this Benedetta.
All right. But now it's going to be the Kanja ban. Fovia still up for grabs. What do you think, Sheffin? You are an XG player. You used to play Fovius a lot. You think the buffs is real, as like given Fovius a time to shine now, finally back in MPL?
I think it's a very conditional pick in every kind of draft, but in this case though, Benedetta, Katira, and Chao, this is the perfect time to use the Fovius, even though there's not much in terms of like real utility. There's no real CC, just like Fredrin, for example, or like Charizla, you can go in with the penalty zone in the flicker. Fovius is just deal damage. That's it. That's all it offers. So it's a bit hard to be utilized fully, I'd say. It's a bit more conditional.
It's damage, but it's also tankiness, and unless the Esmeralda gets banned out, I feel like it's a bit of a risky pick still for the side of Geek Fam and RRQ, I guess. So the final pick right here, it's a Guinevere!
Benedetta XP? Or Guinevere XP? Well,
Benedetta for sure.
For sure, that means there's not going to be an Esmeralda in the XP, right? It sets up perfectly for that Fovius. You just set that up as well, Rashi. So, what about now? No Esmeralda risk, no Esmeralda threat.
The Fovius, again with a Gwyn, it's still yet another dash that is possible, and I would put it beyond Geek Fam of all teams to really bring it out.
Ruby
in the
for
hands
sure.
of Luke,
Ruby?
it's still a great pick, but like you mentioned, Shevin, the Ruby.
Ruby and Fovius is great too, because it also enables the dashes, right? Oh, it's gonna be Khalid instead.
Wherever I go,
It's a...
hey, your team.
Oh, Beloy special!
Yikes. Slow.
Okay.
It's a slow resistance though. I mean, there's more movement speed for Geek so they can really out-rotate RRQ, but at the same time, I guess they're really still banking on the EXP to be the main playmaker for the Rafaela. So this means like still a lot of speed boost, more mobility for the Iritel, but also the wider range, wider AoE on that ultimate will definitely be a big factor for this match.
Oh my god!
What? What the hell?
Wow, what is going on?
Okay. What is going on indeed? Alright, where's this Popo? It's for Skylar!
Yeah.
I've said this before the patch though, by the way. I felt like with so much emphasis being made on picking up the gold lane, zoning him out with damage and crowd control, the Popo and Koopa is a lot more secure, right? You have an additional body to tank some damage from damage sources like the Shadow Kill, for instance. I feel like it's always had some kind of potential with the Intel game as well. But I said it before the patch. Now after, with all the bans targeted towards Skylar, he goes for the Popo and Koopa. Bit of a throwback to the seasons back then.
It's gonna be hard for Poloski to be able to check the map, like even going near the bush, because there's just way too much threat to handle, man. Popo and Koopa can just stunt you right away. There's Naomi with the Chao, there's Clay with the Katira. The one who's gonna open the map is for sure Nile, right? But in early game, like what's gonna happen, Arashi?
There's a lot of crowd control right here that Geek Fam I have to be very careful with. And even later, having a Guinevere means that you have someone in your roster that can do a lot of different things, right? Mobility, juking out with the second spell, so as well as deal damage. But just like that, we're into the Land of Dawn.
Land of Dawn, we go for game number 1. The decider for the upper bracket for playoffs in Season 12. Geek Fam versus Rex Recum Chaos.
Okay, man. Geek Fam versus RRQ, and yes, this is the battle for upper brackets. If Geek Fam lose in this match, it's all but over for Geek Fam's chance to the upper brackets. But Arashi, Popo and Koopa, the buffs onto this hero has been, Moonton's been very specific about the buffs. It's onto jungle creeps, right?
Exactly.
What's up with this pick in the gold lane?
I think it's just value when it comes to survivability, etc. Baloyski though.
Flicker. 1v1. Oh, that's a flicker and a solo kill. First blood, and Naomi survives. Brilliant killing notification, by the way.
Okay, a bit of a disrespectful there, Poloyski, not respecting the damage from Naomi in early game, especially with the concussive blast, as we take a look at the emblem, Rashi.
You see Tenacity and Fury, just Tenacity mainly for Skylar means that he will have bit more survivability, and I think that's the idea, right? Against Chidera, against Niall and Luke, so much burst damage threat coming in. With Popa and Koopa, you have more shielding, you have some utility to set up for ganks, and you can farm the jungle creeps as well when you're left alone. So overall, you can see why this pick sort of makes sense. We'll have to see if it's as good as RRQ predicted to be, though.
Okay, Mirko, you're a gold laner savant out of all of us in the desk right now. Irithel versus Popol and Koopa. I would expect Popol and Koopa actually winning it out in the early game or early laning phase, but what's happening right now?
I think, unfortunately, Chidera's just been able to utilize the space much better. Skylar hasn't been able to fully go into the stuns and to bully this Irithel. Let's take a look at the Eternal. Versick and Niall going at it, 50-50 coming in. Banana comes in with the Petrify, but Niall still finds it. That's a rough wave. Versick's gonna be slain by a boy. And Geek Fam picks up a big dub early on.
Oof, the EXP lane presence right here, man. Banana, though, still holding his own against Luke on that signature Khalid. But in the jungle, Niall is going to be having a lot more success right here. As we take a look at the talents prediction by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, it's going to be an even split between all the talents.
Okay, so RQ for Rashi and me, Kick Fam, but I need more explanation on why do you pick Kick Fam, Mirko.
Oh, you know.
If you know, you know.
Like, is it a draft, or like, do you want to go for a curse or blessing right now?
You know.
You know? Okay, so he's going for the convenient route, but we're gonna see Beloski and Nomi once again duking it out in the roaming area, which you can notice, actually, Beloski, Naomi, and Clay going for that Wilderness Blessing to enhance their movement speed more in the early game, and you can see Clay very, very fast right now.
Versick going in for the jump, unable to connect. Beloski is still able to utilize the Holy Healing to get him out of that sticky situation. Chidera has just finished up that Haas Claws. And yeah, this matchup, let's get back to it. Skylar's just not having a good time. Chidera's been winning it, so it's not as we would think this matchup would play out on paper.
I think it's quite different for RRQ, because if you look at Geek Fam, they actually have a very solid game plan going on. They have 3 Purifies to nullify all the hard crowd control from the side of RRQ, and once the hard crowd control is no longer an issue, now you deal with slows. But if RRQ go for slows, then there is that Rafaela. So Geek Fam can be a lot more maneuverable. It's only about playing on the damage, but look at Clay.
Holy Baptism coming down. Oh, some damage as well from Luke. Clay gets the rough waves. Naomi with the way the dragon, but the Petrify comes in to connect, and it's going to be a kill over towards Luke. Picked up by Banana. Versick now jumps in with the Requiem. Beloski with the Purify. A boy with a big splash of damage. One more should do it. He's chasing Versick down, but he uses the Retribution to slow a boy. And now, Niall is looking for some more. He goes and takes the orange buff, invades it without using the Retri. And this will give the first, or the second turtle rather, to Geek Fam for free.
The royalties strike back, but at what cost? The early game pressure is going to be much more better for for Geek Fam, but Chidera already burning the Purify in the gold lane. Clay already eyeing for utilizing that fact the Purify's gone.
It's going to be very difficult for RRQ to try and find anything decisive with the Purifies available for Geek Fam. Of course, they have a lot of crowd control to burn out those Purifies, but hey, there we go.
Clay and Versick. Requiem plus the rough waves. The double R combo. We're just waiting for the Q.
Okay.
RRQ.
Yeah, I get it, Mirko, I get it, but
the consistency.
I'm already salivating, like, on the potential of that Wilderness Blessing, man, but gonna see another engage!
A big dive into a wave, the dragon by Naomi! Chidera gets out, heavy crossbow, outplays Skylar! Now Versick taunted up under the turret, takes a big turret shot, and straight into the blades of Niall.
Niall, just brilliant response, it's very aggressive in the... Oh my goodness, just taking all the damage too, but Naomi, once more!
Again with the Jikundo, Niall walking up, a good Shunpu to cancel it out. An oddity as well used up. Clay's taken low. Chidera wants to go for more, but decides to finally just respect RRQ. And was that worth it for Geek?
I think it still is. The fact is that RRQ, they really should be winning in this early game. But due to how Geek Fam is playing, it's a bit more even. And in fact, Geek Fam are the ones with a gold lead and a neutral objective lead as well. This is just not the way that RRQ really wants this to go. The Popa and Koopa is meant to try and delete turrets, but they are the one losing the first turret here potentially against Geek Fam.
It's sad, it's definitely sad, but Clay, ooh, bit dangerous there, but still has the first kill to get away as Nile, very aggressive once again.
Knocked up, Naomi walking down, the Requiem locks him down. Who gets it? Was it first stick? Yes, it was. Now it's an all-in onto the Petra. No movement at all. And a Petrify as well. Beloyski caught in. The final slash. And now it might just be a boy getting caught, but he has a rough way to escape. Naomi follows him through with a Jikundo. Meanwhile, look at Luke looking for the kill in the back. Raging Sandstorm not connecting. That's a big whiff as Clay is able to dodge away from it.
That's a solid 5 seconds taken away from Nile, man. Just hot potato. Everyone's seeing him.
Man, everything being used right there, showing you again how much crowd control RRQ is just saving up, and now Luke becomes victim of it again.
Another Requiem locking Luke down, beautifully done, and RRQ has just reclaimed a turtle.
This is a great adjustment from RRQ, man. Usually teams go with the Purify, and RRQ, relying only on Banana or Naomi to engage, they can't really get much, but now it's a different situation altogether. And look at that, RRQ constantly have more crowd control to throw after the Purifies have been used from the side of Geek Fam. Of course, this is the mid-game where RRQ's composition should be stronger, on paper at least. So if they want to try and get advantage, it needs to be now. Turrets, kills, lords even. If they can't really get it now, Geek Fam will start to slowly but surely outscale them.
Especially on this prolonged team fight, right, Arashi, because they have healer from Beloyski, a lot of disengage potential as well. If they want to just took it out for like 10 seconds, he definitely is going to be the one who's winning out the matchup. But the boy, once again,
still able to escape with a Purifier. Whoa! Electro final blow by a boy! Oh, he steals it, sustains back up, clears out the wave! What looked like a mistake turns out to be an amazing play from a boy.
Swag points there. It doesn't really need to be done, but he did it.
I mean, I think it saved the turret technically. And wow, Nile, once again, just showing dominance in the jungle role. Fersic is definitely struggling right here. And RRQ, they need so much in order to even set up for a single kill. They can't really go for much right now, especially if Geek Fam sticks together and Nile can soak in the damage.
Holy Baptism, Nile in the back as well, pinching Skylar down. This might be a solo kill. Boy the Dragon locking Nile on the wall with a heavy crossbow. Kadera sees one more hit. Clay in the back jumps in with the oddity. Kadera still able to escape. The Petrify locks him down. No Purify right now, but he's still able to escape for now. And Clay splashes him with water as that's an Blazers rev into a Raging Sandstorm from Geek Fam. They pick up a tier 2 and a 2-for-1 trade.
Luke, who's joining the fight? Right away with the Raging Sandstorm, Luke saves the day for Geek Fam. As right now they have 2K gold lead, cruising through the mid lane.
It's so difficult, man. RRQ, they're playing it well. They're using their crowd control sporadically, right? Not stacking it on top of each other. But Geek Fam, they're just a bit too disciplined in their positioning, in their decision-making. The whole sequence was started because they wanted to go for the Lord. And with that winning fight, they can go for it unless Banana does something crazy.
Final blow ready. But Luke gets it. That was a retry earlier. I guess it was calculated.
Bit too much CC to handle for RRQ. Every time Clay wants to go in, every time First Take wants to use the Requiem, there's a lot of cancel from Geek Fam to be able to cancel it out. You have a boy with the Terrify, especially Beloyski with that ult as well. Has been doing work so far, Arashi.
I think the only saving grace for RRQ is the fact that Banana is doing really well in this matchup actually against the Khalid. So he can go for a split push if necessary, and he can definitely deal damage unless Fair Signal gets jumped on.
Fersik's been locked down twice. Nile cancels the jump twice, and Beloy was able to catch him with a Holy Baptism. Clay jumps in right now, rough waves, but Beloy is able to heal back up with a good Purify as well. Kadera with a heavy crossbow earlier. Naomi looking for the pick onto Luke. Banana jumping in with the Phantom Slash, but now locked down. Has the eye for an eye, but it's going to be Beloy who picks up the kill. A boy steals the final blow. Now backing away. RRQ in full defense mode. They've lost 2 members, and a base turret is going to follow next. Geek Fam takes it. Luke diving deep. Clay forced to use a defensive oddity, but Luke slashes him down in the back. Not even traded out. Nile walking to the front right now, getting locked out with the Requiem, and that's going to be a kill back for RRQ. Looking for the defense, but Geek Fam are going on the base. They are ruthless in this game. They'll take no prisoners as they take game 1 with them too.
11 minutes, not even 11 minutes for Geek Fam to defeat the royalties of the game. They won the upper bracket and they are trying to do it right now.
Man, what an aggressive play right here. You saw RRQ and you thought, okay, they want aggression. Turns out that Geek Fam, they are the ones who have the better adaptations, the better strat for the new patch. and they just took control of that game and they did not allow RRQ any opportunities whatsoever. A great start for the Geeks.
Great is an understatement. That was not even 11 minutes against the second placer, the second place in the standings of MPL Indonesia Season 12. The revenge might have to wait for RRQ.
Wow. What a performance, man. And my goodness, I'll have to give it to Chadera. Give props to him. The way he was able to play the lane, out-laning a Popo and Koopa, ending the lane with an advantage. It's something you don't expect in this matchup, or maybe you do. Maybe this is the new standard for a Popo and Koopa Irithel matchup set by the Chad himself.
I think RRQ definitely didn't expect that. They want to give Skylar the winning lane on that Popo and Koopa, but Chadera with the micros, with the macros, reading it out, every kind of movement, every kind of engage from RRQ. Props to Nile, props to Poloisky, everyone canceling it out on those engages too. Electro Final Blow, Rough Waves, whatever Chadera like facing, it's always cancelled.
It's just so difficult, man. And I think there's a purified difference, right? You saw that once Geek5 decided, okay, our turn, right? You've been aggressing, you've made Nile not do a single thing in like 4 seconds, right? Our turn. Once they push the tempo, once they go for the crowd control, RRQ, they don't have the purifiers to make plays around to try and escape from the situation. And so once the momentum really swings towards Geek5, that's just the way it is, man. They just completely took over.
I think it's a bit experimental, right?
Very.
Yeah.
Popo and Koopa, the Benedetta first pick even, and Geek5 were basically staying in their comfort zone for the most part, but then experimenting towards the end. I think the only experimental pick was the Rafaela. The rest, we usually see that this is Geek5's composition.
This is the scary part about Geek5, man. They can make adjustments, but it doesn't seem like they're really out of their element, right? Because even the Rafaela, it's experimental, but we know that Beloyski knows how to play it still. So the flexibility right here, compared to RRQ that relies more on signature heroes, right? Power picks. It's just a whole different situation.
I think they have to stick to the heroes that they know, right? Even though it got nerfed.
The nerf one, Claude, Beatrix?
Yeah.
Against an Irithel?
Well, you have to be safe or like confident first before you're gonna play. Popo and Koopa? Are you serious?
Well, they definitely have trained it, right? There's no way they just brought it up randomly on stage. It definitely is a pick that they have been using in the scrims, but I think we can't deny that it was not the right pick. I think we can all agree on that. What was that Popo pick? Because the Irithel, one in lane. I think the idea was Popo and Koopa munches on turrets, Popo and Koopa wins lane, but we didn't see either of that.
That might be due to the intervention from the rest of the team as well, but the player of the game, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, is going to be your boy Chad Era on the Irithel with the Purify, with great decision making, when to go forward, when to play it safe, when to wait for the right moment to really turn things around and aggress onto RRQ. Like you mentioned, the Popo pick did not work out. It was just outranged, maybe outmaneuvered. And with the whole team synergy just being so much smarter compared to RRQ, it was just way too difficult. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, where the first blood did go to the side of RRQ, but afterwards, they're just struggling, man, especially when it comes to these big fights. In pickoffs, RRQ have a lot more burst damage to play around with, but in these multiple man skirmishes, right, with 3 members, 4 members, there's just a lot more synergy that RRQ need to be concerned with.
Yeah, if they clump up, it's gonna be automatic L from RRQ. Every time it's a stay-in team fight, Geek5 always wins out in the end. This is a 3v4 with Nile, very late in the party, by the way. And Chadera, though, like, I want to point out something, Mirko. It's an assassin emblem on Irithel. Usually, you want to go for more marksman emblem, use more critical damage and attack speed to be able to pop off more in team fights, but I think that's why he's been winning out in the lane, because as an Irithel, you want to trade damage when you have your first and second skill and enhance your damage with the assassin emblem. Kind of helps, I guess.
Yeah, I think the Assassin Emblem, we've been seeing a whole lot of the Assassin Emblem for the Marksman. I believe even the Bruno likes to go for the Assassin Emblem. It's just that added penetration as well to give someone like Chadera, already a very crit-heavy builder, more utility or more of that penetration so that he can focus more on that just damage, just the blunt damage coming in with the Berserker's Fury and the Haas Claws. Just crit. Focus on crit penetration in the emblems.
Yeah. Skylar got the dog, but Chidera has Tiger.
Well, Chidera's
It's not
got
an
that
equal
dog
fight.
in
versus
him.
Koopa.
Versus Koopa. Well, I think if you look at the numbers right here, you can also see that the damage dealt to heroes is a lot higher for Geek Fam. And I think that's a big portion, a big issue right here with RRQ. If you look at their composition, there's a lot of burst damage, but not a lot of DPS. The mid lane, it's a Kadira. The gold laner is a Popo and Koopa, right? The EXP lane is a Benedetta. So no one really is doing DPS. So you saw how long it took for them to take out Nile, right? That's before Beloyski is even involved in the picture. So I think without enough DPS, eventually with the tankiness built up for Geek Fam, RRQ just could not trade back that damage. So I think adjustments definitely can still be made, right? It wasn't like they were completely outmatching the execution. I think the draft is just so much smarter from the coach of Geek Fam, man. He's just so crafty in coming up with these strats that really don't look like they are synergized, but the more you look at it, the more it makes sense.
And look at something that you cannot dissect on paper.
Yeah,
It's something you just. That's why MLBB isn't played on paper.
Yep.
It's played in the land of dawn on a Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G.
You stole it from me, but Skylar, man, 22% team fight participation as a gold laner. This is a very sad stat, right? We've never seen that.
Pretty sad.
On a lot of kills, like 9 kills, 22% as a gold laner?
I think it comes down to, again, the fact that RRQ are very crowd control reliant. Every single time, we've seen that whenever they lost, it's because, Naomi couldn't get the engage. Banana couldn't get the pick-off, right? It's always very crowd control reliant.
Always has to be perfect, right?
I think the first time they met in the first leg of the season, Geek Fam also went with like 2 Purifies and just nullified the aggression from RRQ. They have to find something else, man, because teams are catching on. No, everybody knows that RRQ are great at pickoffs, right? What else, though? What can you bring to the table?
I don't know.
Answer
I
me,
think,
bro.
Well, I know
you
what
are
Geek
the
Fam
RQ
brought.
fan.
You want to know what Geek Fam brought in the first leg after that 2 Purify game?
What is it?
A war crime. Beloy committed a war crime. He picked Saber Rome towards the end. Are we going to see something crazy again like that? I mean, it wins you games, right?
Yeah,
you don't get a lot of
yes.
respect, but it wins you games.
Saber Rome, man. It's a bit crazy to be sure. To be fair,
A bit.
Fine, it's very crazy, but I don't know, man. This is the thing with Geek Fam. It feels like even if they do, Coach Airpang must have something cooked up, right, in order for it to make sense. Whenever we see crazy picks from Geek Fam, it's never like, why? It's always, okay,
get it.
why? Like, you always assume that there is a point behind this decision.
Speaking of behind that decision, we have a cool decision to tell you guys.
Oh, really?
We decided that we were playing with Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for all of the players in MPL Indonesia Season 12 because
Okay,
this is
of
the
course.
best phone in the world with the best specs in the world. And also, if you buy this, there's a cashback promo up to 4 million. I'm not kidding, okay? $4 million. No, 4 million rupiah.
Dollars?
Yeah.
I was about to say, my goodness.
That's extra, man. But don't forget the spec, Shevin. Like, you guys at home you need to understand why, right?
Why?
It's 12 gigabytes of RAM, 5G connectivity,
12,
and it's the 4 nanometer Snapdragon
4.
8 Gen 2 processor, right? This thing just runs like an absolute beast, dude. There's no other machine I've seen of that size that can really match up to this performance.
It's a PC in your hand.
Yeah.
I think that's the simplest way of putting it, right? 12 gigabytes of RAM. My PC doesn't even have 12 gigabytes of RAM.
It's crazy.
My laptop
man.
too. Like, this is like...
All
I feel
right.
like I need to buy this, man. I haven't bought this.
You want to buy it?
Yeah, I'm still saving it.
Well, go and visit the website, samsung.com/ID, because if you visit there, you can get a lot of the other promos, and maybe you can also check out some of the new Neo QLED TVs that they have. You can get it at 43, 50, 75, and 85 inch. Me personally, at home, I use a 43.
43?
I have the 12.
Oh, wait, what?
I don't think TVs, I think that's a monitor.
Yeah, that might be a monitor, bro. 43 though, that's pretty
Yeah.
big, man.
Absolutely, Sheffin. Absolutely, Sheffin.
Okay.
Beautiful. Beautifully done.
It's not about the size, okay? It's about the performance.
Yeah. The performance. We have another thing to show you guys. This is performing like a beast too, because this is the best shampoo in the world. Head and Shoulders. Don't let your match become a mess because of wet and itchy dandruff. Move on to Head and Shoulders Gacha and be 100% confident. Wet and itchy dandruff will go away if you use this, and you can wipe out your enemy in game and real life too.
In real life, your
Yeah.
enemies? Man, I would like to wipe out my enemies, man. Head and Shoulders can do that? That's crazy, man.
Your biggest enemy is your dandruff. That's why you could wipe it out, Arashi, with Head and Shoulders. And usually, Arashi, when we do the Head and Shoulders ad, it's just a tease for now to a hair cam. And now we have Sheffin, CITB. Sheffin's in the building.
What's the CITB?
I just said it.
Sheffin in the building.
Oh, okay.
Because the hair
I'm
cam
sorry, I'm
is
a bit
a
slow.
segment meant specifically for Sheffin. That's a fact.
Nah, like I think like we gotta share about this. Like it's just a bit, okay? It's just a joke. I'm not actually very thirsty like that in real life.
Sure, it's a bit, it's a joke.
Moving
but what's
on.
not a joke, what's not a bit, is the patch notes, Arashi.
Right, in patch 1.8.20, the Benedetta, like we mentioned earlier, more damage, right, in the Phantom Slash, and more scaling as well in the numbers. 100% of the physical attack instead of only 80%. And it's on a lower cooldown, more mobility. And honestly, I felt that in that game, it wasn't that bad. It was doing okay in the mid lane, in the mid game, in the top lane, in the XP lane 1v1 against the Khalid. It's just a very well-rounded pick. But on the other hand, the Popo and Koopa, man, it's all the damage is buffed towards the jungle. And of course, there are cooldown adjustments right here, where the Bottom Koopa is increased, but then it lowers down as you get levels. And the same thing can be said for the Koopa Help. It's only 5.5 seconds here at every single level. So there's minor adjustments, but I didn't think that anything crazy, anything crazy kind of made it more legitimate for the current patch. So I was very surprised when Skylar picked it up. I think a different solution is required here. The Popo and Koopa, I think, might work, but it has to be very situational, man. It's when you are against a lot of aggression, when you have a lot of intelligence to gather with the traps, maybe. And when you don't really need that extra bit of DPS, because for RRQ in that game, the lack of damage from the gold lane was definitely a very painful factor.
It's definitely a concern, and the concern becomes true for RRQ in game number 1. As much as I want to see Popo and Koopa in the jungler, I don't think it's going to appear Rashi. Like, even though it got buffed quite hard in that just pure damage department, but in terms of utility or like in a big team fight, like what are you going to do?
You're going to stun someone.
That's it, right?
Well,
like, compare that to Fredrin.
You can knock people out.
Compare that to Basha, Fredrin.
You can lock them down with the traps. So there is crowd control, but again, the Popo and Koopa isn't nearly as tanky as the Fredrin.
Yeah.
Let's say, for instance, okay, if you're up against a Hayabusa, like the example we mentioned earlier, the fact that you can have one more body to tank away that shadow kill, these are this is one of the examples where the Popo and Koopa has even more value than usual. That first game was not it.
Definitely not. I really can't see why the Popo and Koopa was an answer, right? I mean, looking at the numbers even in the patch notes earlier, it's not like a massive buff that Popo and Koopa was given. Yes, it was a buff. It did give him much of a better chance at farming and clearing waves, but I don't think that's what Popo and Koopa's main usage is. You know, like usually when you go for the Popo and Koopa, you go for turrets, you go for trades, you win the lane, not even minion clear.
I bet the whole idea is to just win, right? Direct a lot of attention to Chidera, shut down Chidera, and at the same time get Skylar ahead and take down those turrets, lane swap. It just doesn't go that way. When you're up against a team like Geek Fam, the Purifiers come in, Chidera's superior decision making comes in, the cover from Boloisky also becomes a factor. So I think RRQ need to be a bit more unpredictable. And speaking of unpredictable, they are still going for this Fanny and Joy ban.
A staple for RRQ. Usually the variety of ban comes in the third phase. This is what Zaya has been doing ever since Season 12 started. Nothing has changed. And RRQ, speaking of change, they have to make more changes here, or not change, or just go back to the usual RRQ that we've seen. Yes, they're using the pick-up meta here, using their Chao special, but maybe they have to adjust more to the meta, going for more healing or like sustained team fights, but sustainability is what Fredrin offers, and usually this is the decider, because Fredrin and Basha is always contested, right?
Yeah, Fredrin and Baksha is like two sides of the same coin. But for now, with the Fredrin picked up by Geek Fan, I thought RRQ might go for that Baksha, right? It's a bit of a counter matchup. It's still a very strong hero, especially with the healers in play right now. But now they go for this Irithel, which is great. Now it puts a question in the court of Geek Fam. What is a solution, a pick that really works in this situation against the Irithel?
Well, in terms of laning, Pupil and Kupang might be the solution, but in game number 1...
I don't think so. No, Brody, I think, would be the best answer against the Irithel. The Bruno can still work, but, you know, it's more of a battle for items than a battle in a full skirmish for the winning lane. It's kind of a skill matchup, and the Bruno will be picked up with Rafaela. So, Bruno in itself, I would say, yeah, not so good against Irithel anymore, but Bruno plus Rafaela, now we have a plan.
Now we have a strong lane as well for the side of Geek Fam. So for RRQ, what will they do? Do they want to put Naomi still in an engage situation?
Ooh.
This Akai is still a bit of a flex. It was also buffed, by the way. More shielding right now and more damage built into the skills, scaling off the maximum HP, if I'm not mistaken. So it's still a lot more pressure. It's good crowd control that isn't exactly easily dealt with a Purify. So already moves in the right direction for RRQ, and they're hiding what Naomi is going to be playing on.
More shield from 4% of max HP to 5%, and also the slows has been decreased, but we're talking about slows here. Rafaela is the prime counter to that, but before that second skill can be executed, maybe Naomi will bring him to the fight, or just erase Beloyski from the equation and just go all out on a 5v4 team fight.
You know, with the rise in popularity for the supports, the healers, right? I was just thinking that, hey, the Franco, the Kajas, they're still very solid picks, you know? If you land an Iron Hook onto the support, that's a game over. If you hook someone away from the support, it makes it very difficult for the support, the healer, to really save their caught member. So I think it's still a very valid pick right here. And it could be a solution, right, that RRQ can really explore. Because it also works against the Purify. Not for the hook, but for the Bloody Hunt. That is not purifiable, I believe.
Yep, definitely, but...
You want to know a fun fact?
What?
Apparently, my friend tested out the Franco against a jungler. And now when you use your Bloody Hunt, junglers can still retry. Can retry now. Like, while you're getting Bloody Hunted, you can retry.
Is that listed in the patch, or...?
I don't think so. That's why. I think it's kind of like a shadow nerf, technically.
Or maybe you saw that.
Maybe. We'll see it again if the Franco gets picked up here by RRQ. Naomi is a great Franco player, can try to utilize that against the Fredrin. We'll see if that is a bug maybe, or if it's actually real.
I don't think Franco's going to be picked up here, Rashi, because in terms of synergy with Akai, I don't think it's going to work, or...
Hey, you never know. Hook someone in, right? Burst him down with the Valentina and Irithel. Let the Akai stop everyone else from saving him. That could still be a very real play potential for RRQ. And I don't know, it's hard to see them doing anything else but be aggressive. This is the problem with the one-dimensional style of RRQ. It's great, it's exciting, but now it turns out it's different. And the Irithel-Angela combo, this is a disgusting combo, man. I think damage is the only thing you can do to really stop this Irithel from just wrecking the whole backline.
Not just Irithel and Angela. Akai and Angela can pretty much take care of Bruno on its own, even though the supports are coming. But Beloyski cannot cancel a heavy spin. Beloyski cannot cancel a Panda coming at you like a freight train.
The only concern here is, are you sure you want to put Naomi, a flashy, a playmaking roamer, on that Angela? With a Valentina pickup on Clay, that should be a mid laner, right? It should be an Angela for Naomi. We'll see how it works. Now with Geek Fam going for their last two picks. What's it going to be?
It's still the Khalid. Now it's a Novaria. So taking more precautions, having more slows, and they're also immune to slows. The Baxio though is still available if RRQ really wants to go for it. I think it has great synergy in this composition.
Charizla is pretty much the standard pick here because it does quite alright against a Khalid, even though in early game, when you don't have items, Khalid still is the better laner, but the later the game goes, I think the potential of Charizla is going to show in terms of like the sustainability, in terms of like the potential in the team fight. We're going to see how it will turn out. So it's going to be an Akai jungler for Fursic. I'll say this is the signature hero, right?
A signature hero? I wouldn't say it's signature, but...
You really likes to play Akai, right?
No, that was Sutsujin.
Oh!
Season 10.
Okay, my bad.
The Akai god.
Yeah. He's not a signature hero, but I think Fursic has okay performances on this hero.
On utility?
And by all means, it's not mechanically intensive, so I think he can pick it up pretty well.
I agree with that, man. Let's see how he does on this Akai. We've technically seen him on the Akai before. So yes, we have seen Versing on the Akai. Was he the best Akai? Maybe not. Let's take a look at the emblems though, for everyone.
A lot of assassin emblems for the side of GeekFam, man. For RRQ, it's a bit more diverse.
A lot of wilderness out there. And it's gonna be the decider whether GeekFam can still keep their upper bracket hope alive versus RRQ.
It's gonna be tough for RRQ if they lose this one. They need to bank on winning against Dewa United on the final day, the final match, by the way. But I do want to say, Arashi, we had a discussion backstage before the match started about the wilderness. I said the mid laners will get so much more value, and the roamers too, with the power of wilderness. And right now we're seeing it, right? Aboy and Clay have both gone for it.
When you want to roam around, when you want to actually have impact elsewhere aside from your lane, that talent becomes so much more important. And already Beloyski forced a flicker like in game number 1, but it's a different situation right here. RRQ, they're a lot more oppressive, but they won't get that Lethal Wanderer.
Nothing for their wilderness. I think Aboy benefits more from it than Clay because the distance covered will be much more for Aboy. He's an Ovaria, he doesn't really have a lot of escape skills, so that a lot of times he has to take the long route to get to the mid lane or clear the lanes or even gank from to the side lanes.
I think it all comes down to what you were trying to do, right? For Aboy, the wave clear makes it that he wants to go very quickly to the side lanes to try and threaten the gank, the poke damage as well. For Clay, it's more direct, right? You have a Valentina, you have more burst damage to supplement a gank, and you can steal ultimates as well. So for now, I think Aboy will still get more value out of it, but I think in the mid game, right? With RQ, it's always about that mid game.
Well, for GeekFam, it's about the early game so far. Look at the damage onto that turret. Like we mentioned, man, this matchup shouldn't actually favor the Brunos so much anymore, but with the help of Rafa, it does.
Look at the movement speed from Angela, man. As Clay secures the level 4 to prepare for the team fight. He stole the ultimate from Aboy.
Astral Echo will be able to expose everyone. Can Fersic win out with a heavy spin though?
Heavy spin into a penalty zone right there.
Oh!
What? It's Aboy who takes it away. First blood by Banana though, able to make Nile slip.
That's very unfortunate, man. Even with the heavy spin, turns out that it won't be on play, but look!
Beautiful raging sandstorm into an astral sphere. Clay flickering out. Aboy though, chasing him down. Wants to use that astral meteor. Waiting for the right time. But he's just gonna go for the turret gold. The turret plates in the mid lane. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Chadera here. Actually, trading even there. And then gets the regen. Now he jumps back in with a heavy crossbow already used by Skylar. He's able to dish out a bit more. Aboy coming down. Astral sphere. Barely connecting there.
Bit of a deja vu in the gold lane. Chadera winning it out in the battle against Skylar, but he won on that gold buff though. As Versic and Nile took it out.
Okay, Nile's gonna go for the full stacks. The Holy Baptism locks Versic down just for a moment. Heavy spin still ready. Nile unable to connect on that taunt. And we'll just go for the Lethal Wanderer instead as an Astral Sphere connects again onto Versic, taking him low.
I do feel like for now, RRQ is definitely behind, but not by too much. And the longer the game goes, I do think that RRQ has a bit more of a solid teamfight composition, and now they make a play for Beloyski.
Ooh! Two heavy skills, the crossbow and the spin, but Beloyski just flickers out of it.
It's too light on his feet, escapes from it, but RRQ, they want to try and get something, they might get punished for it.
Versic locked down by the taunt right now. The Holy Baptism locked down as well. The penalty zone onto forward by Banana, but Chadera is still able to escape. Beloy will fall as Skylar gets the hard guard to help him. Look at Naomi on top of him. I've never seen this before, by the way. The Angela HP bar hovering over Skylar.
Yeah,
that's part of the patch. But yeah, Banana winning it out on the rotation versus Luke. Even though he's a Khalid, in terms of like wave clear, he's pretty much even with Terizla. I think Luke has to realize where to mirror Banana, where to catch up in the team fight. But Niall, knowing that you already kind of lost the first battle of the Turtle versus Versic, still pushes on the tempo.
And they're going for Banana this time around. Look at the damage. Holy Baptism forced to be committed. Banana's just walking them down, getting some healing as well as a heavy spin comes out. And Versic this time is able to secure it for the team. Niall escaping. Luke getting some HP, but now gets bonked by the hammer of Banana. He jumps in desperation and loses his life. RQ are looking for more into the enemy jungle. Versic goes. Niall trying to go for it. Brazer's Wrath not getting it, but he will be able to get that first skill in to secure it.
Okay, Nile has to be a bit more calculative on his approach, man. Like, what's the plan after going to that lower pit or like turtle pit? Versick has to have a spin. Like, what's the next plan? You're gonna get stunned right away.
I think there's nothing that Nile can do solo. He needs to rely on the team overall to do something. But RRQ, in this mid game, they try to group S5, and that is where they are strongest. But with Clear out of the picture, well, is Versick just too difficult? Nah, he will be pushed away by GeekFam. And I think the main power side for RRQ right now is definitely in that EXP lane. Whenever Banana is involved, things just go their way.
3-0-0 for this guy. 3-0-0 for Banana. Very, very good early game. As you can see in the gold difference too, already winning out in the gold as well, courtesy of that 3 kills.
On the other hand, Skylar doing a lot better right now, still ahead in gold compared to Chidera, but now he gets jumped on.
Holy baptism, but that's a DPC to peel them off. Beautifully done by Banana. A raging sandstorm stolen by Clay with IMU. Skylar just guns them down. A boy's next to the chopping block. The focusing block knocks him down. He walks out of the map with the Astral Recon. Naomi's not able to find the final shot. RQ putting their focus now into the mid lane for the rotation. But Luke is able to clear out this mid wave. Clay with a splash of damage, and GeekFam with a big loss in that team fight. Oh, I think GeekFam very much didn't see that Akai was there as Banana might be in trouble. Taunted up, Baptism, that's a chain lockdown with a Raging Sandstorm as well. Wow, Banana took so much and even was able to get that penalty zone. But now Chidera has a shutdown.
It's a big shutdown, so a bit of a swing in gold, but 2k gold lead for RRQ still. And man, this Rafaela Irithel combo, we called it out in the drafting phase, but it is nasty, man. And GeekFam has nothing to deal with it. Me and Mirko personally, by the way, we have suffered at the hand of this combination before.
Yeah,
it is
Irithel Angela.
It's
what
brutal,
made me stop,
man.
bro.
It's so brutal. And now they're trying to go for a boy.
We'll see it brutal again. Skylar just walks up without a care in the world because he always has that hard guard to back him up if he even gets caught. But the flank though from Versick just appeared out of the bamboo groove, out of the bush of GeekFam. That's why he's right away. Kung Fu Panda, man. Yeah.
Well, he's solo right now. Nile and Luke will be able to push him away, but with Banana in the picture, things are different. But GeekFam, we've seen this before, man. If they all go for Banana, he's not tanky enough for a 1v5 just yet.
Another thing that we have to realize from GeekFam, like, it's never over. It's never over. Even though Beloyski made the heaviest blunder, biggest blunder you could ever imagine, they can still somehow turn it around.
You know what's kind of funny? This game, for GeekFam, what they need to be careful of
is Banana's peel and also his engage. What an engage into a Raging Sandstorm, but Luke finds the back. Clay gets punished. Chidera now pinned down to the wall with a heavy crossbow. Has the healing from Beloyski. He's able to outplay the situation as Banana gets shot down by the footballs of Chidera. Now going in to the bottom lane looking for a turret. They've won a 3v3. Wow, huge value for Beloyski and crew, and they're looking for more turret as well. First, I don't think he can defend this unless Banana is coming to play too.
It's all about that Kung Fu. He is the Dragon Warrior.
He has that tankiness for sure, man, absorbing all of it. But RRQ, they have to deal with this strat from GeekFam. Wow. That is some damage, man. GeekFam, they only get value when they are separated, but when you have the Irithel really starting to snowball like this, along with an Angela and Sprint to Brute, it's going to be very difficult for GeekFam to try and go for a split play without someone getting punished and completely run down by this Irithel.
They have to make use of the Rafaela, right? The second skill with the healing, with the movement speed boost as well. Disengaging and grouping up first to gain more advantage. To waste the resource of RQ might be the way to go, but Nile,
heavy spin into a heavy crossbow. Skylar with a hard guard now, help down. Nile with a 3-man taunt. Able to go in for the Appraiser's round, but it's dodged away from by Skylar, who's now walking him down. Beloyski looking for the healing, but it's not enough. Luke finds a Raging Sandstorm into the sphere. Skylar gets shut down. Chidera free hitting in the back right now, taking Clay out. Banana with a penalty zone in the front. Beloyski still able to survive. Now, 3v3. Chidera walking up. The Dragon Warrior is getting shot down by Chidera and a boy. Walking out, dashing away. Naomi providing some solid healing. Who won?
I think RRQ definitely won right there. Getting the objective, making sure that they can force GeekFam into 5v5s once more. They're trying to go for the mid turret, will get it as well. But for RRQ now, they can get even more than that using the Lord, using the empowered waves. Unless they make a huge blunder, I think for RRQ, it's going to be quite straightforward. But they have to make sure that Skylar doesn't over-engage right there. We have seen that he can be taken down. He is definitely not immortal in this game. GeekFam has damage.
GeekFam has damage, but RQ has the peel, has the engage from Banana. He can do it both as a Terizla. It has to be the Nightmare that the GeekFam has to realize, has to counter. Because they have no Purify right now, Arashi, compared to the previous game.
Yeah, lack of Purifies is definitely a problem. It doesn't seem to think that it's necessary, but Banana right now is the main big problem. And it's always a Terizla in a team fight, right? By all means. Karsic now fails to get that purple buff, but overall, structures are falling. But RRQ, they're going to back away right here. They're going to push the tempo and try and get one of the other tier 2s. That is peculiar.
This is a pretty much best case scenario for GeekFam, Miracle.
Yeah, I need to mention this, right? Because I've been trying the Bruno after the nerfs. I'm really curious as to if the nerfs actually impacted him. Because looking at the nerfs, it's just base damage in a skill 1, right? It doesn't feel like it's a big nerf, but it's actually quite a big nerf. He's no longer as oppressive in the early game, all the way to the mid game. But still, that late game is the same. He will still melt you down. And right now, like you mentioned, Sheffin, GeekFam, this is going to be good for them. They're buying so much more time for Chidera to get his items. He's already on the Berserker's Fury. He's on the way to go for Malefic Roar, I believe? Or is that... What is that, Arashi? Is he going for... Huh. BOD? No way.
Definitely Malefic.
Yeah. If you're trying to shut Skylar down, it could be the BOD, but now RRQ brute forcing the bot turret. I thought they were going to do this a bit earlier, just now, but turns out it's a slower process for RRQ, and they're still trying to find something, but man, GeekFam, they can't really do much right there. Even if they do catch Farsick, they don't really have the kind of damage to try and take him down. If they use Chidera that aggressively, he is prone to getting punished by the penalty zone, by the heavy crossbow as well. So overall, it's just a tough situation, and a Malefic Roar, turns out, is what Chidera has built to deal with Banana and Farsick. But finally, a steal for the Dragon Warrior.
No red tree, but I don't think that's going to matter in this team fight, as Farsick's going to track down the Lord towards his side, to his advantage. As an Akai, we've seen this over and over again against a veteran. If he has the heavy spin, it's over. But it's pretty much not a 50-50 anymore.
Don't even want to go for the contest. Look at that. No red tree, no problem for RRQ.
A boy?
It's absolutely free. Skylar's the one who takes it. Twilight armor built up by Farsick.
Oh, we're trying to deal with the big crits with the Astrosphere as well. He goes for Beloyski though. Not enough. Ooh, flashy happy feet from Beloyski, but that was peculiar. No real follow-up was available, yet he goes for it.
I think it's a good decision because he wants to burn the flicker right away from Beloyski. The next time he has the heavy spin, I think the Lord's gonna crash down towards the top lane, and the resource gonna have. Oh, Milky in trouble! Oh, wow!
Ends up being a good play. They wasted big ultimates. That looked like a blunder. But Clay, I think that just might be it for RRQ to crack this space open. But it's an Astral Echo into a sphere. Clay taken down to a quarter of his HP. Bruno still struggling with that damage, but the Astral Meteor will help him with that. Look at this crash. Say goodbye to the Lord. Even with 2 ultimates down, they're unable to find any base turrets so far. Just a tier 2 in the mid lane, and even the bottom lane should be cleared out by GeekFam.
Immaculate defense from GeekFam, just knowing that Beloyski's potential, the movement speed boost just does so much for GeekFam against RRQ, especially against Farsick, that I think he's a bit more careful now with this engage because it's a big resource, and against Beloyski, against Chidera, which has almost full item right now, it's going to be hard for them.
And they're using a boy very efficiently right here, clearing the waves from as far as possible and denying any kind of surprise play from RRQ. I do feel like with so many ultimates burned earlier, I thought RRQ would go for a fight right there. But I guess they want to play it slow and steady, not go for any dives at all, and just wait for the next Lord. Farsick go.
Holy Baptism locked down. Astral Echo as well. Farsick holding on to the heavy spin because he knows there's a hard guard to help him. Not to world, he's still spotting that Lugo! He misses it! The heavy spin locks him back down. Nile now pinned down, but RQ decides to run away. GeekFam decide to try to chase. But in the end, they do not want to commit. Maybe with a bit more of that holy healing, with a bit more poke, they will try to commit onto this. Look at Skylar.
That is very weird, Arashi. You think that RRQ has the upper hand with 4K gold lead, but KickFam is pretty much handling all the fights. RRQ just responded at that time.
I think RRQ, they just don't want to try and overextend and over-aggress, right? If everything goes as planned, as default, without anyone getting caught off, anyone getting dove on and bursted down by GeekFam, I think RRQ will definitely have the advantage. So they're playing for the next Lord. They're trying to ensure that Skylar doesn't really get taken out. I think the main ultimate to pay attention to is that penalty zone. It has such a huge impact in the fight. It forces everyone to deal with Banana, who is so tanky as of right now. So if that is used up, you can bet that GeekFam will take that as a sign that it's time to go and engage in a fight. They're setting up for a 4-1 split, but look at Clay.
Oh, no flicker.
I think it's also pretty much the same thing for Skylar, right? He has to watch out for the Raging Sandstorm. Over and over again, Luke has been trying to target him with that flicker as well. Banana versus Luke. This is the battle of the XP laners with their engage.
This is dangerous, folks. Clay doesn't have that flicker. Could be a tool to utilize to follow up with an engage. He stole the Raging Sandstorm, so that flicker is actually quite big. 90 seconds on that battle spell. Meanwhile, a boy is poking Banana down. Look at him, already at half HP, and GeekFam have the top lane cleared out. That's a holy baptism locking him down. Versic waiting for the heavy spin. Now pins Nile down, but he's going to get too low. The Astro Echo comes down. The Abrasion's back to the red tree as well. Banana in the back as the Raging Sandstorm gets used up defensively. Nile going to be locked down and taken out. RQ getting a 1-for-0. Clay gets caught in the holy baptism and even an Astral Sphere. 1-for-1. Lord for kill.
Lord for kill, but there's no frontliners right now. RQ is trying to push out the issue on the mid lane.
No penalty zone though. It's gonna be a bit too ambitious, I think. Especially with a boy on the Navaria still up. Gonna try and do something. I think the best they can do is clear the Lord, and even then, it's a 4v5. But with the Lord in tower, it's gonna be a bit dangerous for RRQ.
The poking from Geek has been winning them their team fights, man. Versic's been poked down. Banana was poked down here earlier. Now there's an Astral Echo revealing 3 in the bottom lane. They don't know where Banana is, but I think Luke has just spotted him. Now they can decide to completely commit to take a tier 2 down. Astral Spheres just dodged away from by RRQ. They're dealing with the Lord quite well. The whole connects though. Skylar taking low. Luke in the back, but he's not able to find it. Skylar still has the hard guard. Is able to sustain with a helmet heavy spin from Versic, and that's 2 for RRQ.
Big mistake right now from KickFam, especially from Luke. Even that lands, I don't think there's gonna be much follow-up from KickFam as they're way too far.
2 members down, especially without Beloyski. GeekFam, they are like prone to getting engaged right now. Nile, no mobility left right here, might get jumped on, but Versic does not find him.
And Versic actually stole the orange buff away from Chadera.
Man, what a back and forth right here. RRQ though, where is the aggression? Even when they had all the control, when they were doing the split push using Naomi on the other side of the map, they weren't the ones pulling the trigger. The penalty zone was used so late, but now it might be a different situation.
It's a taunt. Versic going to be brought back just a bit, but it's a base turret. Traded for free. RRQ takes it and will walk away from the base happy. They are happy with the trade. It's only a tier 2 uptown for a base turret. Worth it for RRQ.
Big item for Skylar against Luke. Even if he gets into that Raging Sandstorm and manage to catch Skylar, which doesn't have Purify, by the way, he still has that Wind of Nature to dodge all the damage away from the first kill, and the hard guard is still there to cover him up. Things will be much harder for KickFam. I think they're gonna rely on a boy to pretty much control the team fight or like have a say on should we go or not, because he has to be the one who's chucking up all the HP away from RRQ before the fight begins.
I feel like RRQ need to target Poloyski, man. Without the Rafaela, GeekFam, there's no way that they can outmaneuver RRQ, especially with the big penalty zone landing. Banana goes for the Athena right now, but Beloyski, as we're talking about it.
Wait, that's a hard guard used up. 8 seconds for the Lord. Yes, it's a flicker for Beloy, but it's also a sprint for Skylar.
Oh my lord.
Resource battle. All right, Arashi, who's it worth for?
I think overall, it's still better for RRQ. No flicker on Beloyski means that they're more vulnerable, and with Naomi not splitting, the wave is pushing on the top side. So now the poke from a boy is still nullified by the healing from Naomi. This might be the exact situation that RRQ have been waiting for.
But there's no hard guard.
It's risky, but they're going for it. Oh, he misses. Banana misses. Oh. Genera misses the flicker as well. Now, able to flicker out of the wall right there. That's what's going on. Into the raging Sandstorm, but Versing saves the team. Not for long. Genera gets them all with no hard guard. RRQ fall. 1 by 1. It's a double for Chadera. Welcome to Geeks Chad era. 4-for-1.
Sometimes you just gotta have luck on your side, man. The Lord was the MVP on that team fight. And right now, the Lord doesn't matter whatsoever. Geek Fam is trying to end the game right here, right now.
It's only Naomi. How is Naomi going to defend this on an Angela? It's an Astral Echo. It's everything at the kitchen sink thrown at RRQ. Geek Fam's hopes and dreams of the upper brackets is still alive.
Oh! What did you see, Rashi, at that time? The Lord just knocks up 4 people of RQ, like 3 people in the air. And look, knowing that the Lord is on their side, just responded beautifully on that raging Sandstorm. Breed of Nature doesn't matter. Hardcore doesn't matter. There's just way too much things to deal with at that point.
They just clump together way too much, man. Against the composition of Geek Fam, with all the combos available, they just completely misjudged that. They were in a rush to follow up on the penalty zone. They failed to do so, and they paid the very heavy price of losing their guaranteed ticket to the upper bracket slot.
Oh, what a fight by Geek Fam. Absolutely phenomenal. They have fumbled so many times, and we all thought that their upper bracket run might end today, but Geek Fam, they're saying to the Geek Fam community that it's not over just yet. The family lives on.
It's definitely not over. The journey is not over for Geek Fam and for RRQ. If RQ can still win another game, they'll secure the upper bracket slot quite safely, and Geek Fam has the hope for RRQ to fumble some of the matches that they're going to play after this.
Oof. Sad day for the Kingdom. They are leaving dejected.
Let's go.
But that is Geek Fam. Just again proving their worth, proving their quality, showing that in the face of the Kingdom, the Geeks stay composed.
Oh, I'm still baffled. I think Lord should be the MVP, but we're gonna see an interview with the winning team with our host, Monica Conado.
Kemenangan dari Geek Fam kali ini sekaligus juga berarti Geek Fam secure playoff. Mana tepuk tangan untuk Geek Fam? Wow, tiket ke playoff udah di tangan. Tapi sebenarnya mau nanyain dulu nih teman-teman Geek Fam. Geek Fam ini ngejar yang penting masuk playoff atau ngejar upper bracket?
Ngejar upper bracket sih.
Ngejar upper bracket. Jadi berarti nanti harus menang lagi dong.
Ya, let's go Dewa.
Oh, tapi kan nanti masih nantinya kalau secure upper bracket ini berarti kalian harus berharap RRQ itu harus kalah dari Dewa nantinya. Berharapnya gimana?
Let's go Dewa.
Oh itu let's go Dewanya. Jadi root for Dewa.
Yeah.
Oh oke. Nanti kita akan lihat bagaimana. Jadi tapi juga kalian kan nanti harus menang juga di 2 pertandingan selanjutnya. Siap? Pasti menang?
Semoga.
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 Look gimana? Kan kalian kalau mau secure upper bracket selain RRQ harus kalah juga dari Dewa. Kalian masih ada 2 pertandingan. Masih ngelawan ada Aura sama Rebellion.
Aura susah sih, ada Aran kan.
Oh, berarti pesimis dong?
Ya agak takut dikit sih.
Agak takut dikit, pesimis. Tapi gimana dong secure upper bracketnya?
Semoga dia main sama minion aja sih.
Oke, nanti kita akan lihat gimana ya pertandingan dari Geeks selanjutnya. Tapi kalau ngebahas pertandingan hari ini, di game yang pertama, game kedua kita ngelihat kalian pakai meta healer. Meta healer tadi ngelihat Rafaelanya dari Baloy. Apakah patch?
Oh my Baloyski.
Oh my Baloyski ya. Oke, berarti ini metanya ini patch yang baru, ada item baru yang untuk support healer ini ngaruh banget di kemenangan kalian apa gimana nih? Baloy ini sebagai penggunanya.
Meta.
The healer meta.
Yeah, healer meta. Then I asked my Venus tips.
Oh,
Serius,
jadi
serius,
itu
serius.
ya. Udah dapet tips-tips nih. Oke, tapi kalau misalnya tadi juga kita ngeliat di ada patch baru kali ini, kalian juga main beberapa hero yang kena patchnya. Kak Dera, sebenarnya patch ini gimana? Menguntungkan buat kalian atau gimana nih?
Nggak tahu ya, kita sebagai pro player lah harus bisa beradaptasi mau gimana patchnya. Maksudnya ya tergantung playernya itu sendiri. Jadi buat kita mungkin karena kita belajarnya cepat jadi nggak terlalu ngaruh lah.
Oh, karena belajarnya cepet ya, jadi nggak terlalu ngaruh. Tapi pengen dong tahu, korek-korek dikit nih dapurnya dari Geek Fam. Apakah ada Coach Erpang tuh berpengaruh nggak sih buat kalian buat bisa lebih adaptasi dengan patch yang baru? Mungkin kalian disuruh latihan setiap hari atau gimana? Apalagi patch barunya kan baru beberapa hari sebelum ini.
Ngaruh sih, soalnya kan patch baru ini kan banyak yang di buff kan, hero-hero support gitu. Jadi dia kayak nge-spam kita hero support, kayak biar kita belajar.
Oke, jadi itu ternyata dapurnya ya. Tapi tadi Cadera, kita ngelihat Iritel itu adalah signature hero kamu. Di game pertama kamu pakai Iritel, tapi di game kedua ada Skylar nih yang pakai Iritel. Kamu ngelihatnya seperti apa sih?
Jago lah Iritel ya, jago.
Jago aja.
Jago.
Tapi kamu lebih jago.
Jago sama jago.
Oh, sama-sama jago. Tapi tetap Cadera menang ya.
Alhamdulillah.
Oke, Nail. Gimana rasanya menang lagi setelah di leg pertama kalian juga Geek Fam berhasil menang dari RRQ, kali ini juga menang lagi nih. Apalagi kamu nih sebagai rookie nih di sini.
Gak tahu, hoki aja kali.
Hoki aja. Tadi kata Cadera karena kalian disuruh latihan.
Kalau dia latihan recall terus.
Oh, oke. Dan Aboy doang nih yang belum ditanya nih. Aboy, gimana pertandingan ke pertandingan selanjutnya? Persiapan kalian dengan patch yang baru ini?
Pakai meta Omai Baloiski.
Oh, meta Obama Baloiski ya. Jadi itu yang akan digunakan terus-menerus nanti ya. Itu jadi kunci intinya. Your secret weapon. Secret weapon jadi Omai Baloiski itu ya.
Enggak secret weapon sih. Aku udah pakai healer kemarin.
Tapi siapa tahu nanti pakai Saber Roam lagi?
Bisa sih,
Bisa ya, bisa.
Playoff.
Oh, playoff. Apalagi sekarang udah pasti masuk playoff ya. Dan tentunya kita akan lihat siapakah yang menjadi player of the match kali ini. Kalau tadi player of the game-nya ada Cadera, player of the match kira-kira siapa Geek Community? Cadera lagi, masa? Ayo kita lihat player of the match-nya. Cadera lagi. Wow, Cadera. Gimana?
Gold tick meta dia.
Gold tick meta? Kan bukannya gold ticknya Baloiski?
Apa?
Kan gold tick your favorite.
Enggak, ada.
Oh, jadi Cadera. Jadi semua
If we gold tick, kita menang.
Oh, jadi hari semalam udah makan gold tick.
Ya, iyain aja lah dia kapten.
Cadera gimana nih jadi player of the match?
Biasa aja sih, kata Luki.
Biasa aja, udah tahu lah ya gitu.
Enggak, ngincernya win game sih, win match bukan player of the match.
Yang penting udah win. Oke, dan yang terakhir sebelum kalian nanti selebrasi mungkin makan gultik ya. Kasih semangat dong buat Geek Community yang dari tadi udah ceria banget, udah semangat banget buat nyemangatin kalian. Bahasa Indo apa mau Madura? Biar semua yang ngerti atau dua-duanya bisa juga. Nanti Balo yang translate.
Buat Geek Community, terima kasih udah support kita di tiket playoff buat kalian.
Oke, dan sekali lagi buat tepuk tangan untuk Geek Fam. Wow, terima kasih dan congratulations sekali lagi. Silakan selebrasi dengan makan gultik lagi ya. Berapa porsi?
Satu aja.
Ya,
satu.
10.
10. Berarti
Bohong
hari
dia.
ini 20 biar next gamenya, next matchnya lebih garang lagi. Oke, dan tentunya kita akan lihat bagaimana pertandingan hari ini sebenarnya sampai Geek Fam berhasil mendapatkan poin kemenangan dari RRQ. Kita langsung saja akan tanyakan kepada para caster di sana. Silakan caster.
Thank you so much for Geek
chat.
Fam and also our host, Miss Monica Conado. And Moko and Geek Fam swept the season versus RRQ. How are you feeling, man? How are you feeling right now?
It is what it is, man.
It is what it is.
Rashi, now it gets even tougher for RRQ. Why? Because their final match will be the final match of MPL ID.
Which is
It'll be the
crazy.
final day. Sunday is where RRQ will be facing off against Dewa. And if Geek Fam win all their matches, then RRQ or Geek Fam going to upper brackets, that will be decided on the final day.
Will history be made?
Welcome to Season 12, ladies and
Season
gentlemen.
12, man. This is probably
What a season,
the
man.
making of one of the greatest regular season of all time in
Man.
MPL.
Yes, for sure. We had it in Season 10. It was the best because we had to wait for the final day to see who makes it to playoffs. Now, upper brackets and playoffs. But for the player of the match, I think we all agree on this guy, man. Right, Arashi?
It's Chad era with the Kamehameha right there, deleting the kingdom. But that Brody, man, he was
It's a new splash art, bro.
was so good. We were talking about it in game, but me and Mirko were absolute victims to that combo, right? The Angela and the Irithel with the sprint. But somehow, some way, Geek Fam were able to. What?
It don't matter.
Oh. Couldn't hear you there. I was like, what? But yes, he was still able to actually adjust and still be relevant. You know, usually the backline just gets completely deleted. But I guess that's why the Rafaela was just so good, man. The movement, right, that Geek Fam is so good at. We talked about how Geek Fam's signature move is the distance management, right? How they can move backwards and forwards so efficiently at the right moment, at the right time, always. So with the Rafaela in the hands of Beloyski, yes, they lose out on the pickoff, on the engage, but they're able to actually get so much more value overall.
Yeah, so pretty much Beloyski is giving a new pair of cleats to Chatera. It's pretty much an Irithel at this point.
I think again though with the like changes with the nerfs towards Bruno, again we have to talk about the Bruno, right? Early to mid, I think Chatera was just a farm lord, man. He's just farming, right? There's nothing much he could do in these team fights. As you can see, he's just running away. He's trying to deal damage, but he does nothing. So it's all about farm, because early to mid, you actually lost so much of your power. You need to wait for that power spike, and yes, Chidera got that power spike, full items, and then finally he was able to deal damage.
I feel like when it comes to picking fights as well, though, Geek Fam was just so much more precise with what kind of fight they require and when they want to go for it. RRQ, sometimes they just seem really forced in, and even here, right, they get the advantage, they get the kill, but afterwards, they're still falling victim to a lot of the counter engages from Geek Fam, so it's not nearly as clean as Geek Fam's execution. Because you see that when Geek Fam thinks that they have the advantage, they go for it, and generally, everything really works out for them. And of course, RRQ tried their best. It's all about whether or not, after the initial moment, RRQ can, you know, punish, right? It can really, like, kite back and catch up to the retreating Geek Fam and punish them.
Oh, this was the one, man. I actually panicked myself there. Chidera dashed to the wall, and oh my god, that
The
Lord
knock-up.
into the Raging Sandstorm, into the Worldie. The Worldie's still bouncing, my dude.
I think that's because of Navaria's ult, right?
Oh, you're right.
Maybe.
The hitbox.
Yeah.
Does it work like that?
Yeah.
It
The
does.
Lord shouldn't have gone 3 members, I think. We need a replay of the replay to see exactly what happened.
New strat, new tech unlock.
You're right, the Astral Echo.
So
Oh
every
my-
time
That's crazy.
the Lord is about to...
That happened before.
Yeah.
It's not the first time, so teams need to start taking notice, man. That Astral Echo has
New
just
utility, man. Holy.
so much hidden value in their composition.
HP.
Looking at the game time, though, it's certainly closer than game number 1. I think at any point it was anyone's game, but unfortunately, Geek Fam come out on top with the, I don't know, the more flexible composition yet again. We talked about how RRQ, they can win, but only if Irithel can really get to the backline initially and has the hard guard and the sprint to really get full value in the middle of a big team fight. Otherwise, as you saw in that final fight, it's just not as strong. I thought that there was still a chance, right? Because Mirko asked a question in the middle of the moment. I thought they still had a pretty good chance, but I think overall, especially with the 3-man knockup, Geek Fam just landed all the combos after it, man. The blessing, the Raging Sandstorm, and RRQ were just clumping up too much, whereas they're supposed to actually be spread out apart a bit more.
I like the build as well from Navaria from a boy here. There's not much penetration item that you can see. It's only the boots and also the glowing one. He wants to go for more pure damage towards the backline. If it doesn't hit, just try again. Just try again, try again. Until it hit Clay, until it hits Kyler, which doesn't have any magic defense whatsoever. Meanwhile, the backline threat, it's Luke. It's only Luke, and it has been that way ever since game number 1-2.
Don't forget Nile. He was performing really well in this game, getting solid retributions, right? Stealing camps, tanking damage, finding pickoffs as well. And on the note of a boy though, I think his decision to go for a less burst-heavy build was absolutely the right one. There's no way you're gonna be able to one-shot the
frontliners right away.
Well, the frontliners, no, but like the backline even. You can take it down to half HP, but no one else can really follow up and finish the job, right? So going for more damage, right? For more damage on the Astral Meteor, for extra slows on your first skill, right? That Astral Meteor is part of why Fairsick and Banana, whenever they already go for the main engage, right? Once the penalty zone and the main jump from Fairsick has been used up, they can't really catch up anymore due to that slow.
My goodness gracious, man. And again, it just feels like RQ weren't really... When they were in control, they weren't in control. You know what I mean, Arashi? 4,000 gold lead, 6,000 gold lead, but they were constantly being revealed. They were constantly... Geek Fam were always able to disengage. They're always able to peel away from RQ's engage because the only real engage they had was Banana. Banana on the penalty zone. After that, what? Clay with a Raging Sandstorm, but that's if he has it. And I don't think Clay wants to jump in onto the frontliners while the Bruno and the Navaria free hits.
Well, think of this. If they were toward the penalty zone, Fairsick can come in with the heavy spin and still get pickoffs. But in this game, where have we seen a clean pickoff with the heavy spin? I don't think we've seen a single
Lord Pit,
one.
that's it, yeah.
Exactly. It's always in the Lord Pit, and even then, it didn't seem guaranteed, right? Nile was chunked down so low so many times, but there's also a lot of moments where he was able to escape from the initial heavy spin. So I think the execution just could be better as well for RQ. Maybe it comes down to the fact that, again, they're used to their power picks, the signature picks, and now they're forced to diversify their options, and they're just not as clean with it as we've come to expect from RRQ. But the key to success for is definitely Kadera here initially. Chad era
from Madura,
and then the adaptive gameplay with the new meta with the healers that I think Geek Fam is just a lot cleaner with, and along with that, the Luke's on-point gameplay, man. I mean, he wasn't exactly too flashy with it, and RRQ they always save some utility to survive the Raging Sandstorm, but the fact that they have always had to have something in the pocket for Luke already shows that he has amazing amounts of impact in the middle of these fights.
It looks like Luke is being outplayed in the first 7 minutes by Banana, right? Banana at one point was 6-1-2, which is crazy for the XP laner, crazy for Twitzla, but Luke showing up where it matters.
It was well played, man, by Luke, right? The Raging Sandstorm being 0-2 on a Khalid, you expect the game to be over instantly. You're an early game to mid-hero, someone that needs to pressure with the kill pressure that he has constantly on the map in the early phase of the game, whether it be in his own lane or whether it be in the mid lane to the gold lane. But if you guys want to have pressure all around Indonesia, with solid MS, with solid quota and speeds, what do you get, Sheffin?
Dunia Games /Telkomsel. If you want to watch, if you watch your favorite team just now, just like Arashi, but he lows actually. But you might want to play again. You might want to play too, right? So you have to make sure you look cool using your favorite skins and heroes, and don't forget to check your data quota before playing, so you don't run out of it in the middle of the game. Well, you're in luck because we have Dunia Games and Telkomsel. We have also a promo for you. Every purchase of MLB vouchers or items using Telkomsel will give you extra savings and additional 3 gigs of data quota. So check it out at duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app, or just go here in MPL ID. There's a booth here.
That's ridiculous. 8,000
Yeah.
IDR. That's half a dollar, folks. That's 50 cents for 400 MB and diamonds.
The fact that there's and diamonds, right?
And diamonds.
Because like if it's just like a couple of MB, it's like okay, but with
Sure.
diamonds as well. Hello? What?
It's absolutely.
They're just giving out money, dude.
Yeah, you can go and scan the QR code or visit our website duniagames.co.id. And if you already, invest in good connection, what else do I need to invest in life, Sheffin? So I become filthy rich like Wolf.
Why Wolf? I mean, yeah, he definitely
owns
invests in
everything.
UBS Gold. Because he invests in UBS Gold, man. It has also a collaboration with MPL Indonesia Season 12 as well, with prices starting from 500,000 rupiahs. You can get a free MLPP skin too, available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and also Blibli UBS Lifestyle. What are you waiting for? Go there.
What are you waiting for, Rashi?
Oh, I already done it.
Oh.
What do you think I'm taking it easy?
Okay, we need to get...
That's
we need
classified information.
We need to give time for us
I
to
need to
invest
know.
more in UBS Gold after this. But Battle of the Blues is incoming in match number 2, so don't go anyway. Stay tuned for the next game.
The Blue Derby.
Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taking game
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya di sini. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke. Kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok Jano kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Iya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok. Dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
XP-laner mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya, gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer. Kayak siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener, P-Wise, karena itu 2 yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, Godland. Godland-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh, mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya ngepanis dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar lagi kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup baik. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh dari Rico.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gabung lawannya. Tumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua coba untuk cerita bersama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Bawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu, masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh? Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Benar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Wazir berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah boleh kali.
Ya, Put. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Korik dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken down the
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world. Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Ih, itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global nih.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok Jano kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu, jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya, jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam mobile itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Ex-laner mungkin Edward.
Edward,
satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener, P-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan mobile lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu, Godlane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda, dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi, karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita, sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa, kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya? Aman. Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Diko ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah, Om,
kepencet anjir.
Om.
Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh dari recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang lawannya. sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill kan Diki. Waduh, ternyata bawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zil berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh tim
lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Korik dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
你啊，挺森你的。
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambah kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali. Dan terus berlari, terus dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all miss, we won't miss. We all miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome back to the Battle of the Blue Speed Rebellion Zion versus EVOS Legends. That is still very, very much in dangerous position. They are out of the playoffs right now. Let's see if they can turn it around after this game against their derby, the Blue Derby. But before that, we gotta shout out our sponsors. First, MPL Indonesia Season 12, powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor Head and Shoulders, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold, our partner in esports Blibli Dunia Game, a grab over on YouTube, official broadcast Maxstream, TVRI Sports and Video, our supplier in the Modern Point Coffee, Minaskin Samsung, and also supported by PBSE, Arashi, Miracle. What's gonna happen here? Like Rebellion? I think they're in a better position, obviously, but they are fresh off a loss right now, right?
Well, to answer your question literally, right? They're both gonna play a best of 3, right? But more than that, they're gonna decide who actually has a bit more of an advantage. And Rebellion right now, everyone is saying that they are the ones that have been improving so much. They are definitely the favorites because EVOs, man, we have no idea what happened. Even the most diehard of EVOS fans are lamenting, like, how could this happen? How is this possible?
This happened to me?
Yes.
I think that's the case, especially against RRQ, right? Because RRQ, last game, it was not their winning lineup at all. They're just... I'm sorry to say this for all the EVOS fans out there. It's a bit of a publication match, I would say.
Ooh, exhibition match.
Yeah.
Lemon,
They didn't
Dyron,
take it seriously.
I would have to agree. Before Mr. AP made a few statements saying that was a lineup that they prepared specifically for EVO. So it wasn't necessarily an experimental lineup, but it was a lineup that they had been practicing for the last 2 days before the EVO's Legends matchup. So yeah, maybe they wanted to have, some big names stepping in, but they did it with very, very good calculation. Let's take a look at the patch notes, though. Update 1.8.20 Arashi hero adjustments. We saw this hero just earlier, Rafaela.
Well, the Rafaela before that, we also saw that Valentina, and honestly, it's a straight-up nerf, right? Lower base damage, lower scaling as well, but the Rafaela, we can't give you numbers because the asset is no longer here, but the main thing is that
185% to 165%.
Amazing.
That's the scaling.
Yep. So there's the scaling component, but it's also the fact that now you remove slows. So it's always been about letting your whole team move faster. That's always been the go-to utility that Rafaela provides for the team. But now with being able to remove slows as well, we saw how devastating, how useful it was against a team that requires more direct of an engagement, right? So that really benefits teams like GeekFam, and to a degree, I think it might benefit Rebellion as well, right? The idea that you can time and just choose when exactly do you want to commit. You can bait out some spells before. With a team as flexible as Rebellion so far, this is the question, right? The Rafaela is of course in the conversation, but even the other supporting heroes, I think Rebellion has a good chance of, you know, coming up with something crazy. Because I think I was in a bit of a conversation with Coach Chico, and he was saying that, oh, we got something cooked up, man. Coach Chico never disappoints.
Cooking.
It's definitely the one that made Gord a bit more popular in MPL Indonesia, right? Ever since Rebellion C9 2, he bring it to MPL. But Rafaela removed slows. Ice Queen 1 is also nerfed. Is this a trouble for the Sway Slow man?
Sway Slow. I mean, even Yves technically got a bit of a nerf as well. Now you can't clear minions as fast as you usually do, because the extra bit of damage on the center of your first skill, right? The Void Blast, it doesn't really do more the extra damage onto minions any longer. So, Sway Slow, are we just gonna see Sway Low on a fighter? Right? Like we've come to expect. And then a healing support. That just sounds like a winning formula, but who knows, man?
Well, I need to tell you, Jeffin and Arashi, though, that both these teams, the Blue Derby, they're fighting for playoffs. But like you mentioned, it's already easier of a road for Rebellion Zion. Why? Because they only need one win. They get this win, and then it's done. They have secured playoffs. They are currently sitting at 7 wins. 8 wins is the number you need to get to playoffs. 100%. Even if they lose all their matches after this win, it doesn't matter. They'll be in the playoffs for sure.
But on the other hand,
they still have a lot of matches, man.
Yeah, especially EVOS still has to play against the mighty Onyx, the Kings of the Sky, that's been steamrolling every team in the board.
3 matches left for EVOS Legends. I'll count the one with Onyx out already.
Yeah.
So basically they have 2 matches.
I'll put my play.
I mean, they have secured upper brackets. You're right. Onyx have secured upper brackets. Onyx might actually experiment with their rosters, and maybe we can see Onyx lose. But if they bring their MSC lineup, then that's 2 matches left for EVO's Legends. Rebellion and Bigatron Alpha.
Well, I think the point is that they don't really want to gamble their fate on the whims of Onyx, man. That is not where you want to be, right? You want to have control over your own destiny. So EVOs will be trying to do that. And maybe in a way, right? The fact that they have a new roster and new everything, maybe they'll be a bit more adaptable to the current patch. Who knows, right? With a new patch always comes a new set of circumstances, and sometimes you just don't see it coming.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people has been criticizing EVOS for the bit of a reactionary subs or like changing lineups over and over again, but at the end of the day, they just want to win, man. This is their way to win. You might disagree with it, but we don't know, like something might happen in the background. Like I think they're trying to damage control too. Like maybe this is the lineup that they're very sure with.
You want to damage control, you're saying?
From the bashers, I guess.
The what?
From the bashers, from the haters?
Oh, from the haters. We'll see, man. But here, Battle of the Blue, Clash of the Beasts. Can the Tigers be avenged? Or will the Bulls secure the top 6 spot? One more win, and ODTZ and Vanstrong is once again the highlighted matchup right here. ODTZ has been great with those engaged roamers, but with the shift in the meta heroes, with the healers coming into play, will Audi stick to his identity as an engaged tool, or will he try and provide some more utility? Because I think Vanstrong is in a way, right, less...
The more utility based.
Well, he's more flexible because he's not exactly well known and renowned for engaging only.
Yeah.
He's Van Strong. He's not Van Week. That's why he has a lot of different heroes, a lot of different styles to play with. Meanwhile, for AudiTZ, I will have to say, Audi, so far this season, has been better than Van Strong. I think we all can agree on that. But Audi has been a bit more one-dimensional. He gets his pick-off heroes, or Novaria, and is great. But when he doesn't, it's not great.
I mean, they did pull off some good Minotaur matches, which is also has a healing. But it's not really a healer that we expect to see in this current patch, like Florian, like Rafaela in earlier matches, or even Estes.
Or even Angela.
Yeah.
Well, and that could be a good like middle ground, right? Both tanky, engagey sort of, right? Depending on the situation. You can do a Flicker, Min-1 Fury, or you can play more for peel. That could be the pick that RTZ goes for. And I do wonder, with Coach Age trying to have a chess match with Coach Chico in the drafting phase, will that come into consideration? Or will they just respect all the engaged heroes and just assume that Rebellion are not going to go for anything too crazy?
Just one blue. Since Rebellion Zion and EVOS is an MPL, they have never advanced to the playoffs together. They can only one blue, Miracle.
It can only be one.
There's only space for one blue team in the playoffs, and so far it's either Rebellion, Season 10, that's when EVOS didn't make it, and all the other seasons from Season 8, 9, 11, but now 12, Rebellion are up in playoffs with one win. This is the win they need. EVOS Legends still have a lot to do. Oh man, who would have thought, man? Who would have thought that Rebellion Zion would be in this kind of position? Like, I don't think anyone thought of it. Because, first of all, the lack of changes outside, the only changes out there is RTZ, and he's not really proven yet. Meanwhile, other teams, they're importing players. Naomi, even Onyx, their backbone, like the best player on their team is a Filipino. But Rebellion Zion did not do that at all. He's just sticking to their identity, and somehow they're this good.
That's probably why a lot of the fan base are very proud of them, right? The fact that they have just stayed consistent, they stuck to their identity, they changed nothing, and they just focused on getting better and improving as a team, right? Even before the current roster, the previous Rebellion Zion had a bit of the same story, right? They weren't that good, but they kept improving, and it's always very visible, match after match. And I think that's how they were able to build such a consistent fan base as well, that believes in them, even though, they're not doing so well, they fumbled one game. The fan base keep saying like, that's for now, right? They're gonna come back stronger, as they always do. And they're sure that there won't be any replacements at all. And looking at the results, right, between EVOS and Rebellion, you gotta make the argument that that is the way to go, man, because EVOS has been switching it in and out, and look where they are.
That's a good question, right? Which lineup will actually be played
You're
today?
right.
Will we see the full WCG lineup with Doma stepping into the lineup, or will we see that mix, the same mix that we saw for the Classical Derby? It's a WCG quartet and Brands kind of using the same strat that Dewa is, you know, the MDL, the 4 MDL players and one veteran marksman. Same formula, but we haven't seen this formula for EVOS work out just yet. I mean, they want to get Aura, but it is Aura. It is Aura.
Yeah, well, you know, come on, can you really claim legitimacy by being the bottom team in the standings? It's just the way it is, right? It's a painful truth for Eterna to face, but it is what it is.
Damn. Taking a shot at someone that's not here. That's kind of low.
That's what we do. That's what we do on this desk, man.
Absolutely.
We don't talk about you when you're not here.
CITB.
You guys? CITB.
Every hair cam, Chefin. What's CITB again?
Chefin's in the building.
Oh, okay. Is
that out of the building?
Did Connie make that? Connie made that.
yes.
Oh, definitely. Like he's the best abbreviator. IT dubs. ABB IT dubs. Abbreviator in the world. Well, maybe some of you guys can actually, while we're waiting for the match, go on Blee, buy some good skins, buy some packages. How do you do that? What do I visit? Chefin. Well, you can visit on the QR code here, or just visit Blee. You can also get game vouchers and top up more efficiently with it. 10% cashback or Rashi. There's been a lot of events going on in MLBB right now, especially the Project Next coming. A lot of patches, and also, I think Neo skin is still up for grabs, right?
Yes, sure is.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting.
You know
for
what's
mine.
coming?
Oh, what's that?
Benedetta Irithel. Oh! Can we say that? I don't know yet. But Benedetta and Irithel are both getting limited special skins. And it's going to be... It's a very unique skin at that. Yeah, it's very unique skin. I want to grab it like right now, but unfortunately I can't. However, people at home can grab a bike over, or grab a car over to the MPL Arena, or they can just grab food if they want to watch at home using the discount code. What is it, Chefin? Discount code is MPL Indonesia or MPL IDX Grab to get a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car throughout the event. This promo is for new users only, so if you want to get Diamond or MLBB Hero skins, stay tuned for more Grab challenges and Grab info on their websites. Top hero picks for the man of the hour. RTZ, Franco. Insane win rate. For a hero that's a lot of people
has been saying it's a more of a hit or miss hero. There's
Whoa.
sometimes you have your day, sometimes you're just not there. You don't have that dog in you.
I got a question here.
83%?
Chefin.
Yeah.
Arashi, do you think this man is the best Franco in MPL ID right now?
The number speaks for itself.
Okay.
80%?
Arashi, what about you? You have Naomi on your team.
Exactly. I mean,
Nah.
the name that comes to mind is Naomi, but we haven't seen him
Yeah.
with Franco. So I think for this season in particular, the data, as Chevin mentions, does speak for itself. But what's interesting here is the second most pick here, the Angela. We've seen that it was used by RRQ quite reliably in game number 2 of their match, and it's a solid pick, right? It's still great to be used alongside some fighters like the Baxia, like the Fredrin. So maybe OTZ will go for the Franco.
Ooh.
Maybe he'll just go for an Angela or
Wait.
something of that nature.
Wait. I'm sorry to cut you off, Arashi.
It's a tiger.
Chefin, no. Suelo was just wearing the varsity, and he wasn't wearing the jersey inside.
Oh.
Is Suelo not playing?
Wait, maybe. You know what? In Piala President, it's actually Renbu that's playing.
Oh, wait. No way they're swapping things this late in the season. Or maybe they're hiding their strat because it's almost confirmed that they get playoffs. But again, they need one more win before they can confirm that. This is very risky if they do not play Suelo. Maybe he just forgot his jersey, right? I mean, it's a possibility.
Is that a thing?
I've seen some players forget their jerseys. And
Geek Fam, manager, Ocho Gahaba.
had to wear the Ocho Gahaba jacket. Don't know what that means. I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
I think it might be the shadow.
It's some kind of good luck charm for that team.
Ocho Gahaba?
I guess. Well,
walks on all fours.
Man, so Suelo not in the building after a bunch of nerfs to a bunch of mages. Is that what they're saying right now? Man, Suelo can't really be as flexible, but Suelo is the flexible one, right? I don't think we've seen Renbu play the fighters and all that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rashi. I had to answer your question because Chefin's just too distracted, man.
God. I'm not. If you can...
You didn't answer,
Chevin, if you mean it, look into Micro's eyes when you say it, man. You can't keep looking at the screen, keep talking,
I'm
and
actually
expect us
I'm actually
to, like,
feeling
believe
awkward
you,
right
bro.
now. It's your time to speak. I'm not gonna just jump in. I'm not rude.
Chevin, eye contact, Chevin.
Okay, see, finally.
I'm not seeing you right now.
See,
I'm
guys,
seeing you.
I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, once the camera goes to the guys, Chefin is very focused on us, talking to us, answering our questions. But when it goes back, he disappears.
He's just so focused on what's on screen, man. You know, I do wonder what he's focusing on.
Look.
I like the
Chefin,
uniform,
hello?
though. I like the uniform.
World to Chefin, Chefin to world.
Hello?
Chevin? Chevin?
Hello?
Chevin?
Hey, I answered.
Yeah, but you're answering while
What do you want
looking
me
at
to
the
talk
screen.
about? What do you want me to talk
You're not
about? See?
responding,
Give
bro.
me some material.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I can just make
now
up
he can
stuff.
speak fully. Once the camera goes back.
Hashtag Chuma Evos. That means hashtag only Evos.
I don't think you want to be hashtagging that right now, buddy. Hashtag Chuman Evos. 8th place right now. But again, that is true to a degree. Evos are the only team to be able to secure world championships from M1, ISF, WCG. The first world championship titles have always been secured by Evo's Legends.
What's your take about that, Rashid? Because I saw Eterna last stream. She said something along the lines of 3 times world champion. Like, does that make you mad or like, yeah, she's right? Or
I mean, I feel consistency, right? So yeah, there are higher highs, but there are absolutely lower lows for Evos, man. I don't think we're that concerned.
Oof.
I must say.
Oof.
I think most of the fans could agree with me, but you know, to each their own. But the fan base, like we mentioned, man, Rebellion, matching up to a fan base as well known, as established as Evos, that is definitely a great achievement. And I love the fact that they always come in usually with some like funny costumes.
Yeah.
I don't see it right now, but I might be.
They're wearing school uniforms today.
high school
Rashi.
uniforms.
Oh, is that it?
Because they want a school
Oh
uniform.
my God, you're not okay.
I thought they were actually.
You're a
going
rich
back
kid,
from-
okay? You're a rich kid because
It's Thursday. I thought they came back from school and like came to watch.
That could be very well the case.
Arashi didn't recognize the uniform right there because it's a public school uniform because
It's a
he's a
uniform
rich kid.
nonetheless, bro.
I'm
What do you
looking at
mean?
them right now. Seems like some of them have pilot uniforms too. I don't know if that's pilots. But for the Tigers, they're definitely going to try to pilot their way, to fly their way back to the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, still the lineup of WCG with a mix with a cherry on top, Captain Brands, EVO's Legends!
EVO's Legends, can they turn it around is the question. Can they spot, or like, can they clinch that playoff spot, the last playoff spot that they have?
Can the Tigers avoid the horns of the Bulls? We just have to see, man. They're stalking in the jungle, waiting for an opportunity against these guys.
Woo!
With Renbu in the mix, it is confirmed. Man, how are they gonna perform today?
With no sway low, the Blue Bulls will still try to charge their way for playoff. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Bulls, Rebellion, Zion!
Whoa!
It's the Avengers!
Assemble, they say.
Don't
That
you
is
love
cool.
it, man?
That is
Yeah.
very cool. I like that.
Still waiting for a JoJo pose.
Well, technically, everything is a JoJo pose, Trevin.
Yeah. But yeah, Renbu in the lineup. They're looking to spook EVO's Legends WCG lineup. Renbu. Boo.
Boo! We got you the first time, Sheffin. It's just not amusing.
Well, Coach Age and Coach Chico. So, off the bat, right? Chico with the initial mind game, right? With the change that Coach Age, I don't know, maybe Coach Age has seen through it, but us on the desk, we are definitely caught off guard right here. So, as we move closer and closer towards drafting phase number 1, I don't know, man. I'm not sure what to expect.
You can expect a lot of variety from Coach Chico at Suseru Ashi. You have some insider info from Coach Chico himself that he's gonna cook something up.
Variety's on a different team, though.
What?
Variety's on a different team.
Oh, my
is
God.
my point, but here's the victory for EVO's Legends by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Facilitate aggressive plays from Highs Amor and win the playmaking matchup in the EXP lane. So, hang on, as for EVOs, I guess what they're trying to say is make sure that Highs Amor cannot get his aggressive plays as much as possible. Whenever Highs gets space to maneuver, he's shown that he can actually adjust so well in the heat of battle, in the middle of a team fight, no issues whatsoever. And along with that, the matchup in the EXP lane, right? Who is gonna have the lead? Who is gonna initially be the aggressor? That's gonna dictate how both these teams play around.
Definitely, as Feldora. Even though we're talking about playmaking heroes, Arashi is actually quite comfortable doing other jobs on his own, especially he's actually one of the few EXP laters in Indonesia or in the world that still plays that Joy EXP quite consistently. Just for the damage, just for locking the backliners of the opposing team.
Joy EXP is definitely a dangerous pick. And in the current meta, with the burst damage even more important, that could be picked up. But turns out we have a reversal here. Keys the victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
It's swapped.
I believe this is for EVOs. Modifying the Ube meta, centered around Susujin's utility junglers, with the buff in healing, that comes to mind, right? We've seen the combo. A roaming healer, a healing roam, along with Susujin on the utility, usually guarantees the neutral objectives and baits out your opponents. Along with that, play with a composition that has an earlier power spike than Rebellion. Because if Rebellion gets control, the man on the screen right here, RTZ, can completely take over the game, and that is something that they do not want. They might want to just gamble and take advantage in the early game, right? Duke it out and make it or break it in the early game, rather than just try and survive the mid game against a snowballing, a Rebellion Zion that's just so much more ahead.
Sujin, a lot of dubs has been asked towards this man, and this guy is actually the more variety of jungler in MPL Indonesia. He actually plays some Alpha, he actually plays some Tyroth, which is not really the usual jungler pick that you see. And usually if you want to go for utility, it's just Basha or Fredrin, or maybe by extension Martis, but this guy has a lot more to offer in that utility jungling area.
Don't forget now that it's been buffed, the Akai, a signature pick for Sutsujin, was one of the picks that was able to beat Onic with Kyrie in Season 10. After the patch though, it was completely different in Season 10. Wasn't able to utilize the Akai in the jungle that much. Now that it's back, do you think we're going to see that Sutsujin again? Dragon Warrior Sutsujin.
I think for sure. We've seen that Akai is playable, at least. in the early games, RQ versus Geek Fam, even though they lose out in the end, but I don't think that's purely First Six fault or that's on First Six, because in terms of securing the objective parts, the heavy spin is still pretty much very effective or very hard to deal with.
I think what that match really demonstrates to us is the fact that you can have healers, you can have utility, but in the end, a solid engage tool is still very much required for you to get the proper fight that you want to have in the Land of Dawn. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the drafting phase.
Whoa.
Phase 1 of Rebellion Zion against EVO's Legends. And already, a lot of familiar picks actually.
Very familiar. And actually, out of all of these 4 heroes, 3 of them has been nerfed in the current patch. Like, what do you think, Mirko, like Arashi? Why is it still banned even though it's already been nerfed?
I think it's just more so for the respect here. Rebellion Zion want to try to create a proper pick composition, and with the Eve and the Kadita, it does stop them. It is a big hurdle for their kind of composition. And the Bruno ban, yeah, all 3 heroes that you see here for Rebellion are the heroes that got nerfed this patch.
I wonder if they're just assuming that EVO's Legends haven't really experimented and found a winning formula, a winning composition with the new patch. So they're just playing it old school, technically. And well, for that matter, if that is the case, then Rebellion already has a bit more of an edge.
No utility jungler contested in the banning phase, in the first phase here, so you might see for the first time in a long while a Boxia versus Fredrin, because both of them are not banned at all in the first phase. It's gonna be Edith with his flexibility, already banned by Coach Age. The first pick goes for Rebellion Zion.
Alright, first pick for Rebellion.
Oh wow.
It's gonna be that Angela, and this is why it's concerning. Now it can be mixed and matched. Is it an assassin? Is it a tank jungler, right? Is it supposed to be a team fight composition? Will EVOs be forced to pick the Irithel? That's the question. The Irithel-Angela combo is devastating, and Rebellion, if they don't really get their hands on the Irithel, what will they combo with this Angela?
I mean, even if you have hard guard on an Irithel, a good pick-off hero like Kaja or Franco is still pretty much up for grabs and can pretty much bypass the Purify or the hard guard itself, combined with a follow-up, a solid follow-up, a good burst damage. I don't think it's really gonna matter that much, but let's see. Coach Age, will he prioritize the Irithel in the first phase? The answer is yes. 59% win rate out of 41 picks. A very solid win rate.
After the patch, it's been 50%. 1 win for Geek Fam, 1 loss for RRQ.
Man, the Irithel, once again, for Rebellion, what will they try and use to solve this problem, man? Not a lot of gold laners are quote-unquote meta right now. None can really match the damage potential of the Irithel, because it's not only about damage, it's also about how safe you are, how mobile you are in the middle of a team fight. Rebellion will opt for that Brody, right? A bit more utility, a bit more maneuverability in the fight, and good strong laning. And maybe they're gonna try and shut down this Irithel before it even gets out of hand.
Spreadsheet or Boxia is still up for grabs. One of them is gonna be picked after this. It's gonna be the signature Fredrin from Vincent. This guy is really good at Retribution. Even Kyrie gave him some props on his Retribution. In the earlier fight of Onyx versus Rebellion Zion, do they want to secure the other utility jungler that's up for grabs from EVOS?
The Boxia is still up for grabs here. Aside from that, I think against the Fredrin, the Martis might be a better option. It's also a signature pick for Sutsujin.
Getting a Savage.
But I'm thinking of the Akai as well. Could be a good option to go for.
Ooh, turns out it's going to be the Terizla. They were trying to hide that jungle pick for a bit later. Getting the big team fight ultimate, the penalty zone. And a Terizla with the damage reduction. It's going to be a very tough frontliner, and it supplements the Irithel very, very well. But depending on the circumstances, this can be avoided. While we're on this note, right? Patch notes 1.8.20, the Flask of the Oasis. Good stats, good magic damage, and it is now part of the healing, right? More magic damage means more healing, 10% cooldown reduction, and the 12% plus healing effect. This is why the healers in the current meta are just so good. And on top of that, the unique passive, the Blessing, After casting a healing or a shield skill, if the target HP is below or if it falls below 35% within 5 seconds, they get an extra shield for 3 seconds. This is why the healers could be a big solution to the pick-off or one-shot assassin strat. This is why assassins seem to be falling out of favor, unless, of course, Rebellion are trying to play some kind of mind game. They're already banning away the Rafaela. I keep blanking out on that. The Rafaela. So they're trying to limit the movements of Evos because aside from the Irithel, everyone is pretty immobile.
Yeah, already 3 healers banned or picked in this match. Shows you how the patch really affects the game in pro scene. And it's gotta be that export ban relieving off the pressure on that DXP lane and maybe setting up for a utility jungler pick for Sutsujin, which is pretty much still variative. You have Akai, you have even Lancelot, you have Martis, you have Basha too.
That Franco ban is a bit very, very interesting for me for EVO's Legends. By EVO's Legends here, they already banned out the Edith. Unless they are expecting the Angela to go mid and the Franco to be picked up by Rebellion Zion and then an XP laner that is magic damage, I don't really see why the Franco was banned out. We'll see exactly what Rebellion go for here. It might be a good call. Baksha ban though, trying to limit away the anti-regen from EVO's Legends.
Seeing the Baxia ban from Rebellion, you kind of have to assume that they're going to go for even more healing though. Angela mid lane has great clear in the early game, and technically, why walk to the side lanes when you can just hard guard over? They can go for another healing hero, and if that's the case, right? A Fred unit 2 healers, that sounds completely obnoxious. And usually, the Irritals can't really output that kind of damage to take out that front line.
I don't think so, Rashi. I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think it's a bit too much. Healer is bad for you, especially if you're using a Brody, which is going to fall off in the late game. Yes, you give more survivability to the Brody, but it becomes more vulnerable in a sense that... How do I say this?
You think they lack DPS?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, here's the thing. With that idea, right? If they can make sure that they get their hands on the Irithel, then they're fine. And if they take a healer here, it takes one away from the side of Evos. They have shown the Kaja pick already though. Well, cards are open. It's going to be a Lapu Lapu in the EXP lane for now.
Interesting. 100% XP. It's Ren Boom back again. Not Sway low. I don't think it's going to be flexed in. Lilia comes into mind when I'm looking at Rebellion Zion. If they need some sort of continuous damage, it's going to be the Ruby. EVO's Legends. They sniffed out the Roamer being something else, and they were right. Rebellion Zion are relying on the Angela for magic damage.
What? You're going to pull off a Ruby against EVO's Legends?
It's not impossible, and it's a more reliable, a more spammable crowd control source for the Irithel. So maybe this works. 2 fighters, like we were expecting from the side of Rebellion. That's definitely strong in the early game. And I think with the Angela building more magic damage for more healing and more shielding, maybe using it in the mid lane ain't such a bad idea after all.
It is not a bad idea, but damage is still definitely lacking for Rebellion Zion in terms of magic damage, because usually they want to go for Holy Crystal or like Blood Wings, but at the end of the day, they just want more shield for the hard card and also more healing from that first kill. Not so much for the damage.
Well, we'll see, man. I think the quantity over the quality is the main game here. You heal everyone, you deal damage repeatedly, and eventually something's got to stick, right? But I do wonder about the utility. With the Ice Queen's one nerfed, sort of, the Angela won't be nearly as annoying as it usually is. So will Rebellion just require a bit more engage, aside from the Ruby? Because it's pretty short range, if you think about it, compared to the side of Evos.
Man, I gotta say I'm not a big fan of that Angela being the sole damage dealer for magic damage on the side of Rebellion Zion. But again, we'll have to see how they try to make it work. It's an Inspire and a Wilderness for the Angela.
We're gonna see. EVOS, will they be able to clinch the playoffs? The journey starts now for Rebellion Zion versus EVOS Legends.
I think a lot of it is going to be shown in the early game, man. Who is going to have the early pressure? Who's going to cut? And Evos, they're going very aggressively onto the EXP lane, cutting it, potentially going for something in the jungle. No, they just walk away.
Wait, do you see this composition? Rebellion Zion are trying to just out-sustain everything that Evo's Legends has. They have 3 Brave Smites on top of an Angela.
Yeah, this is the strategy we were expecting.
Oh, wow.
But
Look at Evos.
With a Joy, though, that's damage that can translate all the way to the late game, but usually not for the tank, so we'll see. There's a tenacity being built for Highs as well. He knows that he will be the main target, but even if he is taken out, if he can output a healthy amount of damage, there's a chance that Rebellion Zion will rely on the fighters to just do the rest.
Okay, but Evos though, 4! Yes, that is 4 Wilderness. Even the gold laner that's supposed to stay in the lane still goes for that movement speed boost in the river and jungling area. Like, why is that the case, Arashi?
Well, faster movement speed in the jungle, in the river, never hurts anyone, right? Helps you with kiting, helps you with chasing. Usually it's not really picked up in favor of other things, but if you want to trade it out, if your plan is to group as 5, right, get the man advantage, it's definitely a worthwhile investment, but you need to be aware that there is a trade-off.
Watch out for these neutral objective fights because I think Evo's Legends
Brands
have
might be there.
a big advantage here. Vincent locking Veldora down, trying to get a good trade in. Veldora gets chunk to half, but has regen.
That's the problem, the regen. The longer the game goes, even in small skirmishes like that, you get down to half HP, and Renbu on this Angela can just spam out the healing, and you're good to go. 3v4 for Evos right now. They're going to try and go for it. They want to try and use a penalty zone.
They
try
have
and get
the
an
hard
advantage.
And the hard guard will be used up. Vincent jumps in, but now gets pulled back by the Divine Judgment. And Sutsujit picks up the turtle. Now penalty zone onto Card, who still has the bravest fighter. Out damaging, out sustaining right now, but Greg does the same thing to the back line. Meanwhile, Red Bull and Vincent with an Appraiser's Wrath to claim first blood. Taunting Van Strong up, winning in the long team fight. And Van Strong will have to flap his wings to the other side of the map.
Gotta say, man, I don't get it. I think it's very unnecessary to go for more once you secure that turtle, especially after the Divine Judgment is gone. But we're gonna see the Talents prediction brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. A whole lot of blues, but 2 for them is for Evos.
Shevin very kindly is accompanying Pak Pulung, but Sutsujin now going aggressive. Does not get it.
It's Renbu who gets it. At least it isn't the enemy jungler, I think is what Rebellion Zion is saying to themselves. Let's take a look at town prediction ranking here. All the way at the top, it's Gani still with 64.13%.
59 points at that too. He is like the god of addiction, man.
Well, Shevin's on there as well. Me and Mirko, nowhere to be seen as of right now.
It's the curse.
It's the curse. But for Rebellion, they're going to try and start leveraging this early fighter potential. Definitely trying to go for the jungle, but Vincent!
Heavy crossbow coming down. Vincent might be caught here. That's a good taunt right now. The Appraiser's Wrath not there just yet. He gets suppressed by the Divine Judgment. And he gets locked down before he can even take it out on Evo's Legends.
Bit of an overextension from Vincent there. Not respecting the potential DPS in early game for Bronzes as well as Sutsujin and Joy.
Well, in the early game, it's going to be a bit lackluster. In the late game, though, I do feel like Irital, not really as much damage as the other more popular options in the MPL right now. So, in a way, Evo's Legends are the ones fighting against the clock before Rebellion Zion gets too tanky. And you can expect that in the inventories, there's going to be a lot of healing reduction, Dominance Ices, Necklace of Durances as well.
Another turtle fight for Perjola to control.
Bravest fighter though, already used up by Cars, stunning Veldora up, but look at Evo's Legends. It's a 5-man rotation onto the turtle right now, but Vincent still gets it somehow, some way. RDTZ, but I'm offended. Penalty zone coming down into the back line right now as the Appraiser's Wrath locks them down, and they're able to escape. Van Strong still having the Divine Judgment. Cars respects it, flickers out, and Rebellion Zion win out on the trade.
Win out in all of the trades. Brands is also there as well. Meanwhile, Heisemore in the top lane getting all the turrets. This is very bad, even though Brands using their wilderness to get into the turtle quite fast. It's 5v4.
A turret?
I think it's worth. Especially, the one who got it was Rebellion, right?
Yeah, everything for Rebellion. The turtle, the turrets as well. And like I said, as the closer we get to the mid-game, the more Rebellion Zion will start going aggressive. You're seeing the damage from Evo's Legends fall off a bit. And for Rebellion, the exact opposite. They're surviving longer and longer, and soon, even with the Divine Judge, they just have to wait for the Divine Judgment to come out first, and then hard guard whoever's getting pulled back.
Wait a second. That's an I'm offended.
Oh, Vanstrong using Divine Judgment onto ODTZ. What? Bravest Fighter to the back line right now. Vanstrong has made a big mistake, and Rebellion capitalized on it. Jumping out the right, taunting him up, locking him down. ODTZ coming down with the Appraiser's Wrath. Bonks his head. Krite has been taken out, assassinated by the fighter in the jungle. Now Brands in the bottom lane, getting chunked down. The stacks are placed down, but it's an outplay from Brands. ODTZ gets a kill back, but it's still a big W for the Blue Bulls.
Big W, especially it's a gold laner we're talking about here. As an Irithel, you have to snowball in the early game to get those items, to get those damage going. But right now, EVOS Legends, they're behind about 1k gold lead, as Brands didn't have a good time there.
That's fighter composition, man. 2 fighters, jungle and EXP. Usually for Rebellion, we saw the strat where they went with a fighter in the mid lane as well, but they're doing the exact same thing with this Angela pick. Soon, they can just dive like that with very little consequences if they use the hard guard on the right member. So for EVOS, the Divine Judgment is nullified technically by the Angela. I think they have to rely on the penalty zone, and even then, it's a lot easier said than done, and they might not have enough damage right now.
I mean, Susujin is still 2 levels ahead of Vincent. With the help of the conceal penalty coming down, Vincent still gets it! What? I'm offended, locking 2! Cars, no Bravest Fighter, Vanstrong with a flicker of Divine Judgment, but Vincent finds the counter to Susujin. Probably getting a stun right now, the Bravest Fighter. ODTZ gonna be taken down, but look at the back! Rebellion charging through! Winning a team fight! Wiping the Tigers out!
They rebel against the masses. As EVOS Legends, I don't get it. There's just too much overextension there. What was Brands doing going into the midst of a team fight, amidst of CC and damage?
They just have no idea what to do right there. Let's take a look at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy S23
Everyone's
Series
scattered.
5G.
Wow.
Everyone's crowding together, and when you're against fighters, that is the last thing you want to do. Slowly but surely, there comes all the sustain, and the Appraiser's Wrath just knocks 2 people out completely. And after the main damage dealers are gone, there's no way EVOS Legends can match up to it. They have to buy some more time to get more items on Brands, more damage, and also more healing reduction. Look at Rebellion Zion's HP bars in the previous fight. No one went below 50%.
It is insane. It is insane. I think that's more of an EVOS fault rather than Rebellion Zion doing a great team fight. They did a good team fight, but it feels like the Tigers is handing them their life on a platter.
I mean, wow, I'm shook. Rebellion Zion with this composition. We've seen so many compositions with only 1 sole magic damage dealer, and that magic damage dealer being the Angela. And I think almost every single time, if that's the composition, the team loses. Rebellion are making it work in this new patch.
In the mid game though, that's always the way it goes. Maybe in the late game, we'll see EVOS Legends get a bit of an advantage because of that. But for now, with the Flask of the Oasis finished for Renbu as well, you can expect even more healing. And EVOS Legends have not found any huge power spikes. They need to be a bit more averse, a bit more careful with picking their fights here, as Heist picks up a Malefic Roar as well.
And it's hard to be careful at this point, right? Because the frontliner is Cars, ODTZ, and Vincent. If you get a Divine Judgment onto one of those 3, I don't think it's gonna work. And Vanstrong just...
Oh my
another
God.
one.
Oh, we're committing onto it. That's a torn apart memory. And a Bravest Fighter. And say goodbye to Vanstrong.
And you might have to say goodbye to the Lord too, as Vincent just keeping up the tempo. 10-2 right now, 5k gold lead. 9 minutes has elapsed, and so far EVOS is not making anything work. Nothing is working.
Well, Vanstrong now 0 and 3. This is the problem. Who exactly is Vanstrong supposed to target? Because the one dealing damage, the members that are destroying the backline, is the Lapu Lapu and the Fredrin, right? So if you leave them alone, they have enough sustain anyway. So even if you just lock them down, it doesn't guarantee that you'll be able to take them down. Looking at the items right here, Radiant Armors for both Vincent as well as ODTZ. They can stay in the front for as long as required, dealing, and that item works well against both Sutsujin and Krite on the Joy and the Valentina.
I mean, the good news is Sutsujin is not... He's been keeping up with the jungling as a Joy, but ODTZ once again.
I'm offended onto Vanstrong right now. No Divine Judgment just yet. Turn apart memory! Highs! picks the kill up. Now Brands, heavy crossbow. Defensively, Cars in the bottom lane, zoning Veldora away as he gets some healing from Renbu, who's on top of Vincent. Lord charging down in the bottom lane. Still with the passive, Evo's Legends should be able to defend this bottom lane turret. Mid lane, however, is a different story here as they have clumped up. Veldora with the penalty zone on the 3 members, but look at the sustain coming down for the side of Rebellion Zion. Even Sutsa Jin is unable to do anything to turn up our memory. Takes him out with the help of the Bravest Fighter slash from Cars.
Oh man, Heist more like Heist, where's your armor? Right now he's been decimating all the frontliners of EVO's Legends, even Fan Strong. I thought he could get away with it, but the Turnabout memory plus the passive from BOD just gets him.
It's a great synergy, right? Your fighters deal damage, and then the secure comes from the very long-range torn-apart memory. It's a bit of great combination, but unfortunately for them, they're still unable to take down any base turrets, so Evos are still in this. But what can they do? They're so behind, 8k gold difference. Looking at the player's gold by Ube's gold, the closest is Sutsujin. Brands also getting shut down, almost matched by Renbu on an Angela.
And I like the aggression from Cars, right? Because, like, I know that he's probably just gonna pressure the inhibitor turret there, but he's not really shy to use that Bravest Fighter, knowing that he's 306 right now with a lot of gold. He's not gonna be able to get bursted down quite easily when EVOS doesn't have any damage to deal with. This is what probably Banana should have done in RQ vs Geek Fam just now. Just not shy to pull the trigger.
I think the main problem for EVO's Legends is they only have one Dominance Ice, Arashi. It's only, you'd expect 3 Brave Smite and Angela for more Dominance Ices here. Maybe for the Kaja as well. He's building towards it, so we're not wrong about that. They are in desperate need of another Dominance Ice.
Yep. I think they were just stunning really hard on the fact that they have a Kaja, so they need damage in order to go for a pickoff. But here's the problem right now. Whoever gets jumped on gets hard guarded, so they won't have any damage to really secure the deal anyways. And with their attempts so far in 12 minutes, Vanstrong is 0 and 4.
This is
he
so
is
risky.
so behind right now that he can't really stand in the front and tank any damage at all. Even though technically, like you mentioned, there isn't really a source of magic damage. Rebellion Zion, they'll be going for the Lord, and EVO's Legends have to settle with a trade on the top side.
The only thing they can find there, man. By the way, I don't know if Heist did that on purpose. He tapped the torn apart memory. I think he was trying to look for people as well around the bush there, trying to get some vision. So with the tap of the torn apart memory, there's only one that goes to the Lord. He knows that there's no one around there. I mean, that's pretty good.
Well, here's the main problem for Rebellion as well. Now that they are at the base, EVO's Legends can turtle up. They have wave clear. They have quote-unquote disengage using the penalty zone as well. So Rebellion Zion, they have to try and go for a very decisive dive, which is very risky with the turrets in play, or just buy some time, get some more farm advantage, and then go for a play with the next Lord, not this one.
Dominance Eyes has been bought for Vanstrong, a bit more utility in the team fight. But on the other hand, Immortality has been bought too by ODTZ, which makes things even worse for Vanstrong to go for, because this is probably the front liner that you want to go for and just get some turret aggro onto him. ODTZ is just, he's not scared at all of Flicker. He can pull me off and it's still a W for me.
See the charge in the bottom lane, slow push, brilliantly done by Rebellion Zion. Cars in the mid lane's only 3 members away right now with the Bravest Fighter. Vincent with a hard guard, an absolute menace, just walking up top lane. Gonna be targeted down by the Blue Bulls right now, and it's gonna be free. Another base turret down. EVO's Legends have dealt with the siege, but they lose so much.
Slowly but surely, they're stripping off the Tiger's Claw with its horn. They just don't want to, you know, pour everything off and make mistakes, because a blunder can cost you a lot of things. Because as we know, no magic damage, that means in the late game it's gonna be a bit easier for you to deal with, because itemization is gonna be more easier too, especially from the frontliners of EVO's Legends.
Not just the frontliners though, if you think about it, right? That means that Bronze has only a very specific source of damage to worry about. That could still be an advantage by all means, but that's the main question. Even if you don't really have to build any magic defense, what are you going to do against the 2 fighters jumping straight at you? Brands throughout this game hasn't been able to output a lot of damage, and he's zoned away by a lot of the potential threat, not even the actual damage coming in from Rebellion Zion. They're extending the lead now to 9k gold difference, And by taking the top and bottom base turrets from EVO's Legends, this means that once the next Lord spawns, they can just play it out, wait it out, and wait for the waves to push in their favor. So EVO's Legends are the ones that have to try and find something before that happens, right? When everyone is scattered like this, and maybe, just maybe, Vanstrong can find something for his team.
It's hard though. I think it depends more on Rebellion Zion rather than EVO's Legends, whether Vanstrong can pull off a solid pull, a solid divine judgment to the preferred member of Rebellion Zion, because at this point, if Rebellion Zion somehow got picked off, I think that it's more their fault.
And they end up winning a 1-0.
That's an ammo fighter missing onto Susujin as well. And can you believe it, man? Rebellion Zion, they are using the Ruby to counter the Joy, but Susujin ain't out of it just yet. Cars, though, stands in the way.
Beautiful stun onto Vanstrong, chained in, but look at the shutdown. Brands able to gun him down right now. Hannah torn apart, memory onto Grind Highs. Taken out of the play. Vincent secures, no, he didn't secure the Lord. EVO's Legends, they're one step closer to reclaiming this game. Audi TZ getting ran down by Brands right now. Susujin goes into 1v1 with Vincent. Audi still running away. Brands getting the movement speed from the Quantum Charge, but needs to put his sights onto the Lord. It's all on Vincent right now against Susujin, Brands, and Veldora. He doesn't have the penalty zone. He jumps in and finds it. Vincent unable to secure it. Appraiser's Wrath dodged away from EVO's Legends. They have fought their way out of that lead from Rebellion.
Susujin Masterclass, targeting the backladder of Renbu, targeting the perfect target possible. Heisemore 2, caught lacking, not respecting the initial damage from Bronze.
That is crazy. EVO's Legends found something. Rebellion just fought the fight for a bit too long, man. With the fighters, right? You're so reliant on your skills, on your ultimates, especially for Cars on the Lapu Lapu. Without everything available, they just kept walking towards EVO's Legends and allow them to kite back and apply damage slowly but surely. They should understand that without a solid damage dealer like an Irithel, the long drawn-out fights is the last thing that you want. Now, they're gonna lose a bunch of base turrets. Well, a bunch of turrets, but maybe even the base turrets, considering that they don't really have that high ground, right? That magic damage to clear out the waves.
And just like that, from 9k gold lead to 2k behind, it's an 11k turnaround, courtesy of a single team fight from EVO's Legends, and they're looking for more.
Vanstrong with the conceal. Has the flicker, can go for it, but Vincent is holding the front line. Cars as well, with the Bravest Fighter into the mid lane, trying to hold it off. Rebellion's doing a good job at clearing it right now, only losing one base turret, but in the bottom lane, there's another wave crashing down, helping the siege for EVOs as Audi TZ moves forward. Penalty zone! Veldora catches 3! Susujin dives in deep right now, getting taunted back as Hypothetic connects onto Vanstrong, but Brands is free hitting in the back. Now only 3 members left for the Blue Bulls. Torn apart memory onto Veldora, not dealing enough damage right now as Vanstrong, Cars! Into the back with a brave first fighter. Brand's still able to escape, but that might have just done it for Rebellion Zion, the defense. So Susujin gets out with a dash, finds the immortality. EVO's Legends, one last push, but they don't have the health bars. That's a penalty zone, locking Highs down, he takes them out. Cars and Renbu versus the world. Cars, the bravest fighter, once again getting a 2-man stop right now, but the hard guard comes in clutch. That's a hard guard as well. Cars against the world, loses the immortality, and Renbu falls as well. Despite the winner truncheon, EVO's Legends have turned it around.
The mentality of the Tigers, showing their facts, showing the claws to the bulls. A lot of disrespect from Rebellion Zion, taking the team fights that they're not supposed to go for.
An epic comeback for the Tigers, proving that once again they are on top of the food chain despite what the standing says. A hardcore comeback right there, and Rebellion paid the price for their very early game oriented playstyle. It looked so good, but it only takes one moment. That is MPL ID.
MPL Indonesia, a lot of unexpected things happen here, miracles happen here. We've seen how EVO's Legends can bounce back from 2-0 in the last playoffs, even against RRQ. A lot of floors against their favor. They somehow pull off a beautiful comeback, and they're trying to recreate it once again in this regular season of Season 12.
What a dramatic win for EVO's Legends. Coming from behind, but Arashi, Sheffin, it's what we said in the drafts. When you have one source of damage, that being physical damage, when you're relying on just that physical damage, once the opponent buys those defensive items, buys the physical defense, in the late game, you struggle. And that's what we saw. Anti-Cuirass, Dominance Ice, Blade Armors even. It's too much physical damage or defense to hold out against that physical damage combo.
You know what? I think Hysamore could have turned the fight around if he had more items to work with, as in Wind of Nature. He actually prioritized the Blade of Hephaestus first before the Wind of Nature. I think that made sense. That makes sense. He wants to snowball. He already had the gold lead, 9k in fact. But maybe a bit more respect towards the potential of the opponent is better at the time.
Respect towards who?
France.
The Irithel?
Yeah.
I think it's more of the fact that they just allowed Evos to just kite back, you see? Because I think whatever the circumstances, right? Let's say we took this game another 20 minutes. If Rebellion were able to just jump onto Brands, I think they can still have an edge here. The only difference is that difference in DPS. So even if they trade one of the fighters, right, one of the damage dealers for Brands, I think they still come out on top right there due to the healing and the sustain and the drawn out damage. But that's a problem, right? Every single fight where Evos has won, Brands is able to actually stay alive and then kite back and then come back in for damage. And part of the reason why he eventually had so much space to work with was this man, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's gonna be Sutsujin on that Joy. In the late game, he was coming in, denying the whole backline, and to a degree, even forcing out the hard guard in the first fight where eventually Evos were able to win, right? He forced it out, he denies the backline from doing damage, and eventually, well, the two fighters are competing to output damage with an Irithel. And that is where their composition just falls apart. They need to fall back and, in a funny way, right? Even though they're a dive composition, fight in the formation that they require to actually come out on top.
It was a genius maneuver from Sutsujin himself. He wants to assassinate the backliner in that Renbu and forcing them to use the hard guard, which is pretty awkward at that. But you gotta give props, man. This guy's not taking that Season Hunter as a jungler, but still somehow outfarms Vincent in the early game as a utility jungler. Make it make sense.
Well, looking at the highlights right here, in the early game, it was very brutal for Evos, and that is how this composition is meant to work, right? Rebellion has done something similar before without a healer. This is a bit of the same situation, but unfortunately for them, they were just unable to get as many objectives as they really should. And in the early game, you see Evos made adjustments, right? In the early game, the fights were all so clumped up, so close together. Pay attention to the formation of Evos the later we go into the game. This was the pick-off of the Vanstrong, and we talked about how Vanstrong was too low, always picked off, no engage potential for Evos Legends. The longer the game goes, that is no longer the case.
There you go. Evos Legends somehow made a miraculous comeback, and this is the turnaround that I'm talking about. Brands. Very, very aggressive approach, which resulted in a lot of good things for Evos Legends. Vincent, Feldora though, somehow, 80! You can see that? 80 Lord HP, last hit it by the penalty zone. That was almost bad for Evos.
I feel like even if Vincent pulled out the steal right there, it wouldn't exactly save the game either, right? At that point, Brands is just doing too much damage, and you saw in the previous fight, he was left alone, man. Rebellion Zion were tunneled on the other members, and of course this was a valiant effort here by both Renbu and Cars to try and save the game somehow. And funny enough, the point that Professor KB makes, right? Taking the ice, the Winter Truncheon before the Immortal plays a role right there. It might have maybe played differently if that was the case. But man, credit to Evos for standing strong, waiting for their power spikes, and eventually just mounting a comeback after waiting so painstakingly for the right moment. But it all comes down to Rebellion. Like you said, Shevin, it's on them to really fumble this game. They initially let cars get picked off, they focus on the wrong person, and that's just the way it goes. If they want to go for a similar strategy, they can go for it again, but they need to understand the weaknesses and how Evos Legends could potentially mount another comeback.
interesting item from Renbu here. He's going for Divine Glaive rather than the Holy Crystal and the Blood Wings combo, which is usually used to further enhance your healing, but he goes for more damage. And I think this shows us that he's desperate for more magic damage, especially towards the frontliner of EVOS Legends. There has to be at least some magic damage to work with. But Veldora is actually building that Radiant Armor? Still respected damage from Angela, interesting.
Yeah, the Radiant Armor, I don't think it's quite necessary for Veldora, but I guess he just wants to make sure that he can stay in the front that much more reliably. And for Rebellion, yeah, the lack of damage for sure. I feel like if he's concerned about the frontliners, something like a glowing one would make more sense against the tankier members. I think overall, he just wants more damage, potentially towards Brands as well, right? As long as Brands is taken care of, technically Rebellion Zion don't really have a problem. But with the Purify and Tau, with the maneuverability of the Irithel, well, these fighters eventually just lose track and they can't really catch up to Brands. And look at that, dude, 100% teamfight participation. Like we said, he is the key to victory, quite literally. And look at him, rich guy, the carry as well. He was definitely what was required for EVOS, and he delivered.
This is the perfect scenario for a marksman, for a gold laner. You're the richest guy on the team, you deal also the most damage as a DPS, as Brands did that quite perfectly, to be honest, in this game. Not falling too much either, only, I believe, 2 deaths in this match, even though most of the time, EVOS Legends was on the back foot against Rebellion Zion and their dives. Ooh,
finally.
We have an old asset here, which is pretty much needed, especially for this match.
It's an adaptive asset.
Yeah.
And my god, perfect timing. Gold curve. Arashi, look at this. Look at that dip.
Almost 10k to 5k, man. In just a split second, they lost 15,000
Yikes.
gold, technically. That is insane. And that shows you again that it's never over until it's really over in the Land of Dawn.
It's a skydive from Rebellion Zion, all the way from the top to the depths of the 5,000 gold deficit. Is it really just because of the composition, Arashi? Is it really just because EVOS Legends finally got to those items, those physical defense items, to neutralize the damage coming in from Rebellion?
Well, it's also the fighters falling off, right? In the early game, Fredrin damage, Lapu-Lapu damage, that is dangerous. In the late game, it's not nearly as difficult to deal with, especially with the regen already, chunked down as well with the items. So I think it comes down to execution more than just the drafts, right? Because we already know. I think even Rebellion knows, like, hey, we don't want to take this to the late game, man, where the Irithel can actually start melting down our frontliners eventually, once our damage falls off, once the healing won't be enough to just win us a team fight. But I think that one moment, man, if they won that fight, they got the Lord, that could have been the end of it. I don't think it's decisively over, but it's possible.
They want to rush it, right? After that.
They definitely they would have rushed it, definitely.
It got too hasty, and it ended up being a gamble that EVOS won.
Oh man, it's really sad, right?
Why is it sad?
Yeah, it is sad for EVOS Legends. I mean, for
EVOS Legends. Whoa!
They had the upper hand, but they somehow fumbled the bag. But there's a way for you to not fumble the bag.
Oh, how?
Use Indomart point coup. There's a lot of people who are experiencing Retre Indomart, which is also experienced by Vincent and Sutsujin.
The final play?
Veldora somehow got that with a penalty zone at that, man. They didn't know that every time they shop in Indomart, they actually get points that could be used to get discounts on Indomart. Special member only gifts and also free products. You like free things too, right, Mirko?
Of course.
Yeah. And you know what? How to avoid those Retro Indomart?
How?
You have to download Indomart Point Co app and use it every time you shop anything and everything in Indomart. Special for our studio audiences, you also has to visit our Indomart Point Co booth because there are free at 37 diamonds for new members that register today. So that's why you need to start download and use the Indomart Point Co app to make you be legendary.
All you need to do, it's that, just that. It's so simple. Be legendary with Indomart Point Co.
It's a simple ito.
Because if you, Adi's line.
Yeah. It's that simple.
Because it's also that simple for Adi and for everyone to get coffee.
Yeah, you can also get coffee in the nearest Indomart that has Point Coffee. It's a specialty coffee with a made-to-order concept that serves you fresh quality coffee made with 100% Indonesian coffee and made by professional barista with international standard. This time there's also special discount on the collaboration menu from Point Coffee with MPL Indonesia Season 12. Insert the code JAJAN Kopi PC on your Indomart Point Co app and get a 30% discount on matcha latte, caramel macchiato, my favorite, also lemon tea. Get yourself the always on point taste and make your day or your game feel legendary with Point Co, because with Point Co and also Point Coffee, because I really need a caffeine right now. But I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna savor it once I got home.
Whoa. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's a bit of some wrong data there. It's 1-0 to Evo's Legends. Yeah, guys, not 1-1. There's a bit of an asset issue there.
They need Point Coffee.
But anyhow, you're saying lemon tea? You got tea on lemon, Shevin?
What?
You're gonna spill some tea on lemon? Hey, the fans are gonna kill you.
Gonna kill me? Oh, probably.
I have no idea what these guys are talking about.
You wanna spill tea, you know?
Lemon tea. I don't get
it. Do you get what spilling tea means?
Yeah, I get spilling tea, like blabbering something.
Yeah, exactly. You said lemon tea.
Lemon tea.
Anyways,
I don't think that works.
I'm gonna take some coffee. Yeah, I'm clearly losing my mind.
Yeah, definitely. You need some of it, but I'm gonna savor it at home. I'm just gonna bring it back to my lovely room and, savor it.
How lovely is it?
Huh?
How lovely is your room?
How lovely is
your room?
It's actually not very lovely, to be honest. But I'm just trying to make it a bit more, how do I say, a bit better for me. But speaking of better, man, like you have to be better at drafting after this for Rebellion Zion and Chico. But there's also a better way for you to get some value with OVO. It's an important news for MLBB fans if you want to buy data packages. It's easy with OVO, whether it's for watching games or playing together with OVO. It got you covered. For Telkomsel customers too, there's also special promo with cashback up to 10,000 OVO points.
10K.
Yeah, 10K. That's more than Tsutsujin's rank. Awesome, right? Don't miss out. Get your data packages, and it's easy. It's always easy with OVO. It's always easy.
It's always easy, man. Whatever, I usually go to Indomart, buy bread or anything that I want, and I use OVO. When I get Grab, when I order or book a Grab car or bike, I use OVO as well because I get the most promos with OVO.
Have you used it, Arashi?
Of course, man.
Okay. Sorry for doubting you.
That's a no-brainer, of course.
A no-brainer.
OVO, you can do it for so many things, but
it's just a hair.
Shevin.
It's just a hair, okay?
Look at him, guys. He's telling himself it's just hair. Joke. It's just hair. Calm down. It's what he's saying to himself right now.
I'm more attracted to Gatot Kacha on the Head and Shoulders shampoo right there.
Hey.
I mean,
this is Head and Shoulders. If you guys want to get that fabulous hair, go and get your Head and Shoulders anywhere right now in the nearest convenience stores, preferably Indomart.
Indomart, also other version as well. Eudora, Tigreal, and Gatot Kacha. As an Indonesian myself, I prefer the Gatot Kacha, but if I'm feeling a little bit, a bit more silky and smooth, I want to go for Tigreal.
Oh, silky. Why is Tigreal the silkier and smoother one?
Have you seen his hair? The hair. Have you seen this guy's hair? It is immaculate. It is.
I see.
What's the word? Fabulous, majestic, sublime.
All right, transcendent.
Transcendent.
Anyhow,
anything that you have to complement that hair, but
moving back to game number 2 right here. This raises the question, right? If Rebellion wants to go for these fighters, right, that they are so intent on playing this playstyle, they really could have picked something with a bit more diversity in damage, right? Maybe something with a bit more magic damage, obviously, but maybe true damage as well. We've seen that they put the alpha before. That could probably work a bit better, in a sense. They can go for the. I was thinking about the Phoveus earlier, actually.
Yeah,
considering that the Joy is also in the mix, the Esmeralda could have been a great option as well. So there are options definitely available if Rebellion wants to try the same kind of strategy once more. But considering the circumstances, I don't think they will.
Why do you think so?
I feel like it's a bit too predictable. It's a bit of a surprise thing, right? When they brought it out, we weren't expecting it. The last pick being the Lapu Lapu, the Ruby coming in for more crowd control. Everything really lines up unexpectedly for them. But in game number 2, now EVOS has that idea that this is a possibility. They're going to be a bit more aware of it. And I think it's going to be more difficult for you to catch them off guard yet again.
Okay, that's the key to victory brought to you by Arashi. And the asset is already solved. EVOS is 1-0 against Rebellion Giant. Thank you so much for all the guys that's working back there.
Really impact players from the previous game, and I think this might be the first time Cars has lost on the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
So finally, a break in the Lapu Lapu win streak.
Look at that damage.
I mean,
He was playing so well, man.
Yeah, to be fair, he played a really good game on Lapu Lapu, not try to pull the trigger because he knows that he needs to rush things, he needs to end this game as soon as possible. And also, the Bravest Fighter cooldown itself is not much compared to other ultimate out there. So you can burn it anytime you want, especially for sieging the inhibitor turret. A lot of times, we saw how early he used that ultimate in a team fight. But it's not a one-man game. Everyone has to perform outside of Cars.
Absolutely, it cannot be just Cars, the machine himself. He needs that upgrade that we have been talking about. From Cars to his sequel, Cars 2.
Well, if they don't perform well today, that could be the next sequel, which didn't perform as well, Cars 3.
That is also the movie where Lightning McQueen loses. So,
exactly.
Could be foreshadowing, ladies and
gentlemen. Is
gentlemen.
this Cars 2 or Cars 3?
Don't let Cars get to his third mode, or his third movie, the machine.
It's not even his final form. The third form of Cars. Might be a reverse sweep for Rebellion Zion after this, considering Chico might be going for more of a standard draft after this, just going for more of a safety type of playstyle, considering he also already secured the playoffs.
Maybe, but we'll see. I think in a more standard composition, Rebellion has been performing better than Evo, so it's not all over yet. But I have to point out how ironic it is that the line from Lightning McQueen, Kacau, means like, what is it, like disaster in Indonesian. Oh, kacau.
Oh, Kacau.
Is Kacau disaster?
Kacau is more
Kacau
of
is
like
like, it's like
what's the
out of
translation?
control, you know, like Messi, not the footballer.
I was about to say.
I knew. I saw your eyes glint there. Not the footballer, but yes,
the goat.
Shut up, Chef.
Not a literal goat. But
my God,
let's take a look at the top hero picks for Mr. Krite. Oh, not too good on the Valentina, but I think for the most part, Valentina hasn't been able to get a lot of good wins here. But on the far side and the Gord, hey, he's pretty stellar.
Yeah, to be fair, Valentina overall in MPL Indonesia has a 41% win rate. It's an interesting stat considering Valentina is one of the most flexible hero out there to be picked, and also one of the most standard mid laners you could also pick. It's hard to counter in the draft too, so what's the problem here, Rashi? You're a mid laner, so I think you know a bit more about Valentina and what's the hard part about playing it in pro scene.
Well, I think recently, right, there's a huge emphasis in crowd control, in pickoffs, in range.
Ooh,
so
yeah, range.
a Valentina that's short range, that is prone to getting crowd controlled as well. And back then, right, you have before the multitude of nerfs hit the Valentina, you have a bit more sustain, you have a bit more utility, and a bit more damage. Now, slowly but surely, every single thing has been taken down a notch, so it's no longer as good. I think it's a bit more situational now, whereas if you see ultimates that can be very beneficial towards your team, then you can pick the Valentina. But otherwise, it's no longer a power pick, to say the least. Looking at the top hero picks for Renbu, it's also Valentina on top, along with the Faramis and Kadita.
Is it just me, or the photo from Renbu here is quite similar to AudiTZ?
That's the hairstyle.
It's the hairstyle?
Just me?
Nah, it's just you. I don't think so. But you know what is similar to AudiTZ?
Is the jersey.
Well, yeah,
Sorry,
but more so the Faramis win rate, 0%. It's a low win rate. Kind of like the Angela win rate for AudiTZ. Very low as well. Two of the most picked heroes, second place in both. For Rebellion, it was Angela, second most picked, and for Renbu, it's the Faramis. So it feels like with the heroes with additional HP bars with sustain, they don't really do too well, right? Angela, Faramis.
Maybe it's more of a range thing, just Arashi said, because Faramis also doesn't really have a lot of range, I believe.
Yeah, and right now, you pick a Faramis, that's just telling people like, hey, combo
Pick
us.
Tersla. Yeah.
Yeah, combo us, please. Please do so. You know? And, you know, that just gives you flashbacks, right? To 3 members getting knocked out by the Lord, getting hit by the Raging Sandstorm, right? At this point, I feel like the execution from all these teams in the MPL is so clean, so proper that if you are clumping that closely together, man, that is just devastating.
Oh, never mind. It's actually 25% win rate for this Lapu-Lapu. I don't know if that's right or not. Is it right?
Really?
What? I thought Cars is quite godly on this hero.
Oh, you know what? No. Yeah, there were games where he was godly, but the team
Was
overall
not.
lost.
Oh,
yeah, now I remember. But at Bakiro though,
80%.
He's got hands.
Match.
He's a car, but he got hands, bro.
He got the reach.
He's got hands, but you never want to see him on the grok, man. Let's take a look. Throwback.
Oh, man.
Week 1 prediction.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. All right. Let's see. Powerful, consistent, okay. All right. Yikes. Consistent and okay. Need miracle. Oh, this hasn't aged too well. But need improvement. Oh, it hasn't aged too well either. RQ are doing really well. Evos, that's good. Could be in danger. He was right about Aura. Not about Geek Fam, not about Rebellion, but it depends on how Rebellion does this match.
I mean, to be fair though, like
he got number 1, but I think everybody got number 1.
When this prediction comes up, it is a pretty solid take. It's a pretty different Mobile Legends has been played. Pikachu and Alpha was the second best team in MPL Indonesia, but right now, oh how they've fallen.
Well, as of right now, by the way, the preseason predictions, mine actually is the closest technically, isn't it?
What?
The preseason predictions?
Your top 2 was right, yes.
Exactly. I forgot the rest, though, to be honest with you.
I don't think you put Geek Fan number 3, no?
No, I don't think
anyone really.
so.
Maybe you, Jeffin? Did you put Geek Fan number 2?
Well, I wasn't a Geek fan when the season started.
All right.
I think I put Bigatron
A bit late on the
in
show.
number 3. Something like that.
Nothing has aged well, except for the top 1 and top 2 for Arashi.
Yeah, RQ. Consistent.
But I
with
think we
a Q.
can't count Onyx, right? Like, everyone saw that coming.
Yeah. Pretty much, man.
Except Papulong, he put Aura number 1. That didn't age well
that
at all.
aged horribly, my lord.
That aged like spoiled milk. Yes, not just milk, spoiled milk.
I mean, there were some flashes of Aura Fire, especially after Oran joined, but
yeah, but
becomes a bit
was
more.
like, oh, it's my time. It wasn't.
The Oran effect that lasted a week, unfortunately.
I don't think it's Oran's fault, to be honest.
No,
After
it's
that,
not.
the first week, Oran has played quite good. It's just I don't know if it's a synergy or other team not performing. Even Vaughn on the slant slot, we've seen how great this guy is on these heroes. Yeah.
Oh, it's B-Rans on your screen right now.
With a mustache. With his pinky.
Pinky mustache. Oh, he's smiling.
Oh, he's smiling.
He heard what we're saying. Let's take a look at the top hero picks for Mr. Brands.
Oh my god.
Wow. So,
Okay.
unfortunately for the Beatrix and Claude, it's been nerfed, right? But the Brony here, maybe... I want to see the Irithyll win rate, man.
Maybe it's not really picked enough, or it's tied for the second place. But yeah, Irithyll might be the next hero that's gonna pop up in this stat, in this top 3 after this game. Maybe if they actually go for a more early Irithyll pick. That's been the case for both games,
Claude
both
stat though,
matches.
man.
Yeah, it is
Like
pretty
0%.
wild.
That's
It is
crazy.
really wild. I think it's more of a Claude problem, to be honest. I think Claude is kind of overrated in this match. In this meta.
This patch.
Yeah.
Last
First of all,
patch, not so
I
much.
think even when Claude was prio pick, I still think it is a bit overrated. Because
I don't think so.
in late game, you have to rely on Wind of Nature, you have to rely on a lot of micro skills to be able to use this hero. And a lot of combos as well. Meanwhile, Beatrix, if you want to go front to back, sustain, the win condition is easier to execute, I'd say.
I agree. Claude is a harder hero.
Yeah.
Exactly, but here's the thing. Here's the other side of that argument, Shevin. The harder a hero is,
The higher skill ceiling.
the higher
Yeah.
skill ceiling, the more value you can get when you get really good. And we're talking about the MPL right here. The cream of the crop, top of the line. So the Claude, I feel like, was good. I do agree that he is so limited when it comes to his range, his flexibility, and Beatrix, a lot of people still agree right now, can do almost anything. Poke, harass, burst down, wave clear, but I do want to know what is the alternative, right? Because right now it seems to be Irithyll and
Bruno.
the best, well, Bruno has been nerfed, right? So it's the Irithyll and what can be used kind of to deal with the Irithyll. We haven't seen anything kind of match up to the Irithyll when it comes to effectiveness, when it comes to the mobility, the safety in a fight.
Safety in a fight, there is a hero that comes to mind. Melissa might be an option, but compared to Irithyll in lane, it's definitely not
It's not bad.
I think so. I think that's a
It's
good
actually
point.
not bad.
Really?
No, it's actually not bad. the Melissa, with the first skill nerf reverted back in this patch, you actually do pretty good in lane against everyone, even Claude, because the Claude has been nerfed. So Melissa, I would say, is actually an S tier pick. Maybe not as good.
That's a bias, Mirko.
I think Irithel might still be better though, but because of the more reliable way of dealing damage in team fights. But Melissa isn't a bad hero as it was in the previous patch.
I mean, I think we should see the evidence of it happening in this patch, but Mathilda, man, out of all the matches in this day, 100% ban rate, you can see the potential for this support, even as an assassin. I played against Mathilda once and I don't want to play her ever again. Even if she's built as a tank, a clean combo of his ult, of her ult, and also the slow soul bloom, it's enough to chunk you up to very low HP as a gold laner.
Especially in the early game, that's definitely a brutal situation that you don't want to deal with. And on top of that, having the extra mobility, right? Imagine that in the previous game, having a Mathilda for the engage with the guiding wind to bring all the fighters to her, right? That would have made the composition of Rebellion so much better. And by the same token, if the Mathilda was in the side of Evos in game number 1, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to try and get pickoffs because of the guiding wind. So I think at this point, it's a bit too costly to give up. But I do want to see more variety in the gold lane and in the roamer as well. We've seen Angela's. Where's the Estes, man? Where is the Diggies? Everything was changes. Everything was changed. Oh, the Rafaela as well. But I want
What's your problem with Rafaela, man?
I don't know, man. I haven't seen it in so long. I just can't keep up. But now for Evos, that's a Farsa and Yuzong already a completely different look.
Okay, so Farsa this early is very, very rare. I think they want to have more range, considering that Irithel is probably going to be matched up with heroes that's going to stay in the back line unless they want to go for something like a Claude. But 2 picks these days, extra one for Rebellion, Zion, and Chico. And with Fredrin as well, the potential is endless. You have more engage potential with the movement speed boost. You also have disengage potential. You also have the healing, which furthers enhance the durability of this Fredman.
You know, I didn't catch it earlier, but looking at it from match number 1 and match number 2, I'm seeing a bit of a pattern. As in, you see an Irithel, right? You pick up the Rafaela, and automatically, the main strength of an Irithel, which is the movement, gunning you down while just chasing you, gets negated. And by the same token, now Rebellion picks up the Rafaela, they ban the Angela to deny the combo from the Irithel. This might be that solution that we have been asking for this combo technically. Geek Fam were able to make it work against RRQ. Rebellion now, with that setup, right, against a Yuzong as well, they can kite back very easily from this Black Dragon form. So are they going to go for more damage? Are they going to go for more utility to counter-engage once all the big ultimates have been used?
I like the ban coming in for Rebellion Zion because Kaja was it's not really the best hero in the previous match earlier, but in some occasions, it really worked wonders for Van Strong. I believe in one occasion, he actually picked out Heisamore, even though it resulted in a losing team fight. But no, it was an equal team fight, but it was still very dangerous on this guy.
We'll have to see. It's dangerous for sure, but at this point it's so situational. For Rebellion, the final pick finally will be that Beatrix. So we're gonna see how this matchup plays out. With a Rafaela in the picture though, doesn't seem to be as straightforward as it seems. You can bet on Evos trying to find something to try and match the laning pressure. Is it gonna be another harassment support, like a Diggy for instance? Is it gonna be like a engage roamer for the hands of Van Strong? The Edith is no longer in the picture, so something else needs to be picked up for the man.
They can go for more healing, technically. With an Angela man down, what, Estes Florin comes into mind?
I don't think
Florin, something that we have been talking about, but yeah, it is quite of a...
Ooh, I heard that.
Wow.
So Jin, look at those ban stats, man. Look at those ban stats. 128 in a single season until this week. This hero is hated by a lot of people, including me, because the possibilities of this hero is endless.
Ridiculous.
And if you want to go to the back line and just burst down a hero that you want to burst down, this is the hero to pick. combined with the Black Dragon form, combined to the aggression from that feathered airstrike, and the possibilities from Chao too.
Yeah, and with a proper mid control, better mid control, I would say. Cho Farsa versus the Valentina Rafaela. They're not really at risk of getting invaded too much in the early game. And as long as Sutsujin is able to secure that purple buff, it's going to be a smooth road for EVO's Legends to snowball around. It's an Irithel against a Beatrix, a lane that heavily favors the Irithel. And now, final pick, it's an Arlet. I am not liking Rebellion Zion's composition. But what do you guys think?
Surprisingly, you know, I think Arlet is a pretty good Fanny counter.
Well, yes, the Fanny counter is one thing, but against everything else, the Yuzong, the Cho, technically everything is short range, the Irithel included. And the weakness of an Arlet is moving backwards, right? Escaping after going in aggressively. With the Rafaela, once again, it's a bit of a solution to that problem, so maybe they're onto something, man.
They're onto something. And we're gonna see what's the plan for both of these teams. EVOS, obviously, their Fanny, that's gonna fall off in the late game. They want to end this as soon as possible, just like Rebellion Zion in the previous match. But Rebellion Zion, in terms of sustaining team fight, they have all the tools available. They have Raphael, they have Beatrix with Haas Claws, they have also Arlet with a lot of healing skills in their hand. A lot of Wrist Might, a lot of possibilities in the second match of Rebellion Zion versus EVOS Legends.
Here it is, folks. Will Rebellion Zion be able to equalize here 1-1, or will EVO's Legends take a clean sweep to boost their chance to playoffs?
You know, another lane to really pay attention to is that EXP lane. Arlet against the Yuzong, not exactly like a countered matchup, but with the current state of Yuzong, with the buff to the damage of the outer circle of his Iron Cape, I believe. I think it's a bit dangerous, and I think with the right setup, this Yuzong could be very devastating in the hands of Veldora.
Watch out for that petrify potential as well in the early game, because combined with a single combo of first skill and second skill from Krite, I think that's GG, or like that's a death for any hero, even Vincent in early game.
Look at that, still 4. Arashi, take a look at that Wilderness. They're trying to utilize this movement speed, and Van Strong's been abusing it, man. Just rotating bot to top to bot.
Well, we said that there's value, especially if you're a team like EVOS that really cares more about the positioning, the speed. And now against a Rafaela, right?
Hey.
They will require that movement speed to keep up. Talent's prediction, though.
It's pretty much 6-0, right?
Only one for-sided Evo, so hey. Not sure what exactly is going on right here. Papulong is enjoying the attention. And for Rebellion, a lot more agilities and a lot of tenacities as well, because they know they're up against an assassin. They need to survive the initial burst. And without the Arlet in the picture, this Fanny is standing a bit undeterred here. No real counter in the triple roaming setup.
I think the Wilderness also works quite well in terms of synergizing with the Fanny, right? Because Fanny is the most mobile hero in the game. Typically you want to match up with that aggression, with that movement speed, with more movement speed from your side, as Veldora and Krite and Fanstrong is looking to delay this turtle, or they're just going to let it go.
Let's see, I mean, Rebellion still have the better neutral objective take with Vincent. Van Strong just opening up the turtle sign, and Rebellion sign will claim the first turtle for free. EVO's Legends will let it go.
Watch out for Van Strong.
Oh, Van Strong. Whoa, wrong side there, but Suzuki's still able to catch him off for the airstrike. Dodged away from. Brilliantly done by Renbu. Now Veldora, that's a defensive Furious Dive, knocked up Black Dragon form as well. Definitively used up by EVO's Legends to run away. Is it a win for Rebellion?
I think it definitely is. Getting the turtle, trying to ensure they don't really fall to the aggressive early game potential of EVOS is definitely a huge win. They don't want to give any leads to Susujin, they don't want to give any leads to Veldora either. And neither do they want to give it to Krite. And considering that Van Strong is on a Cho compared to a Rafaela, that's danger, but there you go.
Way the dragon to some blades. Ouch. Say goodbye to Audi Teasy. He picked off like it was nothing.
He has to be more respectful towards Van Strong's potential, man, because, oh my goodness, this Jin's coming in.
Taunted up, that's a retribution right there, still secured by Vincent. Van Strong now terrified into enemy jungle. Ties him more, Nibiru's passion, the taunt brings him back. Good kill onto Heist.
Definitely good kill, especially for Heist instead of Vincent going, making the gold go towards the gold laner as you said, Arashi. In terms of matchup in the XP lane, I think I got Feldora as a Yuzong Cars going in. Bit aggressive there, but still has the stacks on a minion to get away.
I think when it comes to roaming though, definitely Yu Zhong in the hands of Veldora will be present in more fights technically. He has the faster wave clear and he has more mobility to just come into the fight already with the Black Dragon form compared to Cars who has to wait for the right moment. And you know, there's a bit of a delay on that ultimate now. He's forced to flicker by Van Strong. So like you said, Mirko, abusing the movement speed in the river.
Yep, and so far, Rebellion Zion is the one who's just responding all the engages from EVO's Legend. I think that's the way to go, especially if you're using Rafaela. Their potential is disengaged. You want to make sure that you have a prolonged teamfight, but Faststrong's not going to let you do that.
Way the Dragon, ODTZ, wow! Just picked off. Now Petri in the back as well. Into a feather airstrike, Renbu running away. Vincent, Abraser's wrath! But he doesn't find it. Still Sun Jin who claims it. And it is all EVO's Legends.
That's brutal, man. I mean, they don't really win out in the early game, and towards the mid game, it's gonna get even more difficult. So I feel like they could have like traded, you know, a bit more defensively, knowing that in the late game they have a bit of an edge technically. So Cars right now is trying his best to stay relevant, but on an Arlet, his playmaking is so reliant on EVO's Legends diving in first. So if one of their members gets picked off initially, then Cars automatically just loses impact, because that means that Suzuki does not have to dive in so deeply to try and get some value out of this fanny pick.
It's already a different story from game number 1. Right now, EVOS is not a Tiger Cub that's looking for opportunities. They're already ferocious. They're already mature and ready to pounce on the bulls, showing them who's on top of the food chain.
They're not grouping around together, and for EVOS, that's dangerous, man. Anyone who gets we have the Dragon right now is gonna definitely take a lot of damage. So Rebellion, they don't really have any front line to look for a vision right here. That's the weakness of using a healing support, right? Someone else needs to serve as the main information gatherer, standing in the front. And for Rebellion, I think Vincent is the only one that really fits that description. So automatically they play in a more one-dimensional fashion.
Oh, wow. 2 members of EVO's Legends, enough to scare 4 bulls away. Just like in real life, the Tigers are a bit more menacing than the bulls.
I mean, 2 members showing up is already bad news because Susujin kind of counts as the extra member that's lurking in the shadows, in the bushes, because he has a lot of mobility to work with as a Fanny. And if you get comboed if you get a full combo of a Fanny in the early game, it's pretty much spells death.
Ooh. 1v1, Cars. Actually, wait. He's looking for more there. Cancels the recall. And this might actually set up great for Rebellion Zion, who's already onto the turtle, but it gets reset.
Well, Van Strong is still waiting in the wings, waiting for a chance to go for a pick-off, setting up the Jeet Kune Do, goes for it.
ODTZ to be locked down. Way the Dragon saying goodbye to ODTZ. Render's Apathy connecting onto Brands right now. It's Sun Jin with a retry win. And that's the cutthroat plus some damage from the heavy crossbow. Veldora in the midst of it all now brought back to the team with a final slash and a stolen Way the Dragon. It's going to be a 1-4-2 for kills. But remember, the turtle did go to EVO's Legends, who are now sieging the base, or the turret in the mid lane.
2.2k gold lead for EVOS Legends. 2-1 for the turtle as Brands is looking for a turret in the mid lane, but Renbu and Heisamore is not going to let you do that. Don't forget, if you're a solo player like me, there's the tournament going on, Mobile Legends Indonesia Community Cup. You can register for 2 slots of MPL Indonesia and also a chance to watch M5 in Manila, Philippines.
That's crazy,
Don't forget the total prize of 210 million IDR, man.
Oof. That's more than 100,000.
It sure is. Looking at the items right now, though, Renbu trying to go for more cooldown reduction, trying to stop the aggression from EVO's Legends. And for now, it just isn't going to be enough. ODTZ rushes the Flask of the Oasis, but
interesting.
It's only 1 item. No real extra bit of cooldown from the Enchanted Talisman or whatnot. Usually, it's not really built as a second item, but I think Rebellion and Zion are really banking on this Rafaela working, and that's fine. But you have to understand that the Rafaela cannot get picked off like that if you really want to rely on it to output some sustain, allow your team to move along. Someone needs to stay and, you know, deny that pick-off from the side of Van Strong.
It's either he doesn't really mind dying in the early game or he wants to go a bit more safer in the next stages of teamfight, as Cars already reading the movement from EVOS Legends. 4-man movement trying to siege the bottom turret.
All right. Let's see. Vanstrong walking up. Wait the dragon onto Renbu for the airstrike, locking him down right now with the Hell of Veldora. That's a petrified, but Renbu still able to flicker out of it. Still a turret tier 1 in the bottom lane, traded out for a turret tier 1 up top, taken away by Heiss and Audi.
With the turret gone though, the Lord is open for EVO's Legends, but right now they're forced to deal with this wave up top. It could be a window for Rebellion to go for a bit of a pick-off here, knowing that most likely they'll have a man advantage. Sutsujin is showing right here, but Rebellion, they're just trying to play it as passive as possible.
EVOS letting Brands clear all the lanes to get all the golds available for the gold laner. The previous game, he has the most gold, and also he has the most damage towards the opponent. As Rebellion right now, they're just grouping up as 5, knowing that they're gonna be much more stronger in this drawn-out teamfights with all the TC with the healing too. They are not scared at all, actually going for Lord. Interesting.
I think Cars in particular wants to go aggressively right here. He hasn't been part of the action, but look at EVOS, man. They're not jumping on this bait. They're trying to stall it out. They're letting Sunsujin get a turret potentially, and Rebellion, they're gonna lose out unless they go for a fight, but they don't really have that engage.
Veldora's coming. Black Dragon form. That's a 3-man Jikundo into the way. The Dragon stolen away by Renbu right now. Veldora unable to find a Petrify Furious Dive combo, but look at Brands dealing a lot of damage. Cars walking up right now with a stun as well, but a Petrify into the Furious Dive catches Renbu. In the back, Sunsujin just going at it with the cables. Cars unable to run. Gets eaten up by the Dragon. Veldora renders apathy. Uh-oh. That one was quite far away from where I thought he was gonna go.
Vincent is still somehow going for the Lord. He has some guts, man. Like knowing that he's down
2 levels,
2 members and 2 levels. Oh, he actually reset it, but yeah, they're not. I don't think they care about the gold lead as long as you have the better team fight potential, or as long as you execute your team fight better. That's the most important part.
For sure. In that fight, EVOS definitely had the better execution. Getting a free turret on the top side, and afterwards rotating to the Lord, getting 2 members. And look at Heiss in these fights, right? He is being pressured so much by the threat of the Fanny, the threat of the Cho. He hasn't really been...
the Farsa.
And the Farsa. He hasn't really been present
and the Yuzong.
outputting damage at all, man. He's just standing on the sides, just like, is it safe now? Is it safe now? He doesn't know, and he won't know. This is the danger of EVO's Legends team composition.
He has to keep feinting back and forth, trying to bait out some of these skills from EVO's Legends, but unfortunately, with Vanstrong, beautiful Shunpu into the Jikundo, but it's unable to find the way the Dragon. Feather Airstrike used up as well. Hey, that's the feint we were talking about now. Sutsujin dives into the back line, gets caught with the Holy Baptism! This might be it. Renbu jumps in, flickers out, gets the Holy Healing. Veldora's low, Rebellion Zion.
Good chase.
Looking for it, Sutsujin jumps in, Bennett's Rage, not connecting. 0-0 on the board. A brilliant team fight from both.
Woof! Rebellion Zion knows what to do, man. Heiss more, and pretty much the whole backliner of Rebellion Zion is not showing up in the team fight unless it matters. And it was almost great with the Holy Baptism as well, connecting onto 2, I believe. But sadly, Heiss was not in range, or like Rebellion Zion cannot capitalize on that CC.
I think Rebellion need to try and surprise EVOS, go for an engage and land a big burst of damage using the Beatrix, either with the Wesker or with the Ranner. Something of that nature before the fight even begins, because EVO's Legends, they have consistently been the ones aggressing. They've been the ones who have pulled the trigger. So Rebellion Zion, they're always a bit behind by 1 step or even half a step.
It's a bit unfair for the Bulls. They're facing all the animals in the zoo. They're facing a tiger, they're facing 2 birds, and also a dragon.
Stun. Heavy crossbow used up by Brands. Final slash! Cancels it out, but the way the Dragon still connects onto Audi. How did Vanstrong get that? Vincent with the Appraiser's Brands, Sutsujin dealing damage. Card finds the kill. Vincent is doing wonders for the team, and Heiss was able to run away with it and win the nature. But Brands finds a kill back, and it's 2 for 2.
I think that's value for Rebellion Zion, man. It's supposed to be like a winning matchup or a winning team fight for EVOS Legends with the gold lead that they have, but somehow, some way, Heiss stays safe. And also, Vincent, that Appraiser's Wrath. Very, very good.
Well, the composition is essentially built to really safe highs from all these aggressive backline dives. So technically, it's just working the way it should. But for Rebellion, like you mentioned, Shevin, the fact that they're losing and they're able to trade evenly is definitely a bit of a morale boost. Now they're trying to clear the top side, so Evil's Legends have a window. And Vanstrong has been so aggressive and so successful right here. He might go for it again.
Does he have the Chun-Pu? Cars jumps in. Oh, Brands is there. It's a bait. Razor's Wrath coming down. Oh,
early with
nature though. It's early. Veldora, Black Dragon form. Vincent going to be locked down right now, but the Feather Airstrike and the Black Dragon at the back. Holy Baptism not connecting. His Cars does the same in the back line with the final slash. Now getting the Holy Healing from Audit Tizi. Brands engaged on Cars, jumping in with a vengeance. Sutsujin in the back line, looking for a play. It's a Renner's Apathy onto Brands, threading the needle. And Brands, Sutsujin, Great. The whole lot of them will have to recall.
Rebellion is quite lucky, or in fact, they actually taking account on Sutsujin not having that blue buff, and they're just trying to get straight into the Lord with Sutsujin not there.
Oh, look at that damage. Heavy crossbow, petrified with the Furious Dive, locking Cars down. The Furious Passion. It's all on to Vincent right now against Sutsujin against the world. It's Vincent who secures the Lord. That might have just saved them the game. Brand still able to space shot from the taunt. How's it going? Arashi 1-for-1.
1-for-1, but with the Lord taken for Rebellion Zion, that is a massive, massive win. It's so good for Rebellion. Having the Rafaela just means that they can stay a bit longer right there. And even though they lose out in mobility, no cables, no wings by wings, they're still able to actually stand their ground. But you can see that EVO's Legends, they're trying to find some more snowballing, some more aggression to equalize. Because the longer the fight goes, technically, they are going to struggle a bit more against this Beatrix on the side of Rebellion Zion. If you take a look at the items, already Divine Glaive for Krite, so he is definitely bursting through all the frontline magical defense. And for Audi, he is serving as a secondary tank. He's not going for that magic damage, so he won't be healing as much, but he won't be as easily taken out.
I like what Vincent is doing right now. He's spearheading the composition, but oh my goodness, look at the movement speed boost.
He's trying to bait out that Black Dragon.
Vanstrong?
Vanstrong on the back though now. Jikun, no way, the Dragon! He's isolated Renbu, and now Renbu's gonna be stunned up right now. Even with the healing, he's going to fall to Brands. Heavy crossbow to the front, on it's easy with a flicker backwards. Let's see if they can escape from this one. Cars there to facilitate the disengage. Stunning Veldora up. Rebellion Zion didn't get anything with that Lord.
Nothing at all, nothing at all. And Renfu right now is 0-3-4 as a mid laner. Definitely not a good KD to have if you're a backliner, if you're a damage dealer of a team. But all of that is courtesy of the beautiful engages, beautiful dives from all the members.
Yeah, they're actually so precise with what they want to try and do, right? But I think they're over-relying on Vanstrong, man. Rebellion Zion, they've been just waiting on Vanstrong, trying to go for it now.
Vincent's still going on him. Vanstrong wants to go for the way of the Dragon.
I don't know about that.
But it's only on to Vincent right now. Veldora pops in Black Dragon form as Vincent is still able to sustain. Meanwhile, Brands in the back line with a heavy spin or heavy crossbow is able to dish out so much damage. Wow, dodged away. No Razor's Wrath connection for Rebellion Zion. And for EVO's Legends, it's still a 4,000 gold lead that they have. Now it comes down to the 17th minute. We're entering the late stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, there's a bit of a pros and cons from both EVO's Legends and Rebellion Zion in terms of objective takes. Of EVO's Legends, they have Fanny, they have Yuzhong, they have all the time in the world to split push and push the way forward to their favor. Meanwhile, Rebellion Zion, pretty straightforward. They have a utility jungler, which pretty much a whole lot of advantage if you want to take the Lord late game.
And keep in mind, they do have Audit TZ on a healer as well. So if there's any fights that don't really go, that aren't really committed by both these teams, there's going to be a chance that Rebellion can do the same thing, stay there, out-sustain EVO's Legends, and get an advantage that way instead. The wave, though, is set up by EVO's on the top side, so Rebellion Zion now, they're the ones forced to make a choice, and I think they might send someone back before they lose a turret for free.
Look at Veldora. That position. The Rebellion spot him out. Brands, heavy crossbow used up. Black Dragon form as well. They haven't found anyone, by the way.
Well, this might be the window.
Only Vincent, yeah. 2 ultimates down. But remember, this heavy crossbow comes up real fast.
That's definitely a thing to concern about for Rebellion Zion so far. 4K gold lead, but I don't think that really matters much in this late of a game. Oh, you have a healer, Brance. A bit too hasty there, even though it doesn't get punished by Vincent. By the way, that's only Brance's damage. Chunked up like 1/5 of Vincent's HP.
Yeah, he doesn't have the blade armor, that's why. Yeah, late game Irithel. We're seeing more and more damage now, but look at the bottom side.
Veldora and Brance.
This is a great positioning. This is a great position to be holding if you're Veldora. If Heis walks up just too much here, Veldora can get a brilliant Furious Dive.
TC spotted. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Brance to Audi. Audi flicker. Oh, Furious Dive flicker. Furious Dive petrify. Heis still able to kite away right now as Veldora is forced to use the Black Dragon for meanwhile Vincent. Oh, he gets taken down before the Appraiser's Wrath connects. Meanwhile, Renbu still able to escape right there. Brand's going to be targeted down by Cars, who's sticking onto him. Flickering forward, looking for some more. Brand's trying to get gunned down. Heis! Now it's some more to shut down for Heis. Renner's apathy. Ooh, dodged away. Veldora in the back, Cars hunting him down. Rebellion Zion on the way for a win in game number 2. It's Veldora running away, getting the passive right now. Beatrix, 1v2, what's going on in the bottom lane? There are fights across the map. It's Heis getting stunned up, knocked up. Audi coming in with the healing. He finds one before he ultimately falls. Ooh. But Rebellion Zion, it's a 3-for-2 for them.
Oh man, it's a 3-for-2, but they don't have anything to work with to get the Lord. No jungler, no retribution, also no DPS from Heisamore. It is still a stalemate for EVOS and Rebellion Zion, but oh, that was almost bad, man. The Wesker actually didn't connect for Heisamore. He could have had a chance to outplay Sutsujin and Fanstrong in that case, but almost is never enough.
Well now, 18 seconds before Heis is back on the line of Dawn. So EVO's Legends have a bit of a window, but they don't have their main engage tool. Fanstrong, 10 seconds away. Same death timer with Heis actually. And Rebellion actually are the ones holding control over the Lord area. They're sending cars to the top side yet again. And this is just the way it goes, man. Rebellion playing the patient game against EVO's Legends, and it's actually getting more and more competitive.
Oh no, I don't think Veldora can pull off the same thing over and over again. Heis has to realize that the Dragon's gotta be there in the far side of the map, trying to get a good flank. As Sutsujin just gonna fly around and try to maybe bait out a Wind of Nature, because at this point it's a very, very important resource for Heisamore.
1v1 Cars. Ooh, if that was the instant final slash, it could have been different. But it's a new patch, a new time.
Different time, different era. You can see that Heis, he's still trying to clear the waves, but Veldora is so persistent, but now Vanstrong makes a gamble for it!
Wow. It's only onto Auditizi, who has the immortality right now, gets the Holy Baptism down as Veldora zones the back line. So Jade gonna be gunned down! And now Veldora walks in as a Black Dragon form stolen away. Vincent in the front right now, losing the immortality, just the immortality. They're all still alive. With the help of the Holy Healing, they can get back to full HP. Heis clearing out the mid lane. Brand's trying to deal with the bottom lane wave. Cars walking him down. Flickering forward. Jumping Brands. Wind of Nature popped in. Cars final slash brings it to Red Bull. Brands is down. I repeat, Brands is down. 2-for-0 for Rebellion Zion.
This is definitely the green light for the Blue Bulls to push for the Lord, as they have everything in their favor. No threat whatsoever from the opposing side.
Wow.
Even Kryte doesn't want to get near that place.
A perfect execution for Rebellion Zion, man. Against all odds, losing not a single member with 30 seconds to go before the main DPS for EVOs is even up. They can try and get some more, but EVOs are going to try and defend. They have the Feather Airstrike with a full slot at almost Kryte on the Farsa. Rebellion Zion has a chance to go for a snipe, a pick-off, or just out-sustain using the Rafaela. Whatever it is, the ball is now in the court of Rebellion Zion.
Oh no! Rose Gold Meteor though, Heis! Oh my god! With the help of the baptism, Auditizi is there when Heis needs help.
Heis more and more. 7-1-2. He bought the Wind of Nature. It is looking pretty bleak for EVOS right now.
No purple buff for Sutsujin. Brands buys back the Wind of Nature. Rebellion Zion now in the mid lane. They're looking for something. They're looking for, oh, beautiful final slash, blocking Vanstrong down. Not able to take his immortality away. Brands and Veldora versus World. Brands, what? Brands just walks up, uses the Wind of Nature, now gets splashed down and taken out by Cars. What an aggressive move by Brands.
Bit too aggressive.
That's massive. 60 seconds on the death timers. Regarding Zion, they can force another fight. They can group mid. You can see Sunsujin trying to buy some time, pressure the side lanes to stop Rebellion Zion's aggression, but might not work. They're still hovering around the mid lane. Can they get something, man? There's just so much time left here in a 5v3.
They're trying to siege mid turret.
Should be free here. Holy Baptism connecting onto Vanstrong. Vincent with a taunt, and now that's the immortality gone. Look at Highs. Crisp, clean positioning in the back. LDTZ taking a bit of damage from that feathered airstrike, but will be able to just heal himself back.
Now, the potential of Sutsujin has been halved with the absence of the purple buff. This is the risk of taking a Fanny in late game. Not just your ability to pick off people, but also if you don't have the blue buff or the purple buff in this case, this is pretty much hard for you to do anything, even split pushing.
He is struggling with the main counter for mobility, man. Damage. Doesn't matter if we can't lock you down. If you can just seal your fate with the death timers. It's working for both Brands and Sutsujin. Even if they can move around more freely, doesn't matter if Highs gets his hand on you. With a 4k gold lead right now, with the Lord spawning, it's back to the same execution, but Rebellion Zion has a base tower to work with technically. EVO's Legends, though, with the mobility advantage, they have to try and get better fights, man. Man advantage should be favoring EVO's Legends, but they haven't really been fighting with that lead.
It's hard for them to even get near Heisemore, which has full item right now. Wind of Nature, swapped to Immortality. He has everything in his favor to survive, and he's been doing that brilliantly. 7-1-2 against this kind of composition. You have Fanny, you have Farsa, you have Yu Zhang. Those are the three counters for Beatrix, by the way. In lane, you're facing up against Earthel, and you somehow died a single time.
Wait a minute, what are they looking for? What is Rebellion Zion cooking? Oh no, they're gonna try to one-shot Vanstrong! Wesker, boom! Say goodbye to Vanstrong, Brands! Oh no, Wind of Nature baited it out. Ice Immortality! Oh my god, Ice walks forward, holy healing by Brands! Gets it down, now it's an outplay! All from Brands! The redemption right now, but Renbu walks up and takes him out. Krite and Veldora running for the hills, now Sutsujin. Will he be able to find a few kills? That's away the dragon by Renbu, locking Veldora down as he loses his immortality, but he's able to kite away. Veldora loses his as well. Appraiser's Wrap now coming down with a furious dive to get away. Sutsujin into the midst right now with the cables, but Vincent is chasing Veldora all the way to the back. But they're airstrike by Krite to zone them. Veldora super low, 1 HP, furious dive! Again, Veldora gets out. What a game!
Woo! 26 minutes, 14-14. The goal lead doesn't matter whatsoever. The Blue Bulls versus the White Tigers. And top lane, Sutsujin.
Cars against everybody.
Break, man.
He doesn't care. He has pulled enough attention and Rebellion. You're the ones threatening for the Lord.
1v1. Oh my god, he used the red tree! Say goodbye to the Lord! He used the red tree. Rebellion Zion will be able to get this for free unless somehow, someway, EVO's Legends are able to make this miracle play.
No DPS, dude.
No DPS from Rebellion Zion. Enchanted Talisman, but Black Dragon form from Veldora.
On to Renbu. That's another Black Dragon, but now cut down right in the skies.
They want to fight?
They want to fight. Vincent wants to back off. Do they not know there's no red tree right now? That's a Holy Baptism connecting onto 3. 3 seconds of the retribution for Sutsujin, who's now going to be final slash, who's going to be cut down. Sutsujin against the world, now locking him down. Oh! Has possibly, maybe just saved the game for EVOs. With a truncheon by Cars, but it's all for Brands. Mr. Bombastic, who has redeemed himself.
Oh my goodness gracious, the White Tigers are trying to make a story right here. They're trying to come back into the playoffs. This is their first step. Woo!
It's not over just yet. 2-man defense. Vincent and Highs, what can they do? Banner's range already used up.
It's a Wind of Nature by Highs. Bennett is the choice of weapon for this defense in the base. EVO's Legends are looking for the final push in this game. 1 win, 2-0 will set them up for success for the
That's
playoffs.
wrong.
Vincent in the back now, zone away, the base is wide open, they go straight for it! They are focused, they are determined, they are EVOs!
Miracles happen again in MPL Arena. EVO's Legends prolong their playoffs hope, and they're looking to do so in the next matches that they're gonna play. What a game, what a series, what a team, what an effort by the White Tigers.
The Tigers are back with a statement, claiming their rightful place on top of the food chain, man. The Blue Bulls have to face a disappointing result in Week 8.
Insane. It was looking like 2 games for Rebel and Zion. Both games they were leading. They have all the controls, they have all the resources that they have to secure the game, and somehow, some way, EVO's Legends does Legends thing.
A beautiful, beautiful play, man, honestly. Well played by EVO's Legends. Such a dramatic win. Both matches today have been 2-0, but it's been super dramatic all the way to the very end. Both teams kept fighting for their position for playoffs.
We're gonna see the interview with the winning team with our host, Miss Monica Conado with EVO's Legends.
EVOS fam, mana suaranya untuk EVOS Legends? Wow. Setelah di leg yang pertama harus tunduk kepada Rebellion, kali ini balas dendam nih, 2-0 malahan. Ini beneran balas dendam kah? Udah siap-siap untuk balas dendam dari leg yang pertama apa gimana nih? Van, gimana?
Ya, iya sih kita soalnya kan belajar dari leg pertama kan. Kita belajar jadi makanya leg kedua kita bales lah.
Dibales, tapi ada perbedaan gak sih dari apa yang dilihat EVOS Legends ketemu Rebellion di leg pertama sama leg kedua?
Mungkin bedanya kita sekarang lebih nyatu aja sih, sama lebih prepare aja.
Lebih nyatu dan lebih prepare, tapi ini 2 game yang sangat benar-benar sengit. Tarik ulurnya, wow, kayak lagi narik ulur lagi layang-layang. Benar-benar 2 game yang sangat sengit. Apa yang terjadi sebenarnya kalau di game yang pertama? Kalian comeback. Dan yang kedua awalnya sudah memimpin tapi sepertinya tarik ulur lagi tapi akhirnya menang. Emang benar ya kalau nonton EVOS tuh harus sampai akhir katanya. Benar nggak? Benar nggak? Akhirnya bisa 2-0. Apa yang terjadi di game yang pertama? Sutsujin.
Kenapa?
Apa yang terjadi di game pertama? Gimana kalian bisa akhirnya tetap contain, tetap calm, tetap tenang sampai akhirnya bisa comeback lagi?
Ya mungkin lebih sabar aja di in-game-nya.
Lebih sabar. Tapi tadi yang menarik tuh di game pertama, kamu berani banget untuk kontes adu Lord sama Vincent. Padahal waktu itu kamu nggak ada retri, Vincent ada retrinya.
Oh itu gas aja matiin orangnya.
Hah?
Matiin orangnya aja.
Oh matiin orangnya aja, jadi itu intinya ya. Nanti terus Veldora yang dapat Lordnya. Veldora gimana Veldora?
Ya hoki kali.
Hoki?
Ya hoki dapat Lord.
Tapi latihannya juga ya?
Ya.
Benar, latihannya juga. Tapi ngomong-ngomong kalau soal latihan, kalian kita belum lihat nih ada impact dari patch yang baru. ini kalian masih main hero-hero yang tidak terlalu, yang nggak kena di patch. Ini kenapa kalian masih nyamankah dengan hero-hero yang aman ataukah memang masih belum bisa beradaptasi nih dengan patch yang baru? Right.
Kalau soal patch baru sih kita kasih ke coach lah soal komposisi hero-hero gitu.
Jadi belum, masih berusaha untuk main aman dulu ya?
Nggak tahu, coach yang ngatur semuanya.
Oh oke, jadi nurut dan menang juga sih ya. Tapi anyway kalian kalau mau masuk ke playoff harus menangin 3 pertandingan hari ini dan 2 pertandingan nantinya. Ini bakalan berat karena setelah ini kalian bakalan ketemu Onyx dan Bigetron. Yang mana kalau kita lihat di leg yang pertama kalian kalah nih sama Onyx sama Bigetron. Persiapannya seperti apa nih, Brans?
Persiapannya ya latihan kayak biasa lah. Bismillah.
Oke, tapi pede nggak sih? Pede nggak sih?
Apa?
Pede nggak sih bisa menang dan masuk playoff?
Ya pengen lah.
Jadi pede? Pede. Walaupun ngelawan Onyx dan Bigetron, dari Onyx sama Bigetron kira-kira mana nih yang lebih sulit buat EVOS nih?
Ya kita jalanin kayak biasa aja lah.
Jalanin kayak biasa. Katanya sih nggak ada ya tadi, siapa nih yang Drake? Nggak ada yang ini. Nggak ada saingan yang lebih berat dari Onyx atau Bigetron.
Ya, berat
sama
semua
ini.
lah.
Berat semua.
Ya.
Oke, dan kali ini kita lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini ya. Kalau tadi player of the game yang pertama ada Sutsujin, apakah player of the match-nya juga Sutsujin atau yang lain kira-kira siapa? Van Strong katanya. Coba kita lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini? Van Strong! Van, gimana?
Apanya?
Kamu jadi player of the match?
Ya beruntung lah, beruntung.
Beruntung. Terus gimana nanti ngelawan Onyx sama Bigetron? Kalau tadi kan kata Brans ya sama-sama berat.
Kalau dari kita sih lebih ke fokus tim kita sih. Jadi kayak kita lebih perkuat diri kita aja tanpa ngeliat musuh siapapun.
Oke, EVOS Fam masih ngedukung EVOS Legend masuk playoff. Wow, yang terakhir deh Brans, ngeliat dukungan dari EVOS Fam, kasih semangatnya dong biar tetap nyemangatin kalian.
Ya buat EVOS fans terima kasih yang udah sempetin datang nonton, terus juga dukung secara online. Tetap dukung kita, semoga kedepannya kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan lolos playoff.
Wow, kenceng banget semangat Bransnya. Dan tentunya semangat untuk EVOS Legend karena masih nantinya akan menghadapi pertandingan-pertandingan yang cukup berat juga, Onyx dan juga Bigetron. Tapi kita akan kupas lebih tuntas lagi bagaimana kemenangan dari EVOS Legend hari ini melawan Rebellion Zion dari para caster yang sudah siap di sana. Silakan para caster.
Alhamdulillah.
With this W, nothing is sure right now. EVOS, they still have their hope to secure the playoffs. Meanwhile, Rebellion Zion, this is dangerous by the way. If they fumbled it back once more, and the next match is against GigFam, it is dangerous for you.
Very dangerous. It's definitely not ideal, man. Well, player of the match for this match, Van Strong on the show, man. He wasn't really well known to like do crazy pickoffs, but in this game, he just made it work. Of course, the rest of the team are all aggressive, so there's a lot of space for the Cho with everyone concerned about the Black Dragon form. The Fanny is cabling around, but he still had a great performance here with this Cho. He's the player of the match by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. With the agility, with the new emblem we've been talking about to just move around a lot more adaptably. Funny enough, it came down back to the roamers, right? It was always about AutoTZ and Van Strong, who can really get ahead right here. And unfortunately for Rebellion, they went for the healer route, which in some instances gave them a bit of advantage. But I think we can all agree it's not exactly the same identity of Rebellion. The decisive team fights, the great pickoffs and engages. They're able to set up traps and pick off Van Strong, but not in the same way that they usually do.
This Cho was a beast this game, man. The pickoffs onto AutoTZ literally gave them the win in the early game, right? If it wasn't for that, it would have been hard. By the way, shout out to the guy in the comments, any other, for pointing this out. I've always been like looking at Van Strong and thinking, yo, this guy looks like someone. He looks like the Indonesian footballer Asnawi, bro. Who? Does he not?
I'm
not
not
familiar.
well versed with Indonesian football, but you do you, Mirko. I think you know better than me. But this guy, man, against multitude of CCs too, especially the Fredrin, the Arnold as well, and getting consistent kicks towards Audi TZ, it is impressive.
I think both teams played impressively, considering the hands that they were dealt. Right, the abundance of crowd control that EVO's Legends have to go through to ensure that they get highs, and on the flip side, the amount of dive available that Highs has to deal with, the fact that he is only taken out like what, twice the whole game was insane. And you see highlight moments like this from both teams, but
this is not
in
highlight.
the end,
This is a highlight for Brands.
Exactly, man. At this point, it was just the whole time, right? It's always okay. Who can? Rebellion Zion is about protecting Highs. Let the Beatrix do her thing. But in that final play, they just tunneled so hard to try and find Brands, and they didn't win it out.
Even in this last skirmish, in this last Lord fight, somehow Van Strong is still a factor to actually kick Vincent out of the range of his retribution, which gives Krite the green light to go for the Lord, locking the Lord with that feathered airstrike. And with that burst damage, he secures it somehow. The mid laner
Real
from
quick
EVO's
though,
Legends.
you're talking about how people look. Van Strong in his asset looks like he's just hiding the pain, dude. The smile is a bit...
Like,
see in the eyes.
Hide your pain, Harold.
The eyes like say something else, I think. But let's take a look at some of the items, man. It's a very, very late game. 28 minutes? It's not the longest, is it?
No.
I don't think so.
I think
That's
we've
been longer
passed
games.
30 minutes before, I believe, in this season.
Aura Evos.
But man, everyone was doing their thing, and eventually, Audi was forced to go for... I believe he sold some of the tanky items and went for the Enchanted Talisman, knowing that additional utility is required for Rebellion Zion. Because even with the...
At that time, he was very low on mana. That's why he bought the Enchanted Talisman. I noticed that. He cannot even cast a skill with his mana.
Well, again, with the Rafaela spamming out the utility, you need that mana, and I think the cooldown was beneficial as well, allowing Rebellion to position a bit more reliably amidst all the dangers coming from EVO's Legends. And I think it's very apparent, I think later when we look at the damage dealt from Krite, because usually the Feather Airstrike is a very decisive ultimate, but in this game, Rebellion Zion were able to move out of that Feather Airstrike again and again, showing again that the Rafaela had impact, but the loss of a reliable engaged player in Audi TZ, I'm not sure if I would make the trade, man.
Shout out to Sutsujin too, man. We've known this guy for more of a utility jungler master. He played the Alpha, Tyroth, Akai, Fredrin, but this guy played Joy and Fanny and somehow performed. There's been also a lot of doubts too, like why is Taz not playing? Why is Taz not playing? Sutsujin, somehow, he fulfilled his role better than I thought, to be honest.
Yeah, I gotta say, early on, I was very, very impressed by the way Sutsujin played this Fanny, but towards the later stage, it was kind of the opposite of game number one, right? Game number one, towards the later stage of the game, you really got to see him pop off. This game, towards the later stage, you really fell off, and you could see there was a lot of, I would say, questionable plays into the back, getting taken out by Highs. And you can see it from the KP here, 47%. He had to play the macro game after getting outscaled by Rebellion Zion. And that's why I think I gave it to Van Strong a bit more, because he's just stayed a bit more consistent this game. Much more consistent.
Van Strong, 10 assists as a Chow, 1-5-10 I believe the KDA, but the KDA doesn't really matter if you're playing Roamer. And by the way, with this new patch, KDA matters less, I believe. The MVP counting is better right now if you want to.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. They changed like the whole MVP count, so
I like
roamers
that. That's a really good change.
Have more of a chance to get MVP. I really like that change. That change is a great change.
I think so.
Because usually
it's always KDA, it's always damage.
It's always
damage to turret, and it favors towards the carries to DPS more than anyone else, especially if you're a roamer playing heroes like, I don't know, what's a hero that gets very low?
I would say Cho as well.
Yeah,
Get
Cho as
placed
well.
in very bad places, but Van Strong was able to make it work.
Well, in game number one, the penalty zone from Veldora, right? The rookie that a lot of people were doubting. In this game, I think showed a bit of his prowess, right? The penalty zones in game number one, the Black Dragon form was just such a danger and such a source of nuisance, right? With the Furious Dive again and again. Whenever Rebellion were thinking, okay, it's our time now. We have moved back enough, time to counter this aggression. Furious Dive, and they're stuck waiting around like, can't get through this. Now afterwards, the discipline, right? The wave management and the initiation. We talked about how in the late game, when teams are being patient, the initiator has a bit of an advantage. We're seeing that again, right? Even with maybe we'll see it play out differently next time when teams have adapted more to the healers. But for now, that idea that having the engage tool gives you the first move, right? The first attack, technically, and surprising your opponent plays a role again right here in how EVOS was able to find success against Rebellion. Because in the late game, I fully expected Rebellion to be the more patient, the more consistent team. But with Van Strong pulling the trigger, right, starting the whole sequence, they're always one step ahead.
And it always keeps them guessing, right, based on the composition, because the threat is not always visible. You can have the Black Dragon form every time. It's always a flank from the back line. You also have Sutsujin with the cables as well. Even Brands as an Earthel can also flank if he gets a good position. So it's pretty much a waiting game for Rebellion Zion. And to be honest, up until the last skirmish, they played that quite great, especially Heist more. Unfortunately, just one mistake. One mistake, it's all it took.
Only takes one.
Yeah, that's the thing about the late game, right? You can be as good as high as that game from early all the way to late, but that one mistake in the late game can cost you the game, and that's what happened, right? Flickering a bit too aggressively. It's a bit of a miscalculation. I think he was thinking, yeah, he was in range to try to get Brands before Brands got those basic attacks with a heavy crossbow, but he also forgot that there was Krite just waiting in that bush that can kill him once that immortality gives him a second life.
Considering their composition, right, the fact that Rebellion were all about save highs, win game, the fact that he traded his life with Brands in that final skirmish, has to be a spur of the moment thing. Because the whole time, they were just very patient. They don't care. As long as Heist is alive, they have an advantage. You can't say the same thing for EVOs, right? For EVOs, even with Brands available, you saw how vulnerable he was due to the shorter range. And I think that's something that a lot of teams will have to take note of, especially in the team fighting against an Irethel textbook.
And that might be Irthel. This match, 2 matches, has been prioed, but we're gonna see the schedule for tomorrow.
I just heard what the Indonesian caster said. Oh no.
It is looking pretty...
Wait,
what? Excuse me?
We have a different...
Okay, so there's a reset here. Maybe
Yeah.
we will have a new standings, the right standings after this. But yeah, EVOS Legends with this win, they should be in a better position, even though I don't think they're stepping up in the ranks, or
I think they did. I'm looking back at the Indonesian standings here, and yes,
boy.
Bigatron Alpha might have just been dropped to the red zone with this win by EVOS Legends. And remember, Bigatron Alpha, their next match is against Onyx.
Oof.
And EVOS Legends, next match against Onyx as well.
Yeah.
Why is everyone going up against Onyx
in the last week?
In the last week, that's crazy, dude.
Ooh,
crazy.
man, look at this.
It's the proving ground.
Oh my god, the standings get even closer.
Meanwhile, Onyx can pretty much do anything. They can even play their manager and get away with it.
I don't think that works. They need to play their players.
Like Geek Fam, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. Earlier, the manager played, yeah.
But Arashi, you gotta be careful here.
Look at
Geek
that.
Fam continue to win.
Yeah.
RQ lose their final match of this season. It'll be trouble.
It is danger, man. You cannot take Geek Fam lightly, especially with the changes. It's so beneficial for Beloyski, man. He is the roamer you want to have on your team for a patch like this. Anything you want, he can provide. And that is just insane. Maybe he doesn't match Audi when it comes to the pickoffs. He doesn't match the others when it comes to their specific strengths. When it comes to the all-rounder, and of course the war crime, I think he has so many things in his arsenal that you just don't know.
All right, here it is. But before this, I want to say Rebellion, their next match is against Geek Fam. Rebellion are fighting for playoffs. If they lose, then EVOS and Bigatron can take their spot, ladies and gentlemen. That's how scary it is. How do we calculate the standings, though?
First is accumulated point. I'm sorry. Winning a BO3 series match is a +1 for you. Losing a BO3 series match is a +0. The next thing is match win percentage. As you can see here, we have the same amount of points. We're gonna base it off of match win percentage. Next thing you know is game percentage. But different with match win percentage. In games, you can win 2-1, you can win 2-0. That way, it accumulated to another percentage. That's the third one. The fourth one, Arashi, what is it?
Well, the fourth is a head-to-head, man. When all else fails, if you have the same match win percentage and the game percentage, then the rankings will be determined by the head-to-head performance. So in the previous match, if Team AA won with a score of 2-0, so Team AA will be ranked first. Same in the second leg, if Team AB wins the match with a score of 2-0, Team AA and Team AB will have the same ranking. So if it's a 2-1, for instance, then you drop down, which is dangerous considering the situation right now, right? You need that 2-0 to really be sure.
And if Team AA and Team AB are tied 1-1, 2-0, 2-0, leg 1 and leg 2, then we go to alphabetical.
Which is interesting.
If you want to join MPL as the 10th team, make your team name Aaron or something. Aaron.
Aaron?
Aaron. Yeah,
Aura Fire.
We have the chance to play off. Oof! Oh my goodness gracious. Eterna, are you saying this right now? 14%. Jeez, there's
14.
a lot of...
You know how this happens? You want to know how Aura makes it? They win their next 2 matches 2-0, 2-0. Alter Ego loses their next match because that one is against Aura. And Evos and Bigatron will have to lose all their next matches as well. If that happens, then Aura will win through game rate.
Can you imagine if they actually make it through like that?
Nah,
I think at this
that
point,
would be a miracle.
Nah.
At this point, I think the Aura supporters have made peace with the fact that the team really isn't doing that well this season.
What is this?
I mean, they're
winning 89.3%.
I don't know, but
they are qualified to the upper brackets, guys. We had a whole post about it as well. So yeah.
I mean, Aura Fire, they're back to where they were comfortable in. So I don't think that really matters what. But we also have the chance to upper bracket for RQ and Kick fam. If you're an RQ fan, if you're sad about that loss earlier, gotta say to you, man, I'm as the opposing fan, you are still on the head in terms of the chance of making it to the upper bracket. But tomorrow's schedule,
oh man,
Kick
yikes!
versus Aura. This is
that's Aura's
interesting.
ticket. If they lose, it's over.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Onyx versus BTR. If BTR loses, this is trouble.
It'll be
for
trouble
the Red Robots.
But it will all come down to the final day.
Yep.
BTR versus Evos.
Oof.
We have 2 more days after this day, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so literally it'll come down to that if this... Oh my god,
I want to see this scenario, man.
Oh my god.
It's pretty much a do or die, right?
It is for all the... Oh my god, I can't believe
I gotta remind you guys, it's not only for playoffs, it's also for a spot to MPLI. Usually we see all 8 Indonesian teams competing in MPLI. This time around, that's not the case. Only 6 teams that secure the playoffs can only play in the MPLI.
You know, I think there's a bit of karma here. Because we always said like, oh, it's so one-sided, we want more exciting games. Look at it now, man. We're like, what? Final day? How?
Too much to handle.
There's so much drama in every single match.
Be careful what you wish for, man.
Be careful what you wish for, because now you've kind of wished for heart attacks every match. Your heart just goes crazy, especially when you're rooting for these teams, man. My god.
Damn! Well, you're gonna have amazing games that we're seeing in Season 12 right here. Check out Dunia Games, that app, as well as Telkomsel, because after watching those insane games, man, you must feel like playing yourself.
Yep.
So, look cool with your favorite heroes, with skins, bro. Nobody uses defaults anymore, because it's so easy, right?
Skin
you use the app
equals to win.
Skin is a win. Defaults, man, that's a
You guys are
fault.
cool too, but maybe not as cool,
Exactly. Well, use the
Jack
Dunia
Lee?
Games app.
Did you just say Jack Lee?
I did
Exactly.
coach. What?
He said
No, he said exactly, and I just wanted to...
Exactly. Well, again, if you just make purchases, you get 3 gigabytes of free quota. So
3? Every purchase?
Every purchase,
You can
man.
stack it.
And it's Telkomsel. I'll have you know, Telkomsel is super reliable, but usually with quality comes a hefty price tag. But now, you make transactions, you get free value, my guy.
Yeah, a lot of value. But speaking of value, you can also get value in Blee Blee. If you don't know, we are already selling our playoff tickets in Mahaka Square. Early bird number 1 is already
Mahaka Square?
Mahaka Square.
Yeah,
I see.
What? Why are you asking that?
Because he wants to know the venue, man.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you wanna get to the venue right now,
Today,
you can already buy the ticket. Early bird number 1 is already done, I believe.
Oh man,
we're entering early bird number 2. Yeah.
Oh, guys,
yikes.
you missed out on it, man. Early bird number 1 was 59,000. You better not miss this one because the prices are gonna keep
It's
on
no longer
going.
nice.
This is how fast it's selling. It's selling like hotcakes. Playoffs is still 3 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks away.
2 weeks, I think.
2 weeks away. And it's almost already fully sold out. So what are you waiting for? Buy your tickets now. Especially considering, yo, if regular season is this hot, how's the playoffs gonna be?
Oh,
you know
boy.
what? I don't know about that, but I hope for more of a for more of an exciting playoff though. But because in the
As
regular
long as
season,
it's not an Onyx match, you know?
yeah, that's what I'm saying, Arashi. We have to pull off a miracle. Any team has to pull off a miracle
I don't
against
know,
Onyx.
man. It's possible, I would say.
It is definitely possible, but oh man, like we have to wait. We have to wait for the playoffs.
You have to wait for tomorrow first.
Yeah.
Yeah, because today
For more
it's
matches.
over.
It's over, but you gotta stay tuned for tomorrow's matches. But thank you for watching, and don't forget to watch the stream tomorrow. We own this. Own this.
We own this.
We own this. We own this.
We own this. I already said it.
Say it again.
We own this.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hati.